Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Brodsky Merritt is the back behind Jaden Daniels. Snap is back, looking left, pump, hit, fumble, sack, strip, fumble. Cowboys are on it at the 45-yard line. Clowney's on the ball, and we'll see who got the sack.
And there's your turning point for the game, in my opinion. That is the way we start off an awesome Cowboys Monday. Live here, 11th floor Odyssey Radio Tower on Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Roberto Belt. He was at the game in Arlington, back from the locker room. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James as the Dallas Cowboys roll the Commanders 44-22, and this feels good.
Most complete game of the year. Most complete game of the year. The Jets don't count.
Cowboys.
Jets don't count. There was some pew, pew, pew out there all day yesterday. Bobby was doing that in the press box. I know you were.
Hey, credit to Kevin and Corey for following through and leading in on that interview on Friday with all the Brad Evans drops in the middle of setting up Jerry. Oh, yeah. And Jerry was ready for it. So,
nice.
Yeah, they followed through on that.
Yeah. Look, it was, I think, the most complete game of the year. Obviously Philadelphia, that game was a really good team that Philly playing, but there was nothing in the second half. Defense was good in the second half. Offense stunk. This I thought was start to finish. Their best game. That's not saying much because they've had some real stinkers, especially the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, I mean, but there's nothing. I wouldn't say it's not saying much to you take somebody who was in the NFC Championship game last year and you take a team that most everybody felt like was better than you, and you double them up and you beat them as bad as you did. Now
they lost their quarterback.
Yeah, they did lose their quarterback, but I mean they were also starting to get things handed to him while he was in there, and it's something where the biggest thing I came away from yesterday's game saying was like, if you were just even like a little below average defensively, like you really could compete because you can't stop that offense when they just decide we're going to beat the hell out of you. When they really lock in and start attacking you in whatever way they do it, running the ball, passing the ball, however they want to drain the clock, they want to go up tempo, whatever they want to do, there is nothing that offense can't do. And so that's coming away from that game. It's like they can destroy pretty much anybody with that offense. And it's just a matter of, can you hold things off a little bit defensively? And yesterday they did.
Washington, of course, lost their quarterback, did not have their top three receivers. Did they abandon the run game a little bit early? 8 stops for the Dallas Cowboys defense. I was starting to track 3 and outs for the first time this season. I believe I heard Broadus in the post game with Dez Bryant stopping by. You'll hear Dez's thoughts on the team after Bobby secured him a little bit later on here this morning on the program. 47% man. Now, how much of that was predetermined before this game, as Nick Harris had the photo of working on man press on Thursday? We talked about it with Schottenheimer on Friday. How much of that was predetermined for change versus, they got wideouts that are not scary. We feel like even our defensive backs without Trayvon Diggs can play more man.
Yeah, so yes, I think that a lot of that is what was factored into it, is that I think they looked at Washington and said, all right, this is a team that we can definitely have better success playing man coverage against. And I think also they're trying to show that they can change some things up a little bit. And they're trying to work on some things, because you can't just stubbornly sit there and go like, yeah, this is totally okay to just run it this way the rest of the season, because it clearly wasn't. And I mean,
felt like I saw some more blitzing. Brad Sham referred to that. We'll get the numbers on it. Donovan Wilson, I only noticed him around the line of scrimmage, going after the quarterback, not ISO'd on that back level of the secondary. And then I think he got home with 4 sacks on the day.
You got a great example of if this is what causes things to click into place for this guy, then awesome, do it. But Kyer Elam, who has been getting torched all year, yesterday you're in man about half the time. Kyer Elam was targeted 7 times. He allowed 2 catches, and 4 of the targets were considered tight window targets. And so he was playing sticky coverage yesterday. It's like, all right, maybe Kyer Elam's just a better player in man. Like we've seen statistically what it looks like. Even Deron Bland's interception yesterday, that pick 6, that came in zone. So Deron Bland's still making plays in zone like he normally does. We know Diggs has said he wants to play more man. Diggs has gotten beat more often than man. But I mean, Kyer Elam may be a player where it's like he needs man coverage. He doesn't need to figure out the responsibilities and the communication. He needs to be able to just go out there and use his athleticism and try to win.
Brian Schottenheimer on Matt Eberflus and the defense finally having a pretty decent game.
Yeah, I mean, they're aware of what's being said about them, and they don't like it. There's pride in that room. There's great players in that room. There's great coaches in that room. And again, like I said, middle of the week, this is not going to be the worst adversity that we'll go through this season, So what do? You get back to work. You make changes. You make adjustments. And to go out and put a performance like this together is really good for confidence. But at the same time, I thought the communication today was outstanding. And we talked a little bit about that. You can't just say close right one time. You have to holler it. You have to scream it. And again, I'm going to say it again. Matt Eberflus and that defensive staff put together a hell of a plan. I thought Matt called a hell of a game. And the players went out there and executed.
So communication, a lot of Tolo's already asking. We'll address this around 7:20. Is that communication better without one Trayvon Diggs who missed the game with a self-imposed concussion at home?
Is it also easier to communicate if the communication is, hey, just don't let that guy out of your sight?
Yeah.
Just run after him. And that would probably simplify communication a little bit, where guys would just understand, oh yeah, I'm just supposed to run around and chase this guy. That may make things easier for him. But this was I don't want to say by any means that it was like a shutdown performance defensively, because it wasn't. I mean, in the first half, there were a couple different points where it's like, okay, Jaden Daniels is hitting you for a big play. I don't know how much I loved Washington's game plan coming into it and the way they tried to attack the Cowboys defense, but they need their flowers today. The defense did their job. They did their job better than I would have expected they were going to. And so if you're just talking about, hey, we're at expectations, we're just trying to get a little better week by week, then this was a big victory for the defense overall yesterday.
What did Jerry see from the defense adjustment-wise?
First of all, he before this, he's the kind of guy you want to be in. He exudes confidence. He exudes confidence to the players. And I was proud of the way he, as well as Brian, worked together to come up with that game plan. Obviously, we have a lot of respect for Washington and what they're capable of doing. And so I think you saw maybe a little bit of an example of how to get your nose bloodied one week. That was a disappointing loss last week, and come out here and learn from it. And I think our bunch did.
And man, did Eberflus need that with the multiple shots to the sideline, as he had to get that emotion off of his chest and shoulders.
Can't stop looking at him without thinking Will Chambers. It just doesn't happen for me. But yes, he had. You don't think so? It's the hair. It's the hair.
Maybe. You saying he's drunk calling the defense?
Absolutely, no doubt. Yeah, he had to, because I said this on social media. I mean, he saw all these college coaches getting fired. He's like, man, I better start coaching. Everyone's getting fired mid-season now. I better start coaching actually try to figure out what the hell I'm doing, because it looked like in the first 5-6 weeks of the season, he didn't do anything. They didn't do anything all week. They didn't practice, didn't work on communication. They didn't work on game plans. They didn't work on strategies. And he rolled out yesterday against a team like Bobby said, that was in the conference championship last year, but they were without some of their parts, and they lose their quarterback mid-game. But still, they were doing well before that.
Yeah, it's easier to press Washington when you see the receivers that are over there. When the game starts, it's easier to go I'm confident that if I jam them and I'll be able to keep up with these guys.
And we'll get a false sense of hope maybe with that, just like we did for the Jets. But who cares? The NFL is week to week.
Do you guys agree that the Shamar strip was the turning point of the game? This is in the third quarter. You get the ball on your own 45, up 27-15. Jaden Daniels leaves the game, by the way, on that play. George Pickens, third down conversion. Dak, 3rd and 8 with the legs. Ferguson again, I believe that's touchdown number 6. 34-15, game over, and then Deron Bland with a pick 6.
Yeah, I mean, when you're talking about A, the momentum change, and B, the fact that it took Jaden Daniels out of the game, that's going to be a massive part of just that clearly helped finish this game off. I will say that I thought after the sack, where Dak got sacked coming out of the Commanders' touchdown that made it 20-15, first play Dak gets sacked, and they call timeout. And I'm like, I'm honestly surprised they called timeout. I thought they were just going to let the clock run out at this point because they're not going to be as aggressive in this situation. But when they hit Pickens on that 44-yarder down the field and got themselves in position to be able to then, you got the 33-yard run the next time by Javonte Williams, and then you score. I mean, just in an instant they score and completely reverse what was 5-point game all of a sudden, Washington getting the ball out of half. I thought that completely took the wind out of the sails for Washington there. So I'd say those two moments right there are where the game was won.
Dak Prescott on what he's thinking about his overall team right now.
We're going to keep fighting. We're going to keep fighting, and as I alluded to last week, we're going to find a way to win some of these close games. I mean, I know this one wasn't necessarily in the fourth quarter going back and forth, but that's the difference. We're going to win some games like this, but when we flip the switch and we win those close games, a resilient group that loves one another, that's going to stick together and is explosive, and we're going to play complimentary ball more and more each week.
Congratulations to RJ Choppy and everyone who played the over.
Oh, yeah.
When you heard that they were missing their top 3 wideouts, did that make you worry for the over? That made me hesitate. And saying Washington's not going to carry their end of the bargain, or did you just say it's the Cowboys defense? It does not matter.
I said it's the Cowboys defense, but, the Cowboys offense plays into this as well. And that offense cooks. And I'm not really particularly scared of Washington's defense. So I figured, the Cowboys would at least put up 35-40. I mean, hell, I predicted 54-51. I almost got the 51. I was excited. I was like, oh, man, we need one more TD. We need one more TD to get the 51. But no, the over, I don't think there's a number that you could put. I haven't looked at this week.
What was the over?
It was 54.5, 55, depending on where you got it.
54, 55. They got to 66.
Yeah, I don't know what it's at this week. I can find it right now, but if it's anything remotely reasonable, like if they put it at 62, all right, now we've gone too far.
This is
I only have the line. It's Denver -3 right now. What's the look ahead line? Because that says Broncos -5. Does that mean they're predicting how it's going to adjust?
Well, that could have been the opening line, like back in week 1.
ESPN has 49.5 right now is the over-under.
Denver defense.
Well, Denver defense.
Jackson Dart.
And the check down merchant of Bo Nix.
Dude, we'll have plenty of time to talk about Denver this week. Bo Nix is such a, like, the hype around him is so fraudulent. That dude is nothing special.
Speaking of hype, let's go back into the locker room for that patented Brian Schottenheimer celebration.
Hey, you see all these things we got to read? Yeah. Hey, I'm going to go fast. Yeah. All right, ready to roll? Hey, Javonte, 2-yard touchdown run. Yeah. Dak to CeeDee Lamb for a touchdown. Yeah. Dak to Fergie for a touchdown. Yeah. Dak to Fergie again for a touchdown. Yeah. Shamar James, forced fumble. Yeah. Jadavian Clowney recovered fumble. Yeah. Mama, there goes that man again. Deron Blair with a pick. Keenan has a sack. Yeah. Shamar James has a sack. Yeah. Jadavian Clowney has a sack. Hey, we knew it was coming for this guy. Easy out of sight. Brandon Aubrey, 47-yard field goal. Yeah. Brandon Aubrey, 29-yard field goal. Yeah. But this is some type of record, right? Yeah. It's some type of record, I think. The most 60-yard field goals, I think, in NFL history. Brandon Aubrey. Hey, last thing I got. Listen up. That was complimentary football defense. I'm so proud of you guys. You got kicked ass today. Proud of you guys.
Hey, bro. Way to play complimentary. Listen up. Way to play complimentary football. Way to play for the man next to you, bro. Love y'all boys. Let's keep going. Family on me, family on 3. 1, 2, 3.
Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Wild Fork and Johnson Fitness and Wellness, a.k.a. your Dallas Cowboys report card for all the performances you saw yesterday and heard right here on The Fan. Star Up, Star Down is next.
right call, Frankel first 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
First down, Prescott back. Look at this protection. Deep ball to the middle to Lamb. 35 broke away. Left side 20. Walk your dog. Right on in. Welcome back, C.D. Lamb. 74 yards. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Brad Shams said it all right here on your home for America's team. In case you did not know, good morning to the 6 a.m. club. It's Sean and RJ along with our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt. C.D. Lamb with a 3rd-and-1 conversion on the opening drive. Cowboys took the ball like RJ Choppy wanted, and they went and got that early lead, 7-0, after Javonte ended up punching it in. Then CD on a first down throw scores the 74-yarder. That makes it 17-8. He had a clutch 3rd and 3 before the half, and Sedarius with 1:10 after the first 2 quarters for the game. He ended up with 1:10. So no CD. Go ahead and take off and chill out. In the second half, 5 for 110, 22 a catch, touchdown on 8 targets, and Dak Prescott is happy.
Yeah, it was great. It was great. It was explosive. It was fun. I mean, you saw the big plays. Saw some drives we put together. Our standard and expectations for ourselves is very high. And so we understand when we've got guys, the playmakers that we have, the offensive line, the love that we have for one another. And you see it in just the way the guys finish plays, guys cover the ball. And defense played very well tonight. When you do that, I think more of our games are going to look like this.
Nice job, Aiden, on the fan cam, getting the video highlight up, Twitch and YouTube as well. Good morning to all the Cowboy Tolos watching. The wide receiver seesaw, impossible worry. Brian Schottenheimer laughed about it Friday. I'm not going to complain. Oh, my God, I have George Pickens and CeeDee Lamb. What am I going to do? CeeDee, 8 targets. Pickens with 6, 4 for 82. And it felt like near perfect involvement for both guys.
It did. You gotta work them in. That's the blessing and the curse of a number one, a star receiver.
Just look at Philadelphia.
Is you gotta work them in. And
although not yesterday.
Young quarterbacks especially, and Dak's not that, but young quarterbacks will feel the pressure to force the ball to the star receiver. And when that star receiver is out, I can just work the ball around. I throw 8 times over here, it's 6 over there. I don't have to worry about a damn thing. I thought it was. I think you're right. It was near perfect involvement.
Yeah, it was balanced. It was exactly what you want to see from the top 2. I don't love the rotation behind the top 2, but the top 2 was.
I don't know what the rotation behind the top 2 is at this point.
Well, I mean there was at least a target for Jalen Tolbert, and he did play 30 snaps in this game, all while getting penalties for holding as you're breaking big runs to the outside and stuff like that. But. No, I think that they're clearly in such a groove with each other. Dak and George Pickens are. We already know what Dak and Lamb have with each other, and the growth and the close relationship that CD and Pickens have, I think, is going to be so big for this working in general, because you've got to be able to be okay with ceding to somebody else every now and then, and so. You have not felt the stress of, man, got to get somebody else the ball. Is he going to be upset? Is he going to be standing there on the sideline getting upset? I think for those two, they're happy when the other one gets the ball. And that has helped make this a healthy setup.
Jerry on the ceiling of the offense with both guys back at wideout.
Well, it gives Terp a lot of openness, doesn't it, when those 2 guys are out there? I'm kidding. But obviously the fact that George has been able to really establish himself in Lamb's absence, both with confidence, himself, his teammates, coaches, now that gives what he can bring to the table with Lamb. With what we're doing in our running game. I thought, I don't want to take anything away from Washington and how they can disrupt, but I thought that was one of our best offensive outings out here in several years.
Well, they're just scoring 40 points at home again.
That's all they do now. They ran through a stretch where from like the middle of 2019 up through the end of the 23 season, Dallas was automatic 40 points, it seemed like. It was 28 games, and in those 28 games, 15 of them were 40 points. So it was every other game. They averaged 37 a game. And then last year, even before Dak got hurt, they couldn't score at home. And it was a real struggle for them. They went 2-7. This year, again, that's all they've done, 3 games. 40 against the Giants, 40 against the Packers, 44 yesterday.
And I think Chiafalo said that actually had not happened since the 70s, but I was like, no, 2 years ago, they're blowing every NFC East team, it felt like, out at home and just dominant and undefeated in Arlington. I think we got to stick with a star up. I don't want to delay it like we did last week just because the great MVP level play is just expected. Dak Prescott, star up. Brought to you by Wild Fork Foods and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. 21 of 30 for 264, 8.8 a throw, 3 touchdowns. He was sacked 1 time. The QBR was an 88. And the Maestro is just back out there and at it again. Timely with the legs. Right? That 3rd and 8 I referenced earlier, the little dump offs, automatic touchdowns to Ferguson, star up to Dakota.
Man, he did. On that run, though, where he scrambled for that first down, I was just like, oh, God, please don't, have something. Because it felt very much like the scamper against the Giants a couple years ago, and somebody's like grabbing him from behind him and trying to like pull him down. And so that was panic inducing there. But this is as good as he's played, as we've ever seen.
And is it as much fun as he's ever had on offense?
I don't know if I have. And not a knock to any other group that I've been a part of, but the chemistry, the camaraderie, the trash talking, the emotions and passions of this unit, it's there as much as I've ever seen it. And sure, we've got some youth that's probably a big part of it. But we've got guys who just work their tails off every day. And I say it all the time, confidence is earned. Like, you don't just wake up and say, yeah, I know I can do this. No. You got to go do that, prove it to yourself. And then, you feel good about talking about it and walking the walk. So this group practices the right way, and they've earned the confidence, and they go out there and we play with it. And it's fun. It really is fun. It's a collaborative effort, and it's not about me. It's not about any one person on that group. It's about the way that we all play for one another, doing our 1/11th each play and seeing what the result is afterwards.
Dak with 207 and 2 touchdowns in the first half. A nice 3rd down out throw to Pickens in the 3rd quarter. I wrote that down as just feeling really big. And he now has 40 career games with 3+ passing touchdowns, tying Tony Romo for the most in franchise history.
It's surprising to have 211 the first half. He barely had any pass yards in the second. Now, they had a big lead, but it wasn't like that big where you just start leaning on the run.
Yeah, but once you got the Bland pick 6, that was just kind of like, all right, this is pretty much over.
Dak on throwing past the sticks in the first half, 7 of 10, 177, 2 touchdowns, a 152 passer rating. Star up, star down, your Cowboys report card here on The Fan, brought to you by Wild Fork and Johnson Fitness and Wellness.
My first one, you already mentioned it was taking the football, because now it's 40-0. That is the last few games for Washington. They have started the last 4 games trailing 40-0.
Wow.
So it was 13-0 to Chicago, 10-0, 10-0 the previous game, 10-0 to Denver, and then another Chargers, and now this game, 7-0. It was 40-0 over the last 4 games for the Commanders. You can't start like that. You can't start like that in the NFL. But one guy on the defense, we've been asked where the hell he is, and that's Clowney. Jadeveon Clowney, who was everywhere. He was everywhere in this game. And I was like, man, we were just trying to figure out, we're going to see him in the sack? Because he's not a sack guy. He's not a sack guy. He's not going to show up too many times throughout his career. That's not what he is. He's a run stopper, but he's an overall, all-around good, sound football player.
Yeah, I shinxed him by saying, and someone said, is Clowney playing today? I said, has Clowney been playing this year? And then he goes out and has his best second half, best game as a Cowboy, including one of those sacks.
Yeah, he was good yesterday, and not only just rushing the passer and making plays in the run, but also getting his hands up in throwing lanes and batting down passes, and he made an impact yesterday. And I think, like you said, we waited too long to give star up to Dak Prescott last week. You want to knock it out. He has been kicked in the groin area a million times this year, so it feels only fair that for yesterday, Matt Eberflus came through, checked the ego at the door, and was willing to change things and get out of his comfort zone. I think that it was huge because if they go out there and just try and run the same thing they've been running, I think they have another difficult day. And so I think big star up to Matt Eberflus just for the game plan that he called and willing to check the ego at the door this week.
Broadus texted a little while ago, the metrics told you to play more man coverage against this guy. He's talking about Jaden Daniels. 49% passer, much better passer versus zone. Of course, you were missing Diggs. How many more times did they blitz? How often did Donovan Wilson play in the box versus on the back end? We talked with Schottenheimer about that on Friday. And then we're talking about the man coverage differences, 47% for the game. Midway through the third quarter, it was at about 43%. That was a season high. And Jaden Daniels against that man-to-man was 3 for 10 for 39 yards. So are we all willing to go ahead and give? I wrote down an emotional star up for Eberflus. Also, 11 sacks coming in, 5 against the Jets, and then they got 4 more yesterday. I wrote down Ezeraku next to Clowney as finally getting one.
No, absolutely not. You don't get to drive to work 4 days a week, 5 days a week, and cause accidents on the first 4, and then I give you a cookie on Friday. All right, for coming to work without causing a car wreck. I'll see you in November.
They did blitz significantly more yesterday. So yesterday they blitzed against Jaden Daniels. It was 43% of the time. Against Marcus Mariota, it was 41% of the time.
I'm going to give a star up to this Dallas Cowboy, but it's not actually for this play.
He just got the snap off, flushed out by Odigizua, and he's going to be almost hit by Clark. Throws it away. It's intercepted. He threw up a duck. Here comes Bland down the sideline. It's a pick six. It's a pick six. The first touch of a ball by a Cowboys cornerback this year.
What? The first touch of a ball? Is he throwing in the pass breakup stat that we referenced last week with Diggs and Bland? But another corner had to have broken up a pass and touched the football, or maybe he's just referencing that interception.
It may not have been that anybody had it because maybe
a pass breakup from a corner.
Maybe Elam. I think Elam
6 games in.
Elam had 1, I think, coming into the game.
That's not possible.
Can't be possible.
I'm looking at it. So I think Elam's got 1 on the year. Bland now has 1 on the year.
Stewart
has 1 on the year. So I don't know. Did Bland get or did Elam get 1 yesterday? If Elam got 1 yesterday, then it would have been just Reddy Stewart.
So Osa and Kenny Clark, it looked like getting that pressure. Marcus Mariota was hanging on too long. That makes it 41-15. But I'm not giving Bland the star up for that. I'm giving him the star up for tackling. First game, really, where you positively notice Deron Bland. He was physical. He was a force out there, and he was dropping the hammer. So I'm giving a star up to Deron Bland for that.
I had to take my headset off during that. I can't listen to a pick six. I got VTSD, vol traumatic stress disorder, on a pick six. So
goal line, baby.
I had to take my headset off on that one.
That speaking of the goal line, that was where you saw it really show up. That play he made on the 2-point conversion to stop Jaden Daniels. There's just not many players who do that.
Yeah.
And to see that out of him, that's big.
You saw Ertz. Ertz was kicking himself on that.
Peyton has all of your star ups, star downs on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line. We will continue handing out the flowers, some star downs if you want to take it there. After a 44-22 win, this is a Cowboys Monday to celebrate with the 6 a.m. Club. We continue with star up, star down next on Sean and RJ. But how...
it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else. All priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax. Enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
At the Washington 35, first down, they're going to run the ball. Williams into the secondary, coming left with a stiff arm, 15, 10, 5, struggling down to the 2. What a run by Javonte Williams. Timeout, Dallas with 13 seconds remaining in the half. Javonte Williams goes 32.
Get this guy on the All Madden team. This will be an All Madden season. I was wondering how many people actually that follow me on X know what I'm referencing in terms of the age, but I don't even care. He's a banger. He does all the little small things, rumbling, tumbling, stumbling, whatever Chris Berman's saying you want to use. And Javonte Williams bounces back from the Carolina game with 19 for 116 yards, 6.1 with the average. His longest run was 33. He scored a touchdown. Star up Javonte Williams here on Sean and RJ, brought to you by Wild Fork and Johnson Fitness and Wellness.
Man, he's getting his mail in the star ups. He's a star up every week. Every single week.
Last week he got a star down.
Well, last week.
Yeah.
We don't count last week. we don't count.
He had that rumbling run for 33 before the Ferg touchdown before the half. He had that sweet sidestep for 16 after the Shamar play.
Yeah, and I mean, I hadn't even. It's such a not that I would normally think of it, but it's a good way to describe it. Just thinking like he is such a John Madden player. Like the way that he runs the football, Madden would have, calling a game, Madden would have just not stopped. I'll tell you what, Javonte Williams, I love this guy. He would have been circling him the whole game and all the booms and everything else. He's so physical. He's, other than last week, he's had such a good feel all year for where the block's opening up. And I don't know what happened last week, because last week he made some bad reads. Like what the line didn't do their part a lot of times, but he was also just not as sharp as he had been. This was an instance yesterday again where he kind of got his mojo back, and the chemistry that he has, and there's absolutely runner and offensive line chemistry, and having a sense of what you need to do to set up your blockers, and your blockers having a sense of where you're going to be and what you need to do. They are so on point together as a unit, and have just washed away any doubt that anybody had about the running game.
I'm not giving a star up to this guy for his individual performances, but this moment is something that is becoming consistent with the Cowboys season, the damage they are doing in that final 2 minutes before half.
Snap to Prescott. First and goal, looking, standing. Over the middle, end zone. Touchdown to the post. Jake Ferguson. How about that?
35 seconds. 35 seconds. Brady knew it as soon as Washington scored. He goes, way too much time.
Too much time.
Way too much time. I think there was 45 seconds left, and then boom, bam, bleh, whatever other word you want to throw. Ferguson scores, and you are up 27-15. Star up, Cowboys, Schottenheimer, Dak execution right before halftime. It keeps happening.
They've figured something out in terms of last 2 minutes when they need to go tempo and they need a score. They figured something out at the end of the first half of how to attack defenses.
I think the stat was the Cowboys are number one last 2 minutes of a half. Washington was like 30th.
Yes.
In terms of those points given up, points allowed.
Yeah, because I mean, like, you just take the Jets game. They scored 2 touchdowns in the final minute. The Packers game, they scored 2 touchdowns, I think, in the final 2 minutes of the first half. They score that one there. No, it was that same thing, last minute. So twice in the last minute this season, they've scored 2 touchdowns, and then they get that drive yesterday. They are just...
Those are game changers,
those quick strike drives that they're able to get at the end of halves. There's something about everybody's comfort level and understanding. And when we talk about how poor the communication has been on defense, they clearly are all on the same page on offense in those situations, and that's such a massive advantage.
Pickens had a play. Javonte had a play. Then Ferg finishes it in 35 seconds. What are the Tolos texting for star up, star down?
A lot of star up, Sean. 2-1-4 star up to Pickens, CD, and Clowney on offense there. And defense, 2-1-4 star down to Steele for giving up the safety. 469 star up to Matt Eberflus. 214 says star up to Deron Bland. And then 903 and 817 star up to Diggs for not being there.
Man, star up to the future phone call Jerry makes to Pickens' agent. If he ever actually makes it. Does he know his name? He knows his name by now.
He does now.
Listen, if they don't sign that guy, I am going to have a problem.
We're going to have a discussion about it. I don't know if it's smart team building. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. RJ Choppy.
I got a real smart team building move. You want me to do it?
Don't stop it. This is such a weird hill you've decided to die on. Of like, let's trade. CD.
Yeah, I've drawn a line to say, okay, there are Team Pickens and Team Lamb. Okay,
divide them. The new TO.
The new TO, baby. I'm gonna be the radio TO.
Who did the celebration on the fan cam? Like that? Did the breaststroke? Who was a football player? Someone would always go like this and split them and divide them. That's what RJ's trying to do with the wideouts. Dak Prescott on the full trust he has in GP.
Yeah, I do. And honestly, we threw one in the third quarter, and that's a miss. You know what I mean? I take that as a miss because of the way that the guy's able to play the ball in the air when I don't give him a fair chance at it. Like I'm going to put that on myself. And so I know the first one I threw to him was a little underthrown and a little outside, but, he goes and makes an unbelievable catch, late hands in it, holding it off, and then the one that led to the touchdown right before the second half or right before the first half, and just put that one out there and kept Lattimore in his back pocket, let it fall in, and he has a great natural ability of late hands in the ball and holding the defender off, and that makes my job easier. So yeah, the trust is through the roof.
Oh, Marshawn Lattimore. Whew. Still seeing the smoke coming off that toast as he's getting cooked every single week. What did they give up for him? Because they got to be regretting that deal. I thought it was an over-the-top move when they did it last year. But let's go through Pickens' day real quick. Overall, he had 4 for 82, 20.5 per catch. He had 6 targets, the long 44. He had the gorgeous sideline catch for 24. That was gorgeous. The 44-yarder before the half. That leads to Javonte's rumble for 33, then the Ferg score. 109 yards in the first half, if you include the 37-yard DPI that he draws weekly. I tweeted it. I'm not joking. Throw it up. I'm not just trying to be oversimplified Madden video game player. Throw it up 3 times a game in the air to him. And it was some quarterback a couple weeks ago on a broadcast saying...
Not Mark Sanchez.
Not Mark Sanchez. I was just about to say that. Don't ever throw the receiver. Don't ever overthrow the receiver, ever.
Always underthrow, yeah.
If you underthrow, because I feel like there are no DBs that I watch anymore on deep passes that turn the head back around. They don't turn the head back around. Nobody is better adjusting in with the ball in the air that I've seen right now this season than George Pickens. He drew the 37-yarder on Lattimore in the third.
Yeah, and it wasn't great the first couple weeks of the season. Them trying to connect on deep balls, them trying to connect on the contested balls. The contested balls where it was like the first few weeks were like, so where's this? It's great that he's drawing the interference calls, but where's the finishing these plays? He's not doing it right now. And, Schotty had said, I think he said it with us. I know he said it in a press conference, but the idea is that the last thing that comes along in a quarterback and receiver's relationship and in their chemistry is the deep ball. That's the one that is the most challenging to connect with and to figure out. And it took him a couple weeks and it took him the offseason, but man, they are so in sync now with Dak has such a good feel for where does George need the ball. George has such a good feel for where to work back to Dak's throws, how to attack the throws. They are in such good rhythm with each other on those contested passes and those deep balls that it really does give you the advantage of he's open even when he's not open. And that's such a big thing for them.
And let's see if Jerry took the bait afterwards. Was Jerry in a good mood, Bobby?
Yeah, he was. I heard he was in a great mood before he got out there and talked to the media.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he was practically dancing, apparently, walking to the locker.
Let's see if Jerry took the bait in answering this question. Are CD and Pickens the best wide receiver duo you've ever had?
Well, we've had, I don't want to take anything away. I saw Dez going down through there. Don't want to take anything away from those guys. Don't have to, all of them. But I will tell you, Lamb's ability to really make the difference on an offense. Now, Pickens is got that ability as well. That along with our running game, really, I feel as good about that offense as I have in a long time around here, and I say that to all our fans. What I am excited about is that we did make and have made adjustments. We'll continue to make adjustments. We do have personnel coming that will be coming, and being a part of that defensive personnel, we got a chance to evolve into the kind of team that our fans deserve.
Man, is there a lot of pressure being put on Overshown?
Yeah.
Friday's K&C interview. I know he ain't talking about Savon Ravel, who's in a leg brace all of a sudden after Bobby was hearing some Tweety Birds last week, and then out of practice, they got him in that leg brace. But Jerry was asked about RJ's little comment and the thought that he's going to have a problem with George's agent, who was also Micah's agent. Does Jerry know his name now? And will what happened with Micah be a problem in trying to get GP re-signed?
Don't pay any attention to that at all. No attention to that at all. And too much was made of that. Okay? That the agent actually had something to do with the ultimate decision of where we were. It almost had zero to do with it. Period. And that's not a negative. It just didn't have that kind of influence. I was going to be where I was with Micah relative to dollars and cents. I don't care who represented me.
So Jerry's basically saying, I was offering 40 and that's it. I was offering 40, and that was going to be the ceiling. Micah Parsons with 3 sacks yesterday for the first time in his career.
I didn't seem right.
Double check AI on that one.
It was enough that it brought Aiden's brand new squeaky clean Micah Parsons jersey out of the closet. He's been waiting on for 4 weeks.
Get him cussed out on the chat.
Yeah, I mean he gets 12 a year, like every year, like it's just flat 12.
But I mean, he's there were several games where he would have 2.5. Like, how many different times did we go like Mike has been in the backfield all game?
Look at that Charger game, that coming out party he had.
Star Up, Star Down, brought to you by Wild Fork and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Let's focus on the rest of the division. The game of the day has to do with the NFC East and the Cowboys' next opponent. Around the rest of the NFC East on Sean and RJ next.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's for Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forgive me a little bit.
D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
An attempt of 39 yards for the win. Snap, placement, kick on the way. It is good! Bronco players celebrating like they just won a home playoff game. They come from behind not once, but twice. They beat the Giants at the gun, 33-32.
Kind of a weak crowd reaction. Maybe they left.
They probably left.
Bo Nick saying maybe next time they won't all roll out. Before what you just heard right there on Broncos radio, teams had lost 1,602 consecutive games when trailing by at least 18 points with 6 minutes to play. The Denver Broncos changed all that with 33 points in the fourth quarter. It's most in a quarter in franchise history and tied for the second most in a quarter in NFL history. The largest fourth quarter comeback for a team that had not scored in the first three quarters in NFL history. This game was, 18-0?
19-0.
19-0 at the end of the third, and Denver shocks the frat boys.
Kappa Sig, man. You cannot throw that football at all. Why are you even passing the ball on that interception when you're up by, 12 at that point? It's a completely inexcusable loss. you lose that football game. I don't know how Brian Daboll has a job today.
Jackson Dart.
Yeah, right. Jackson Dart's saving his job. That's awful. Like, that's such an awful loss.
I mean, how does Brian Daboll have a job today, or is it how does Shane Bowen have a job today, their defensive coordinator? I don't understand how you collapse like that. Anybody. Like, I mean, I was just now, you probably just answered the question with what you just said about how it was the largest comeback for a team that hadn't scored in the first three quarters. That has got to be the first instance ever of a team not scoring through three quarters and then putting up 30 in the fourth. That just doesn't happen in the NFL.
How's the kicker have a job? The second missed extra point opens the door for the Broncos. And the two completions were like kind of crazy. The first one, I thought the receiver was like sitting on the ground and the ball came to him. And then you had a crazy second completion to go ahead and get it done. There are a lot of people saying the Giants, they didn't deserve it anyway. There was a BS pass interference on the Broncos that allowed Jackson Dart to go ahead and get that in with 31 seconds left. But then the second missed extra point. And the meatballs on the text thread, after he missed the first one, they say this every week, and they actually do end up being right. Although I'm like, you're just being a 24/7 miserable fan. They go, that's how we lose. That's how we'll end up losing this game. And then the other meatball, the head meatball, goes, how does every other team have 60-yard field goal kick? Field goal kickers are getting better in the National Football League with more ease, not the NYJ.
Is the head meatball the sausage meatball? Is that the number one meatball? Like the sausage one, the one you put the sausage inside it?
Oh.
That's the head meatball.
Well, veal pork.
Veal
pork and beef.
One, yeah.
Yeah, that's the head one.
These were the final 6 possessions of the game, how long each team possessed the ball. 26 seconds, 56 seconds, a minute 9, 51 seconds, a minute 14, 37 seconds.
Man, the minute 14, you should be ashamed of yourself taking that long to
honestly,
score. My gosh.
It's 7 plays, and you get 16 yards, including the giant chunk penalty there, and then they score the touchdown. But, I mean, this is an utter collapse.
Well,
and then to miss the extra point.
I was trying to figure out how to feel about it from a Cowboy perspective. I'm like, is this ultimately it's probably going to be good for the Giants in terms of draft status, but right now with the way things are in the East, I still wanted a Giants loss.
Yeah.
When we start measuring draft position, and I want the water thrown on Scatterboo and Dart a little bit to cool them off. Scatterboo scoring on a touchdown catch yesterday, but normally I'm like, guys, this is good for you, meatballs. You're going to get a better draft pick. Not this early.
I wanted them to win because the more they win, the closer it is that Daboll stays employed. All right. So, like, the number one thing we need to push this back. Everything needs to be pushed back. We got to push this back till Scatterboo lowers his head so many times he can't walk.
Yeah.
And then Daboll is.
We don't want that.
Nah. Daboll's continuing to coach. That's what we want. We don't want this thing to happen too soon.
And we weren't spying on Filthy Radio this morning. RJ Choppy was spying on New York.
Yeah. I was driving in, and I heard them flipping through it. I heard this caller. Like, it's like 5 a.m. Like, who's going to phone? Who's up? Who's up complaining about phone callers at 5 a.m? This guy was, and he went at him.
Nick's on Long Island. Good morning, Nick.
Yeah, good morning. I bet. Yeah. Let me tell you something. This is mind-blowingly the worst franchise in all of sports. They are single-handedly, they make you want to rip your heart out of your chest. Forget the Browns, forget the Jets, because you know you're always going to be terrible. They literally build you up to knock you down every bit. Every year. It is mind-blowing. As soon as they scored that second touchdown, the Broncos made it 14. I said, we're losing by a field goal. There's no way that we can win this game. Once they scored that second touchdown, it's over. We can't even friggin' sign a kicker with a name that you can pronounce. We can't even get that Cade, whatever the name is. These guys, it is mind-blowing. What if I am Steve Tisch, I'm walking into that office, into Mara's office saying, like, listen, buddy, you had a good run. it's over. You're not in charge anymore. It's over. And if another phone call I'd be making is to Brian Dable and saying, there's one person coming home on that plane. It's either you or Shane Bowen. Who's it going to be? Because that is one of the worst defensive performances we've ever had. And I called 2 weeks ago about this. They are god-awful. How are you doing this? There is 12-year-olds playing Madden who can coach better than the schemes that this moron comes up with. We have some of the best defensive line players, and we're coming up with schemes that morons would put in. I can't talk about it anymore. They are the worst. This is mind-blowing, the worst team in all of sports. You cannot make it up that we would blow that game.
That's very emotional.
Yes.
I do like that's what Philly misses. Philly doesn't have it's tough though because you hate the Eagles, so you want that from an Eagles fan. The Giants are more just like, yeah, he's got a point. The things that he's saying, and so you're like, they are pretty much the worst organization around. But this is also their fault. They will hype up and put up the biggest scrubs in New York. For all the talk of just New York sports fans and how great they are the most reactionary, emotional, overrate their people of all time. Go over the list over the last 25 years. Jackson Dart and Cam Scatterbum to start right here, okay? Tommy DeVito last year. Jeremy Lin, Jabba Chamberlain, Shane Spencer. Shane freaking Spencer. How many people have they propped up as this is the next one?
The next one.
And then it's the next one to fizzle out in 2 weeks.
Scatterboo's good. Scatterboo's good.
Scatterboo, by the way, is 31st in yards per carry right now out of 45 qualifying running backs.
Yeah, well, he's trash. He's a battering ram.
Over to the other game in the division.
Ertz fakes. He's back. He's looking. He is going deep. He wants Devontae Smith. He has it. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Devontae Smith beat Rodgers.
Eagles radio with the call, and I'm finally there. I've been having fearful respect of Philadelphia throughout the entire season. And yesterday, in watching that win, they did beat the Vikings 28-22. I finally settled on, all right, I'm not scared anymore. The gettability is absolutely there. Now, Jalen Hurts stepped up with his arm in this game. When they absolutely needed to have it. By the way, his guy he goes to when he's panicking is going to be Devontae for future Cowboys scouting report, because I know they're listening right now waiting for my preview of the rematch. AJ with a 4th and 4 touchdown bomb opening drive. Wentz, a pick 6, a 79-yarder to Devontae. They were up 2 in the 4th, but Hurts responded with a money drive. AJ with a touchdown. 3rd and 9, AJ deep ball ended it. But Minnesota in the red zone went down there 6 times, only had 1 touchdown as J.J. McCarthy continues to be hurt. So Jalen Hurts did step up with the arm, but they can be had.
You missed the most important thing about this game.
Saquon.
Kudos to you, Bill Vinovich, for having character and integrity as you finally called the false start on the Philadelphia Eagles on the tush push.
And they figured out how to stop it.
It's over. It's
they
over.
laid down.
They literally had a guy lay down sideways.
Imagine that job. Would you rather have a amateur golfer swing a golf club?
Oh, and you're the player down. You're the fan down.
No, you're laying down with a tee.
Oh,
either in the crack of your rear end or your mouth. A pro golfer hitting a drive with the mouth or laying down in front of the tush push on the ground.
Can you be the mosh pit guy? Can you be the guy that just falls down in the mosh pit for us?
You're hoping that you just don't separate your shoulder when you're down there. That's dangerous. That's super. I'm surprised they even allow that.
Well, you know what? They won't. Again, if we're talking about dangerous and different things like that, the NFL is going to see that and be like, no. We cannot have people laying on the freaking ground as part of defending this. These are the extremes you have to go to, though, and this is what you're up to now. Saquon Barkley is broken.
Yeah, well, he's cooked. He's having his Larry Johnson 2007 season.
Dude,
remember that? He had 400 carries the year before. The next year he couldn't run.
He floored it all last year and looks like he is completely out of gas. And that offensive line isn't as good as they've been in years past. And so that's part of it. But, man, Saquon just does not have any of the juice.
We are on, by the way, I might as well give you the standings inside the NFC East. So the Giants' loss makes things even better with the Cowboys' victory. Filthy is 5-2. The Cowboys are second place in the East at 3-1. Washington is 3-4. The Giants are 2-5.
That tie's going to come in handy. That tie's going to come in handy. See, I do that because we had baseball this week. We tied our first game. We won the second. 1-0-1 is better than 1-1. You know, it's not as good as 2-0. That tie's going to come in handy.
By the way, playoff. Right now, wild card. The last wild card is a 4-2 record. So you're right there.
We are on fired coach watch this morning because I believe it could come in at any minute for Mike McDaniel. They lose to the Browns 31-6, and Dylan Gabriel only threw for $116. Judkins screwed me over in fantasy with 3 touchdowns. 31-6. Miami falls to 1-6.
Was it raining in that game? Yes, I believe it was. How many guys wear sunglasses in the rain? This is like Bobby Petrino wearing sunglasses at night, coaching on the sidelines at Arkansas. Who wears sunglasses in the rain?
He looks like the Unabomber out there.
Yeah, that was what he got yesterday. I saw that meme going around. This was so bad. 206 yards of offense for Cleveland, and they score 31 points, and they beat you by 25. That is so ridiculously impossible. 3.9 yards per play.
Yeah, I know. That's bad. And they're a bad team. I know most people don't like the Browns uniforms. They've done the best job that they possibly could have with their altar. It's the white helmets, and then those yesterday, that kind of like that blackish, dark brown. Did you see those?
No, you're never going to get me on board.
Done the white. Well, you like the white ones.
Oh, okay.
You like the white ones.
Okay.
No,
they've done as good of a job as you can with their color scheme.
not only do you have to fire Mike McDaniel, you got to figure out how to get away from Tua.
Yeah.
He's 30th in like 4 different categories.
He's awful. Mike McDaniel's awful. And then when you reset all that, you got to go, what's so broken about us that we can't get this right?
Last week it was Tua's presser. Now people are wondering whether McDaniel returned fire.
There's a lot of guys that will have an important work week because we're not. I mean, if you are negatively affecting the football team routinely, I don't have a choice but to, assess a different player, and I have to coach a lot better as well. So we need. We're going to find out who and what we're made of.
He's a lost soul. He's an empty soul.
He's an empty soul, but he's still listening to him talk. It's so hard to take him seriously when he's like, I got a lot of decisions to make. He just sounds like one of the Hardley boys from South Park. But he's that's absolutely a shot at Tua.
Oh, yeah.
Was missing Trayvon Diggs the answer? Back to the Cowboys with the commercial-free expressway on the home of America's team with Sean and RJ now.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What are it? Cinnamon Sisters?
Laser Baby.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No. Say that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
time experts saying the HOV lane of the expressway is driven by Mercedes-Benz of Plano.
Ball is in the right corner of the blue star at the 49.
And by the way, this will be an NFL record, 5th 60-yarder if he can hit it.
61, kicks away, plenty of distance. Down the middle of the fairway. It's a hole-in-one for Aubrey. Goodness gracious, young man.
It's unbelievable.
Goodness gracious. Cowboys lead 20-8.
And Babe Laufenberg, you know he's going to have all those notes and nuggets. And star up to Brandon Aubrey, 47, 61, and 29. The most 60-yarders, as Babe said, by a kicker ever. And he told Brady he doesn't practice farther than like 52 to 55.
That's a golf thing. So if you go to a PGA Tour event, golfers will set a putter. They'll put a tee in the ground, right, about 6-7 feet away.
Stop that.
And they don't practice these long putts. They're working on their short putts because the concept is the same. You're just moving it back farther. I don't know if you guys are the same way.
Yes, off of my backswing, sure.
Yeah. I have more faith in his 60-yarders than his 40. I don't even bat. His 60 yards are right down every single one, right to the. I don't even bat it out. I barely even watched. I'm not even impressed by the 60 yard. The 40 yards, I'm like, ooh, thank God. That's like the 3-foot putt for him.
He doesn't miss those either.
No, he doesn't. But like he's going to. Those are the ones he's going to miss if he's going to miss. It's like 60 yarder. That's a gimme. I feel it's more of a gimme.
I want to ask Schottenheimer Schotty on Friday when he joins us at 8:20 to preview Denver. He may take this the wrong way. I want to ask him: have you ever coached Brandon Aubrey? Have you ever said a word to him about his game? Or is it just all strategy? Have you ever coached anything to Brandon Aubrey, or you stay the hell away?
Yeah, you just say, that's it, big fella. Good job. One of the most impressive things.
Well, that's the thing. The reason Brady, I love the Steph Curry's, like he's the Steph of kickers, because Brandon Aubrey, Sebastian Janikowski, you think can kick 70-yarders, right? Some little jack dude. Brandon Aubrey, he doesn't even look like a soccer player. No offense, it's going to be offensive, but that's like an insult to soccer players or Brandon Aubrey's build.
He's
the paper boy.
Career.
No offense to paper boys.
Career. He has attempted 5 more kicks from 50+ than from 30 to 39. So he's attempted 5 more kicks from 50+ than 30 to 39. He's missed 1 fewer kick from 50+ than 30 for 39.
Yeah.
And he's got more. He has more attempts from 50 to 50+.
Like Steph Curry is not the build to change the NBA in terms of the longest three-pointers ever made, and Brandon Aubrey's not that kicker physique-wise.
His listed weight feels generous. He's 6'3". What do you think he is?
What is he, or what is he listed?
6'3". What is he listed at?
215?
205.
218. So he, 6'3", 218 was like, not.
I didn't feel like he looked like he was 6'3".
No. He was sitting down, but.
Like 6'3", 218 was what Dez used to play at. Dez was like 6'2", 6'3", and was like around 220.
His legs are probably 80 pounds each.
I'll say that was one of the more impressive things. Star up to him for after the safety. He's kicking from the 20 and he kicks a touchback.
Yeah.
From the 20.
That's crazy.
That ball traveled 83 yards in the air.
It's nuts. I would have to look at it. I was like, because you'll see like a pitcher, like their right arm is just or be bigger than their left. Is his right leg like that much bigger than his left leg? Does he walk around? He just walks in a circle if he were to walk long enough?
Des Bryant at 8 o'clock, by the way, after he lit up the post-game show last night. Bobby Belt getting Des to sit down with Chiafalo and Broadus, and Zach Wolchuk, even more sick this morning.
Yeah, because he was sick yesterday, so he missed the game. And so Eric even mentioned it right after they signed off with him. He goes, I know Wooly Bully's feeling even more sick right now because that is his favorite player of all time. And
I thought it was Emmett. You can't have 4 favorite players.
You got to pick one.
He melted over Emmett.
I don't know which one it would be. I know that Dez, if you want to just talk about modern players that he like really grew up with, Dez was number one.
He can't have Emmett as his favorite. He didn't even see him play.
He's
that's a good point.
Can't be your favorite.
He would have been 13 when he retired.
That's not seeing him play. That's like me saying like Kareem was my favorite player. I was 10 when he retired.
Was missing Trayvon Diggs the answer from a communication standpoint? They played about 47% man coverage, We know that they've been playing 90, upwards of 95% zone coverage throughout the early portions of the season. Schotty yesterday on all the man-to-man.
Yeah, I mean, again, look, at the end of the day, this was a team we wanted to play man-to-man against, There was numbers and analytics that said that, that was the right way to play these guys, and each week is different, but I thought we played man-to-man very well today. But, we got to improve our zone coverages as well. But just proud of the guys, man. The defense, they've taken a lot of bullets, and, deservedly so in some regards. And I was just proud of them, man. They played really hard. They tackled well. We knew the turnover was going to happen. We tried to manifest that 2 weeks ago and didn't get it. And there goes Duran doing what Duran does.
Schotty did point out later in the week that they need to have better sticks awareness in the secondary. What does that mean? Everything obvious that it sounds like. If it's 3rd and 7, let's not line up 8 yards off the ball.
No.
Yeah, better sticks awareness. Yeah.
No, that's not. You don't want that. You want to. If it's 3rd and 7, you want to be at least 12 yards beyond the sticks. That's how this team does it.
Trayvon Diggs was not there. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. What happened?
It's a good question. What did happen? As I right after this news broke, the clip I tweeted was, "My name is Pablo Torre, and this is Pablo Torre Finds Out," because that's what we need. We need Pablo Torre to find out what happened, because they're very mum over there right now, I think. And so
a concussion at home. We need Better Call Chop to be the defense attorney for Trayvon and come up. I want your top 3.
I thought you were going to ask me to what you question what it actually was. Like, come up with a actual thing that it was.
Well, let's do 3 of each.
Okay.
I don't want to joke too much about it until we definitely find out, because I got a tweet waiting for Trayvon. Once I find out it wasn't something really, really, really unfortunate, I got a message waiting for Diggs once the truth comes out. But I'm going to need your top 3 defenses for Trayvon Diggs at some point in time in this show. Brian Schottenheimer, of course, was asked what happened.
You guys know me. I mean, I am who I am, and I don't change. Again, I'm disappointed for Trey. He wants to be out there playing with these guys. But, again, I like the plan on both sides of the ball. I thought we executed the plan on both sides of the ball. It was great to see guys step up and make plays. I mean, Triquez did a really, really good job for us. Again, just a couple guys got banged up and they came back. I mean, that just shows you the toughness of that group, man. K9 and Kenny Clark, and it was great to see Easy get his first sack, and Jadeveon.
Okay, that was really cool. He's not going to go anywhere near. Let's see if Jerry was spill the beans afterwards when he was catching up with reporters.
I don't want to say that we didn't miss it out there today. That's not fair. But that was a crazy, that was a fluke situation. But certainly we're not expecting Trayvon to be out long.
Have you learned what exactly happened?
Well, I don't know that the combination of the injury and how it impacted his regarding concussion issue. I'm not so sure that I know the detail of how that happened. Not the way I would if there had been an injury on the field.
What?
We normally would see that on TV. We would see how an injury happens. And in this particular case, it was home and unrecorded.
So he hasn't told you what happened?
Oh, he said what happened. But again, and I'm not saying that didn't happen, but a lot of times you're not the best viewer of what happened to you. Somebody else may have a better look than you did. I don't know.
Share what he said happened?
Again, no, I won't get into that. But bottom line is that I do expect him back.
What?
Wow. He does not. That says I don't necessarily believe what the story was. That does not sound like he's buying whatever the story was.
I have 3 things.
What I'm saying.
What was Dez? Was Dez cutting carrots for soup?
Oh, what was Dez's thing?
I think that was it. Clarence Hill had tweeted it, and Dez was like, "Come on, Clarence, come on, let me bring that back up."
Darren McFadden got knocked over by the dog by his pool.
Well, see, there.
Someone was playing hockey.
Well, no. Okay, all right, we're not going to go there. The number 1 is you just go with the Derek Holland. That is I tripped over my dog. Yep. That is the number 1. The number 2 is I was taking an Epsom salt bath trying to get my body right for the game, and I slid down too far in the tub, hit the back of my head on the tub. Number 3, This is one that has happened to me. I didn't get concussed, but it has happened to me. You know how when you're sleeping, you have that nightmare where you feel like you're falling off the bed? You know, where you feel like you're falling off a cliff or something like that?
Okay.
He actually did fall off the bed, hit his head in the nightstand.
Oh, I like it. See, this is why we have RJ Choppy on the show for all the devious thoughts. Life hacks and Better Call Chop defense attorney.
Now I'll give you the real thing to consider. This happened on a Thursday, apparently. What is Thursday night typically?
Ladies' night.
Who knows where he could have been on Thursday night? It's ladies' night at the club. It gets intense. Got a lot of head banging. A lot of people in tight quarters. Who knows?
I'm done.
Possible. Could have had that.
I'm done. Done with him.
I got a couple of ideas.
Finished.
Can't really go there.
Finished. Done. Oh, even if something justifiable, and knowing Trayvon, he'll probably tell us.
Yeah.
He'll probably say it. I don't know. I could see him like being, blunt and honest about it. Done with it. He's that kid in the classroom. Enough is enough. Not worth the headache, not worth the drama, not worth the attitude, not worth the sarcasm, not worth the moping, not worth all the stuff behind the scenes.
Me or Trayvon?
Find out what the cap hit is for cutting him outright, what the cap hit is trading him for a fifth, and figure out if there's anyone around the league. Guilt the Packers into appeasing Micah Parsons to steal a fourth-round pick. Because that's what it would be, a steal, if you could get anyone to give you a fourth. I'm talking fifth. I'm talking sixth. Get him out of here. Get rid of him. Or just outright flat cut him. Enough.
Would you like the figures now, financially?
Yeah.
Okay. If you cut Trayvon Diggs, that puts $11.4 million dead cap. And you save $647,000 this year.
What's your point?
So it's essentially it's a neutral, basically, to let him go. If you can trade him, then you have dead money. You've got $2.9 million. You have $9.1 million that frees up.
So
for this year.
So if I trade him for a six,
that's improvement.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so because it's technically a post June 1, because we're past June 1st, so it would split the cap charge and half of it would hit next year. But that would eventually, that would give you $9 million free right now.
He's their problem child. I don't even care if this is a slip in the shower, some justified accident. It's just always something now with this dude. Are you going to be even worse in the secondary? Well, that is the important football question to ask right now. How much of yesterday's improvement, a nicer game from the defense, was no communication issues or play from Trayvon Diggs? I don't have the answer to that. I can't say, look, my answer for this Cowboys defensive performance is going to be they're missing 3 wideouts and lost their quarterback. Now, Jaden Daniels was off yesterday. I wrote down at least 3 throws in which he let the Cowboys off the hook with just some outright misses. That's all. There's no other way to say it. He flat out missed multiple times.
Some drops too.
But they were missing their top 3 wideouts. Bobby is going to have the segment at 8:40. What are we actually believing from this in Below the Belt? Again, Des Bryant highlights from the postgame at 8. But as much as I want to dog on Trayvon, I'm not ready to say, oh my God, yesterday happened because he wasn't out there. I don't have confidence that he would have played well, but I don't know how much of a problem he has been communication-wise. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, he's been one of the guys who seems to be around some of the issues they've had at times. I do think that he's gotten saddled with some of the busts that were not on him. But for instance, they've flat out told us his, the jam that he had against Chicago, that's not what they wanted him to do. That's not the technique he was supposed to play. They didn't want him up there doing that. He jammed, he slipped, and then they scored on him. And so I do think that was something you heard kind of chattered about in the press box yesterday, was the idea of, man, there's more man coverage, and that's why you're playing generally assignment sound. You're not necessarily playing great, but you're playing assignment sound.
Because Trayvon wants to play more man.
Yeah, he does. And that was man coverage where he jammed and slipped and gave up the touchdown. And so when you look at the question was then out there, was it like, okay, does this just indicate, do you have a communication problem on defense, or does Diggs have a communication problem on defense? And is that just Because as we've heard before, one of the things they love to talk about with Micah after Micah left here, not while he was here, but after he left here, they like to talk about was, Micah, if he was wanting to just kind of do his own thing, that is a domino effect that it causes everybody else to kind of be out of position and have problems. And so it's at least, I think, when you start looking at take this guy away, put this guy in, take this guy away, this guy, why do things start operating smoother? Is that something they did on a coaching level, or is that something that now there's a link in that chain that's not broken?
Communication aside, this is giving me Zeke feels when 2 or 3 years before everyone started turning on Zeke, we were saying, where's the burst? Where's the elusiveness? Aside from communication, there's nothing you can tell me that Trayvon does physically well that justifies keeping him around past this year. 2 years ago, it was apparent he had lost a step. There's a lack of quickness and explosiveness factor with him. We know he doesn't tackle. The outright speed is not there. He doesn't look like he wants to play press man coverage because he's afraid of getting torched, backing off the line of scrimmage by 6-7 yards. So there's nothing physically, there's nothing emotionally, there's nothing leadership-wise to justify keeping him. Do I think they're going to cut him this week? No, I don't. But if they did, yeah, it's dangerous to have. Who was the no-name yesterday that they threw in there?
For Dallas?
Yeah. Bridges. I already see the tweets from the Tolos with their Diggs jersey said, you wanted Bridges. You wanted somebody else.
I mean, if you got a Diggs jersey, you got to add a couple of letters and you get Bridges. So you'll be fine there.
So I think you mentioned all these different things that he doesn't bring to the table, including there's nothing with leadership or things like that.
And it used to be.
That's what I was going to say, is that they got married and the person they had been dating was no longer the person they had been dating.
Yes.
It's what happened when we got married that flipped all of a sudden.
Yes.
And
his edge and attitude seems to be towards them now.
Yeah. They loved, the first few years he was here, he was one of the guys that gave them a little bit of their attitude in the secondary. And now it feels so thin-skinned and defensive. That's the most defensive thing about him right now. And there's just so much about the way that he seems to approach the game from a mindset perspective that has radically shifted from before he got his contract. And I think that that's what's left them a little bit reeling, is we didn't know this guy like we thought we did. Or this guy he really did change after he got his deal. And it just changed his perspective. Broadus told the story yesterday.
Damn, Tolo David. Diggs had someone run a double move on him in the living room.
Oh, God, guys. Come on. Come on.
So, Broadus said yesterday, I asked Broadus when we were talking about this on the pregame show, I was like, have you ever had a guy like that just completely flipped when you gave him money? And he said that there was a guy in Jacksonville that they paid, and he was all in, and he got his contract just so he could retire and open a Cold Stone Creamery franchise with the money.
Yeah, man. That's a good spot.
They were just we got played by the Cold Stone Creamery guy.
Full of Chandler Parsons.
Yeah, exactly.
Memphis.
Yeah, that's the exact same thing. But it's just, he changed.
Is a 5 being too hopeful?
Yeah, probably right now. I mean, right now it is, yeah. I would think so. If he hadn't gotten hurt at the end of last year, yeah, I mean, you got to remember
Cincy Diggs at a 3 for Trey. Just see what just throw it out there. They might be dumb enough to take it.
Sexy pick.
Just offer it up.
3 in Diggs.
L'Jarius Sneed was one of the better corners in the NFL when he got traded, and he needed to get paid, but they traded a third. So you were looking at maybe this past offseason, 5th was what you might be wishing for if he would have been healthy. Right now, I think everybody knows you've got a problem on your hands, and they're not gonna be as kind to you.
Does that even out with the teams that have a big time need?
No, it can even out if they've got somebody that needs a change.
Team.
If they've got somebody that needs a change of scenery and the money works, you can trade for that player. You can get that kind of a setup.
What do you think about releasing him outright? No.
Mm-mm. I mean, look, obviously, if nobody bites and they don't even bite on a 7th, then yes, you're going to have to.
You don't have to.
I mean, you don't have to.
I'm talking about in season.
Yeah, I'm saying, obviously, I'm trying to move him. right? And look, I'm going to start high, and then if I have to go down to a 6 or 7, whatever, fine. At that point, if it doesn't happen, then the decision comes just to let him go, and I'd be okay.
How problematic is he to your locker room? What are you not telling us? If he's bad behind those closed doors right now, and they're just not telling us, then yeah, you got to let him go. Because at that point, it's not about what you're doing on the football field. It's about you're undermining whatever Schottenheimer's trying to do here.
What do you know about it?
I think over the last 2 years, he's been a bigger problem than they talk about.
Bigger than Micah, or the two of them together?
Different.
Because I asked someone who would definitely know in Oxnard, Micah in the locker room, Micah and Diggs together, problem? Like, these are your new leaders, and this, I was expecting 1,000% for this person to be like, yeah, they're a pain in the ass. Said, actually, no. That was an Oxnard.
No, yeah, I think
did not trash Trayvon behind the scenes.
I would actually say, I think
leadership wise, not the rehab stuff.
Here's how I would say it. Micah was probably more of a frustration point for his teammates. Diggs is probably more of a frustration point for his coaches.
Let's get to best and worst then. Des Bryant at 8.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Oh, a lot to get to. On the Frago Injury Attorney text line, 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053. I had a loaded weekend.
Really?
Yeah. Little literal and otherwise. Went with the Sandlers to dinner Friday night.
Well.
Celebrate Emily's pregnancy.
Okay.
So waiting for baby Sandler. Jared stayed off his phone. No Apple Watch. It was so pleasant. It was awesome. We went to Goodwin's, which Tolo Jeff, that's how I met him. Goodwin's does not miss the smell in there. I don't know how they do it with the steak smell, but I would buy that as candles, or I want that ventilated through my house. So fantastic time, fantastic meal Friday night at Goodwin's. I turned down Jared's invite to compete against Joey Chestnut on Saturday.
That's not cool, guys.
Bobby was amazed by that.
I was just floored, like, how?
Yeah.
Why is it like I mean, I've seen several instances of Jared Sandler being somewhere and several instances of Joey Chestnut being somewhere, and I've never thought there would be a Venn diagram that would say they're both going to end up at the same spot together doing the same thing. And there it was. It was just caught me off guard.
Then Saturday, got the in-laws and a couple of friends out in Heath. I think you know. I think you know this place with the turf and the big field.
Oh, yeah.
Outside Pepe. Nick Harris apparently is there every single weekend. And, of course, it rained. The only 2 Saturdays of the whole daggone summer, and I'm going to sit there and always be out and about on a Saturday, and it has to rain and pour basically the entire day. But we made the best of it. Then went to a brand new place around the corner from my house, and we were all crashed out and dead asleep, I think, in the house by 8:30. But
so y'all got a lot. We barely got any rain. Y'all got a lot of rain.
Yeah, that was the worst. Pepe, you felt it Saturday?
Yeah, I felt it Saturday. Yeah, it hit us for about 2 or 3 o'clock, I believe, for about a couple hours.
Terrible.
Wow.
Terrible. But so the rain was the worst. The best is Tolo Elton, who finally gave me a connection-free NFL Sunday for the first time on my upstairs TV in 6 months. Elton Oliveira, he came over as the third TV AV guy I've tried, because I was asking you about your TV upstairs connection, and I paid him. I overpaid with a tip, so this isn't plugola payola. But finally, Tolo Elton, for all your audio, your TV, your surround sound, hit me up and I'll give you his info. He finally fixed it, and I felt like a new person moving into a brand new house. Finally, connection issue free. So that was my best of the weekend.
Do you know what he did?
Yeah, he reset my network of like everything talking to each other.
Gotcha.
There's like these Eros, I think they're called. They're like smoke detectors you put in your house to give you the better connection from your base operations or whatever. And he came and he put everything on the same coding or whatever, reset all that, and worked like a charm. I'm in heaven. I'm in communications heaven. So that's my best and worst of the weekend.
You know the house is big when the Wi-Fi doesn't connect to the upstairs room.
You've seen those ceilings. You saw that. You saw that Christmas tree.
Wow. Yeah, there you go.
Oh!
What is this?
Before I forget.
What is this?
Such a good mood. Cowboys Monday. Weather getting a little cooler.
Are these gift-a-fists?
My wife made all of you Halloween goodie bags.
Oh, I love a good Halloween
Thank you,
goodie
Amanda.
bag.
Aiden coming here. You can grab yours for Peyton as well. So these are all the Halloween candies were done yesterday in the Sharif household. And the wife, go ahead. You want to analyze the early candy that's in there, Chuck?
Oh, there we go. Here we go. The one seed already at the top. The Snickers.
There's a green Snickers apparently too.
Listen.
There's a green wrapped Snickers, but there it is. She made little candy bags for all you guys and all the great work you've been doing with the ratings.
Very nice.
Snickers,
Thank you, Amanda.
The Snickers is the high floor candy bar. You can get other ones that disappoint. This never disappoints. It's the one seed. If you have the number
How
one
do they
pick,
all not have the same exact bar in terms of floor and ceiling? Because you're getting the same thing every time.
You know, have you ever had okay, so let's just take Whoppers.
This isn't
for
a
example.
random chef being brought in Friday night to cook the steaks.
But if you've had Whoppers before.
Yes.
You open up a bag of Whoppers. Some are really good. Some have that weird kind of super hard core in the shell in the middle.
Okay.
Something's off. Snickers, never off. They're never off. It's the one seed. It's the number one
love
candy
Snickers.
bar. Yeah. Now, like, there are times where I'm like, ooh, I want a Kit Kat. I don't want a Snickers. Or I want a Twix. I don't. The Snickers, that's the one seed. If you're doing a Halloween candy draft, that's the first pick.
Yeah, but when you talk about the consistency and everything else, are you trying to say that Kit Kat is not consistent every time? I've never had a Kit Kat that was different from the other.
I feel the Kit Kat melts
That's what
easier.
I'm saying.
I feel the Kit Kat melts easier than the Snickers does.
Okay.
So
it's so dense.
Best
dude.
and worst here. Best. Look, I went full on. So we got a little bit of a lightning delay on Saturday for baseball. So I had some time.
But you didn't have any weather.
Well, we had lightning. No rain. It didn't rain.
Okay.
It barely rained. So I got some security stuff installed. Did it myself. Secured. I did a camera in the garage. I got a camera in the garage now. Someone breaks into that curtain known as a garage door. Right. It's all it is. It's a curtain. Someone breaks in. I got it. I got them on video. I got the keypad. I got that done. I got everything done. Secure. The home secure. That was number one.
Good, because you haven't been caring about security too much over the years.
No, I still don't. But it's a mirage. It's all a mirage, right? Worst.
Just put a sign in the yard.
Yeah, I know, right? Yes, this thing is powered by FAFO. That's what this thing is powered by. That's right. Worst. Man, it was a tough day to be a Vol on Saturday.
Find out.
Tough day to be a Vol on Saturday.
Oh.
Lose our baseball coach in the morning. Tony Vitello going to the San Francisco Giants. And then, he won the Natty a couple years ago. And then we lose to Bama. In a related story, it was also a tough day to be a bottle of bourbon in my house. I'll tell you that right now. The worstest, though, I am ready for summer. Yesterday morning, 8 a.m., baseball, 57 degrees outside. I'm freezing my you-know-what's off. Can summer get here? Can it get here fast enough? I am ready. I am ready for summer. I'm not
ready for summer.
Yeah, I'm not ready. I'm not.
It just ended.
I know. I'm not ready for this cold weather stuff. Summertime, baby.
It literally just ended, like not just on the calendar, like it finally has stopped.
It's gonna be 91 today, so I'll be all right.
It was nice and cool this morning. Like I was walking out, I was like, oh, it's actually like chilly. Like it actually makes sense for me to be wearing a hoodie today. So it was pretty good. But I didn't have much going on this weekend other than the Cowboys game, because I was at home. I was relegated to babysitting, or not babysitting. Can't say that.
Oh yeah,
but
people
I'll
get
forget
mad
about
at that.
So instead, I'll just say
You can get your kids as a babysitting.
Okay,
That's
sorry.
right.
I won't
That's
say
right.
I won't say I was babysitting. I was doing the thing that my wife was supposed to do, which is watch the children. And I was watching. I was playing Mr. Mom. I'm kidding. I was Mr. Mom this weekend because Kristen was working Friday and Saturday. Yes, that's correct. She was working, and not in my home. She was working after last week. We had gone to Cody's wedding here at Odyssey. The wedding planner, she'd gotten there a little early and she was like helping out, like set stuff up. And the wedding planner had asked her if she was interested in learning like to be a wedding coordinator. Because I guess you can just start doing that pretty quickly if you've got the connection for it. And so she told her, she said, hey, I do these things all the time. If you want to learn and do that sort of thing, then I've always got stuff where I got to hire people out. And she was like, okay. And so she got a wedding in Granbury this weekend.
Wow.
And I got a text on Saturday night.
Is that where the helicopter was?
That was where the helicopter was. She was on her way out there. There was like a head-on car accident.
Oh, man.
Yeah, like 3 people were killed. It was in Godley, like right near Godley, Texas. And so she was heading to Granbury, and that happened and got her. She was like stuck on the road, and she was kind of rattled by it because she was right in front of the scene, so she could see everything. But I got a text on Saturday night before she got home from Peyton Russell.
Well,
And it said,
"Oh, I thought from Peyton's house."
It was from Peyton. He said, "Hey, is Kristen at a wedding today?" I was like, yeah. Why? And he said, "Oh, my buddy who sent us the ripping through your radio, Peyton drops, Ryan Toomey, who you had met when we were at the Mansfield Fire Station. He does videographer work, and he was the videographer for the wedding." So Kristen was running around. She was the wedding coordinator for this whole thing, and she now likes it. And so it appears that this will be her way of getting autonomy, saving up a nest egg to be able to leave me effectively, like without having to be dependent on me anymore.
Pay, best and worst. Congratulations, Kristen.
Well, the best is what took place late last night when I checked. Sean, RJ, if you guys want to check your no cereal, that's today. But if you guys want to check your fantasy football app, you'll notice my fantasy score with one Aiden Butler back here. It's a little lopsided. I believe I'm up by 60 right now. Going into, I told you guys Friday. I walked in here and said, "Hey, Aiden." He said, "Hey, shout out Steelers defense who got me -4 on Thursday night. Thanks, Steelers, for that." And so he's been a little quiet back here. Not sure if he hates me or if he's just quiet. But yeah, shout out for the fantasy football score there. I might be taking a win this week. But my best.
What's your record?
4-2.
Okay.
I'm at the top of the standing, Sean. If you scroll up to the top, you see. So my best, one of the most underrated purchases I have ever made. Very cheap. You don't think about it a lot. I didn't think about it a lot. Insoles for the shoes. Look at that thickness right there. That squishing. It's like a marshmallow, dude. You put these in your shoes.
Really?
You step on, and I got the little things, the little bumps right there for your toes. You know, the stresses, the stress points or whatever. I love it. I haven't taken off my shoes since Friday, guys.
Congrats, Grandpa.
Sleeping with my shoes on. But yeah, I bought the insoles there. And then Friday night, I went to a wine bar and Trophy Club. Leela's, I believe it is. Are you familiar with that shop?
I am familiar with that. It's like 3 minutes from my house.
Well, you say you're from Roanoke and then Trophy Club.
It's the same.
It's all the same thing.
You go to the same high school.
You don't get to get mad about this because how many times have you rolled through Flower Mound and been like, "Oh, I was in Flower Mound this week." It's like, "Oh, I totally
was there for
forgot
baseball."
No. You would go to Marty B's or other things.
B's isn't in Flower Mound.
It's right down the street.
It's not even close.
Yes, it is.
It's 3 highways up. It's in Bartonville. I mean, you've got to go. You got to cross a lake almost to get there.
Peyton had the oldest, best, and worst of the weekend, as he writes us. How old are you again?
29.
There are no less than 5,000 wine bars between your house and mine, and you choose one right next to me.
Well, my friends, it was my friends. They wanted to go out there. They live closer. Then they're like, "Let's go to this awesome place." And so I drove an hour 15 over there.
His friends must not be Tolos. Like normally people be like, "Oh my God, you know those people." Like, he never tries to get us around his buddies one time. But yeah, wine bar and new insoles was his best and worst of the weekend for the 80-year-old. Peyton Phillip Russell, best and worst here every Monday. Commercial free in the Expressway, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. How about Bobby Bell securing the surprise guest for the postgame show last night? How much is Dez Bryant loving these Cowboys and Dak for MVP? Hear from one of the 88s right here on 105.3 The Fan after the...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me a little bit.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Snap to Prescott. And he airs it out deep down the left side for Pickens. Over the shoulder, for crying out loud. He caught the ball. That's a perfect throw. All the way down at the 35-yard line. He beat the noisy Marshawn Lattimore for 44 yards. What a throw.
Noisy. Brad Sham with the call on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. It's 105.3 The Fan. It's a Cowboys Monday. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, insider Bobby Belt back from the stadium and the locker room. We got Peyton and Aiden in the back. By the way, do we need to give a star up to the crowd?
Yeah.
For yesterday, and we don't do that. Were you there at the game?
I was not, but
okay.
They forced
Speak on it.
They forced that 4th and 3 false start early on. That Washington was going to go for. That was noise based. Fantastic.
This was something that right at the start of kickoff I was noticing they were loud, and it was a couple plays in, and I looked over Brian, and I was like, they're way louder today than they normally are, and he was like, yeah, I was just thinking that you could tell that they were all up spinning their towels and stuff pregame, leading up to the kickoff and stuff. I'm like, what? This is coming off the Panthers loss? What is this? I thought there was a decent amount of Washington fans walking around the plaza area before the game, but when the game started, it tilted heavily Cowboys. There wasn't a big Washington presence, and they were pretty loud and pretty consistent. And it helps that you've got an offense that in the first half is playing at a level that keeps them engaged too. But I mean, it's chicken and the egg. They feed off of each other.
And afterwards, locker room celebration, jubilation.
Oh yeah. They were pumped, very excited, very loud. Except Donovan Wilson. I guess Donovan Wilson didn't want to talk to anybody. But outside of that, it was a very positive, upbeat locker room and a big victory that I think they all were feeling good about.
So how did Dez Bryant happen on the post-game show?
So Dez had been at the game. Obviously, yesterday was a big alumni day. They were honoring a bunch of different alumni before the game. I saw Nate up there. Nate was wearing his 61 jersey out there for the entire game. And so Dez had been in attendance wearing a throwback Troy Aikman 1994 jersey.
And how about everyone giving Ferguson his props beforehand for coming in Dak's high school jersey?
Yes, the Houghton, Louisiana 6 jersey he came in on. And so it was Dez comes in a couple minutes before the game is over. He's walking down the player walk towards the locker room, and he just starts. He knew the media so well when he was here. He's hugging every single person along the way. And he's, saying, "What's up? How you doing?" And he's going over to Archer, and he's like, "Todd, why are you hiding out from me? Come here, come give me a hug." And Mickey Spagnola walks into the press conference room and he goes, Mickey, where do you think you're going?" And every single person he stopped. And he's still, it ended poorly here. There's still so much love for him in this organization. Steven, when he was walking to the locker room, as was saying that he had to walk up and grab him and shake his shoulders. And every single family member from the Jones came over and hugged him. And so, but he was just hanging out. Looked like he was, he enjoyed probably some during the game cocktails.
Oh,
he sounded like he was feeling loose, feeling good. But he walked up and he was hanging out, and I told him, I was like, "Hey, you need to go see Broadus." He's like, "Where is he?" He's like, "He's in the Miller Lite Club." I was like, "You need to go see him." He's like, "All right, I want to hang around. I want to see Jerry. I want to see Dak." So he hung out, talked to them, and I was thinking, man, he's not going to come around. And so when he walked out, though, he got done talking to Nick Eatman, and then he walked over. And I was like, "You want to go see Broadus?" He's like, "Let's go do it." So I was like, "Okay." So I walked into the Miller Lite Club, which was an experience in and of itself, leading Dez to somewhere through Cowboys fans.
Oh, yeah.
Where it's just everybody's like, "Oh my gosh," you got to kind of deal with security. So I walked around the side, and he lit up seeing Brian, and he called out as he's walking up there, he goes, "Is that Brian Broadus?" And Broadus was so happy to see him, and it was cool.
Broadus has always loved him?
He and Broadus have been tight. He and Bennett, Dez and Bennett really connected at training camp every year. So Bennett and Dez would play catch and do different things. And so
Brian's kid.
Yeah, Dez was
now best friends with Arch.
Yeah, exactly. And so Dez has always been a big fan of Broadus. Has always really, really liked him.
Dez sits down with the post-game show with Chiafalo and Double B, puts on the headset, and talks about DAK for MVP.
I mean, damn, let's talk about Dak Prescott.
Let's do it.
There you go. Dak Prescott is awesome. I went in the back and I talked to Dak, and I told Dak, hey, look, man, I got to be transparent, man. And no shot at Eberflus.
No.
I love the Cowboys.
You do.
But by far, this is the weakest defense Dak has ever played with. And to see Dak show up the way he's showing up, playing at a superior level, MVP level, by the way.
Facts.
He is my MVP, by the way. Says a lot. But what I will wish, what I want is, come on, Jerry, let's go get a couple of players that can help out. All we need is a decent defense. And if we get a decent defense, hey, man, we can make a run.
So there it is, his love for Dak. By far the worst defense Dak has ever had. We've been doing it.
Statistically, it says it is.
It's hard not to be the worst, the way this thing is going.
But see, they've also,
they've never
been elite. They're so polar extremes.
Mike Nolan had an all-time bad defense.
Oh, yeah, he did. That was COVID year, though, right? There was.
I mean, that doesn't change it, though.
No, but it was like, even McCarthy talked about, like, there was a lot of things that just didn't. Yeah. It was hard to. It was new for everybody in the league.
Yeah, McCarthy would talk about it that way. Now, here's the thing: is that 2020 all-time bad defense. 2014, I know Dak wasn't here, but 2014 they had a really bad pass defense. They've had over the Rob Ryan defense. You had they are like always on the extremes. They are either one of the worst defenses in the NFL every year, or they're like top 5. That's what the last decade has been that way.
Dez on if he is in Jerry's ear to try and go get some help for right now.
Well, I was just, I talked to Jerry several times, and I was just telling him, like,
he loves you, man.
Yeah, I love Jerry. I used to tell people all the time it's a love-hate relationship.
Yeah, it is. It's love-hate. It's
love-hate. But I love Jerry because I learned a lot from Jerry.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, Jerry is not Jerry without Jerry, without him being who he is.
Yeah.
And that's where the love comes from.
Yeah.
If that's my inspiration.
Yeah.
And I ain't afraid to say that. So I'm thankful. He gave me my opportunity. It's no Dez Brown without Jerry or the Dallas Cowboys. Thankful about that. But, but as far as that defense, we need a couple pieces.
Well, let's try to get specific. Dez is a ball watcher. He's a ball knower.
For sure.
He's a ball knower. He's always scouting, Oak State and other prospects that are coming out. What position should they target for reinforcements?
I love to see a safety.
Okay.
We keep Donovan Wilson because I like his fire. I like his passion.
Yeah.
But we still need another safety.
Yeah.
And I think we need an end. We need some pressure. We need to get some pressure.
Right.
Okay, you're speaking my language right now.
And maybe a linebacker.
I was thinking the linebacker is what I was
maybe
thinking.
one at every level. I think we could use that, right?
1,000%.
Awesome.
That's the thing.
He's a treat, man. So his kid, my kid and his son go to high school together.
Wow.
He plays on he started playing football just a couple of years ago. Already one of the top receivers in the area, right? He's just software, just awesome. And there's Dez, 5 a.m. every morning. At least he was, back when they were playing together. Every morning there he was on the practice field.
I forgot I'd taken this photo last night. But you can't even see Dez there. They all started anybody who was left in the Miller Lite Club just swarmed over there. He
was always one of your favorites.
Yeah, I always like the receivers. I like the receivers who talk a big game and go through with it. But he's somebody who's still that. It still reverberates after he's gone. He's somebody who still he was always loved by this fan base. That's one of the more difficult, I think, divorces that we've had in the last 10, 15 years for sports fans. But he was always beloved.
And then finally, Dez Bryant sitting down with the post-game show here on DFW Sports Station last night with Brian Broaddus and Eric Chiafalo. He's had his battles with Jason Garrett. He's had his attacks on Jay Jeezy. Is Dez a fan of Schotty?
Man, Schotty, I love Schotty. I'm going to be transparent again. You guys are going to hear me this. You're going to hear me say this. Let me say this. It was a roller coaster with me when it came to Schotty because during training camp, I was like, oh, I love the energy Schotty's bringing.
Right.
And then things start going downhill.
Sure.
So I automatically think okay, they putting Schotty in a position where he's a scapegoat.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Now, I'm like, no. Yeah. Schotty has taken the reins and he's the real deal.
Right.
So I'm man enough to say that. I think Schotty's the guy. I think Schotty, keep evaluating it. Hey, fire who you need to fire, bring in who you need to bring in. Because you got the recipe, brother. Just believe in it. This is your team. Don't hesitate. Make the moves that you need to make to win ball games because you set the tempo. And I can tell that the guys love you. Dak love you. CD love you. George love you. All of these guys love you. So do what you know what to do. I can trust it.
He is, first off, you hear the headset moving a bunch. He wouldn't take his cowboy hat off. He had his cowboy hat on, so he like put the headset like behind his head or whatever. Here's the other thing that I think is, and Des talked about it a little bit in the post game, and he was talking about it in the hallways yesterday. George Pickens is a super fan. He's a super fan of Des Bryant.
Oh,
which I mean, when you watch the way Pickens plays, that makes sense. That he would growing up, he probably looked at Des as like, that's the way I want to play
carry
football.
the ball in one hand.
It's just like the way that it's like, even when I'm not open, I'm open, and I'm going to attack the football, and I'm going to make big plays. Like that's the way that he is. And so he is. He lit up when he saw Des in the hallway yesterday, and when he saw him pregame. But Dak has said, like, I'm here, Jerry. You need a George advisor to talk to him for you about, like, hey, this is where you need to be, big fella. Then let me know. I'll be your GP advisor to let him know what he needs to do to stay in line over here.
So nice job, Roberto. Spittle can finally stop asking you every Monday meeting, where's Des? Can you get Des to show up here at 7 a.m., 8 a.m.? Yeah, the Cowboys couldn't get him through Jay-Z to show up on the meetings all the time, on time, but you finally got it done yesterday.
And Jerry should have just called me instead of Jay-Z. I would have made sure he was there.
877-881-1053, Franco Injury Attorney text line. Do we have any star downs to get to? It's been a ton of praise throughout the show, right? Eberflus, Shamar James with the turning point play. In my opinion, Clowney, Ezeraku, Bland, Dak, the return of CD, Pickens as well. I'm going to throw in one more star up. And, Bobby, I think tomorrow at 7:20, you will admit that I'm right. Kenneth Murray. I think he deserves a star up. Made a lot of plays early on, got banged up. 3rd and 6 tackle with Duran. Had a couple of other plays that I think, Bobby, you will see on the film in the post-Huck clarity tomorrow in rewatching the game. What about some lucky calls? These are my final star ups. The Bridges bomb before the half, it was like, oh, did he get there early? A little interference. The Sam Williams offside punt versus trying to judge. I'm asking. I'm not saying.
The false start for the on the center.
Yeah.
I don't like that call.
I didn't. So in the press box, we don't always see like different. I didn't notice there was even a question about that. I just had seen that it was a false start.
You cannot call false start there and not call one on the tush push.
How about
you just can't do it?
How about the sun in the stadium?
That Brian was talking about in the fourth quarter.
They were talking about it a lot on the TV call
when they were going into that direction in the fourth quarter. He's like, "Have they set this up wrong?" But Pickens, that 44-yard catch, he on the sideline, that was in the sun, and that was the big one that he had there.
They had, I think, Biotish like looking underneath his legs backwards, and like he had to close his eyes. Brady asked if the official got blinded by a no call.
Yeah,
towards the end zone. So that is all of Star Up, brought to you by Wild Fork and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. Let's finally get to some star downs that you may have for yesterday's game. The 44-22 win. The rest of your star up, star downs next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Ladies?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Babes?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first, 214-817-323-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
High left formation. Span forward the fullback. Handoff Williams right up the middle. Walking in behind Tyler Smith. And Schoonmaker. Touchdown, Cowboys. And it is the 6th touchdown rushing for Javonte Williams.
Brad Sham with the call on this radio station. We are your official home of the Cowboys with Jerry Jones tomorrow at this time and the Texas Rangers. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, Cowboys insider Bobby Bell back from the stadium and recapping the 44-22 win. Nick Eatman, final hour, 9:20, back from the locker room as well. Star up, star down is your Cowboys report card. To text us at 877-881-1053 and up and down brought to you by Wild Fork and Johnson Fitness and Wellness. I have cleaned out my star ups. You want to have any final ones before we get to some star downs? And any other final star ups to get to?
Yeah, one last one. Shamar James. Shamar James, who he's not always assignment sound, but that dude is going to hit people. And like he's going to be physical. And he had the big sack and the big turnaround play with Jaden Daniels there and continues to he brings a presence to their defense that I think they need. They don't have enough guys who just, blow people up. And he does that consistently.
He does it on defense, Leofow, does it on special teams.
Yeah.
Merrick's going to pop you on teams, and then Shamar is actually doing it when the defense is on the field. I still have some Sam Williams feelings in my head that Shamar is going to do, maybe not the penalty, but he's going to do some crazy mistake assignments, like the touchdown. Was that on Shamar or Murray?
No.
Remember last week you talked about the two of them, or
on which one? The Ertz touchdown, where he was just left wide open at the goal line.
Yes.
Yeah.
But last week, it was I can finally stand watching him now. It was Maniacho. Maniacho did a film breakdown saying, "Look at these two." Kenneth Murray, captain, is telling James where to be, and James, I'm not supposed to be there. I'm going to be right next to you. It was a cluster F in terms of communication. That happened yesterday on the Ertz touchdown. Who was that on, or are you going to need some post-hunt for that?
I'm looking at it now. It looks like, I think that's James.
James was who the Tolo said.
Yeah, it looks like they're in cover 4, and he's not taking his up. But I don't know why Murray took him all the way to the edge and then ran back the other side. That's bizarre. I don't know. They may have just been confused in what coverage they were, because that just doesn't look right on tape. I don't know what they were doing there.
All right, star up, star down.
So I think Olsen talked about this last week. And I don't have really any players on the star down necessarily. It's more instances of the game. Early game, like the game, the first play of the game, second play of the game, it just seems like, I don't know, leaves a lot to be desired. The first play was a screen play that was almost intercepted, pick six, and then a run on 2nd and 10. I just hate 2nd and 10 runs. I'm always going to criticize that. That was one. They got the TD, but if this, their start leaves a little to be desired. I can't stand.
By the way, most points scored in the first half. There was 9 possessions in the first quarter.
Crazy.
How long was that first quarter there, Bobby, in the stadium? And then the most points scored in a first half for the Cowboys since putting up 28 in Week 10 of the 23 season against the Giants. I think it was the most points in a first half this year combined in the league.
I think we were at 1 hour on like just the first quarter on the time clock from by the time the first quarter kicked off to when it ended. I think it was an hour.
I cannot stand, and they do this every game. The 4th and 3 first half, you're on the plus side of the field. The play clock is winding down. Why are you taking a timeout there just to let him kick a 52?
Yep.
I mean, take the penalty. I'm just sick of just trying, all these teams try to draw these guys off sides. It never works. You're not Aaron Rodgers. Just stop. It's a waste.
Yeah. We need to ask Schotty on Friday. Bobby, you can do it since he's, we can bring your relationship back down to earth a little bit.
Yeah. Of course. I have the cachet to ask him uncomfortable
The
questions.
value of first half timeouts is becoming a question from some.
Yeah, I don't think he values them very much.
How could you not value them?
Because I think the look on
because you can score in 35 seconds.
So,
you should still value them.
Because I think there's an ending. Like the second half, like you're going to, in all likelihood, need to stop the clock. Like you're going to need those 3 timeouts. In the first half, those are going to get burned away, can't be rolled over anyway. If you hold on to them waiting for a moment where you need a timeout in the first half, which isn't always going to come around, and I'm not saying I agree with this, I'm just saying this is probably the line of thinking, is I don't find that particularly valuable to just hold on to all 3. I can use one. I can use one for that. I can use one for a procedural thing. We're not in the right place, something else, and I can use one to give me some clock time. But otherwise, I'm not going to try and stop the clock a bunch of times when they've got the ball, maybe.
Did that lead to a punt?
No, he kicked the field goal.
Okay, kick the field goal.
So that's the thing, is that if it's a punt, he's going to take the penalty.
Yeah.
And if it's a field goal, he's not going to take an extra 5 yards. So he'll go out there. I don't think he would ever do that in the second half.
Okay.
In the first half, I think he's willing to burn a timeout in an instant like that just to see if he can get somebody to jump offside. That's what it seems to me.
Speaking of kick, you got people in the text saying star down for Schotty for punting versus letting Aubrey kick it a 68-yarder.
I thought that's where you were going in terms of not going for it on 4th and 3 versus the field goal attempt.
Yeah, and then I lied. I do have one player. Jaden Blue. You don't play.
Yep.
You're only suited up because somebody got hurt. You can't be getting a false start as a running back where you lose your balance and you lean forward.
Preach. And he celebrates after every little thing.
It's still brand new. It's still all new.
He's got a Longhorn tie, so that makes me not be a humongous fan early on. All the reports that Stretch Smith got right about him behind the scenes, and then he has a 7-yard run or something, and he's got to let everyone in the stadium in his non-Louis Vuitton cleats know, and then you go and get a false start after that. Just be quiet, produce for a number of weeks, be a little bit consistent before you let the entire world try to sit there and know who you are. I'm annoyed with him right now.
And another game with double-digit penalties. 10 of them. I mean, they had combined 14 penalties accepted in the first half.
Lamb and in some big moments, Lamb and Tyler holds that blue false start. They had 6 for 45 in the half. It felt like more. Washington actually was having more. There are 14 total penalties in this first half. Zebra Watch from Brian Broaddus. You guys last week said these refs were whistle happy. And then Kyer Elam got his weekly penalty, even though Tom Brady defended him. That third down penalty in the sun, the guys on Fox were like, no, that should not have been a penalty and a call.
Some of my star downs, because I got a few. First one, Jalen Tolbert. Jalen Tolbert had a drop. I believe that was on a 3rd down. Jalen Tolbert also on the one play where Jaden Blue kind of broke something to the outside on a 10-yard play. He just has an awful holding penalty on the outside where he's like so clearly hooking the defender right in front of a referee. There's just too many instances of still these sort of things that Tolbert does too consistently to justify him being out there consistently. So to me, that's a star down for Jalen Tolbert. I know they gave him credit, and this is, it's tough to figure out how much you want to dog a player who's having to step in. But I don't think that Triquez Bridges was particularly good yesterday. I think there were a lot of, most of the big play throws they had were Bridges.
I had Marquise Bell star down. I thought he was traveling with more for that 44-yarder in the first. Ertz touchdown, I had Marquise written down for that.
Marquise also had the on the Jeremy McNichols run. He ran up, tried to just shoulder tackle him, bounced off him, and let him pick up another 15 yards. I don't think he was not as bad as he's been in other instances. I still don't think it was a great game from Donovan Wilson that I saw. Maybe I'll go back and post that, and I'll reverse that, and I'll look at all these star downs to see if I need to reverse it.
Ask him about it this week in the locker room.
If he would talk about it, that'd be great. I know he turned down Fred Davis last night.
Well, that's fine.
Pass protection was not great.
No.
Dak
Schottenheimer afterwards said Dak got hit a lot. He didn't like it, and I didn't like it, and I took some blame and responsibility, but he was getting hit.
Yeah, and Steele in particular, I think, was their biggest area of issue. But then the final one to me is when you're on the one, and they won the game, so it's I don't want you calling a play that requires Luke Schoonmaker to block Daron Payne to get you out of the end zone.
Yeah.
In the middle.
And look,
that's a QB sneak. Dude, run the tush push for crying out loud. Get some breathing room.
But we're blaming Schottenheimer for that? Is that play design?
Well, I mean, yeah, that's the play they called, knowing what the blocking was on that one.
Did Dak put him in protection there?
No, like I think that what you're looking at there is that's a play that they had called to get out of that spot.
Regardless of defensive look.
I think they were trying to get out of that spot. To me, it's all right. If you're going to do something like that, and I know nobody wants to have Dak expose himself too much, have Dak sneak it or something to get you something off of there.
Yeah.
It was
People are mad at Schoon. That's not Schoon's fault. Like, no tight end is blocking Daron Payne.
No, and that's I don't love the design. I don't know why, because what it was designed for Steele gives him a shove and then gets to the second level, and then Schoonmaker's supposed to just lock him up, and he was done instantly. As soon as Payne got him, he just started immediately driving him back. It's like, well, this is blown up. And so I didn't love that aspect of it. And then there was also, I'm trying to see Tyler Smith. This was not so much a design thing. Tyler Smith just got beat on that same play by, who was it? It was Javon Kinlaw. Javon Kinlaw just was so quick to get inside. And so those two just blew that play up. But I don't love the design of banking on running behind Schoonmaker against a defensive tackle, essentially, to get you to the second level. But that would probably be exhausting, my star up, star down, because otherwise, although I will say this, they got a little cute, I felt like, with the play calling in the second quarter. The scripted,
Schotty said that.
The scripted first 15 were really aggressive, and they were really pushing the ball, and it looked like they didn't think Washington could cover. And then when they got up, then everything started like playing tense, and it started playing like short of the sticks, and it was all underneath until Washington scored that touchdown and make it 20-15, and then it's like, all right, wake up, let's turn on the switch and let's go.
From the 817 start on a Schotty play call in the second quarter, cadence became predictable.
I have one that I'm undecided on.
Well,
so I need your help on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. The TV call gave the run defense a star up. Is everybody else? If you look at the numbers individually, yeah, it is a star up. Krosky Merritt, 13 for 33, 2.5 a carry. They rushed for 136 as a team. And in the first half, when Brady and them were singing the praises, I wrote down the first half rush defense. They had given up 80 yards on the ground. But compared to where they were, Jaden Daniels, how much of that is him? What are y'all giving the run defense? Neither, up, or down?
I think with...
Because I'm with you, Bobby. I think, and I went on DC radio last week and said this.
Oh, no.
I think Kingsbury let the Cowboys off the hook. Now, things did get out of control, but early on, it was 8 yards a carry, Krosky Merritt.
Yeah, and they were... Because what was it? I'm trying to look at it right here. So if you look at just... Yeah, when they were at halftime, they were at 17 carries for 89 yards. Like, I mean, that's not gashing you the same way Carolina did.
Yeah.
But it's still, they're efficiently moving the ball. And look, Jaden Daniels had some, I understand how if the Commanders looked at it, they would go, you know what, we've had some opportunities in the passing game. There have been a couple drops here. Like, we should have some bigger chunk plays. We're taking advantage of them. But I felt like, man, if you come out there and you just say, we're going to run the ball 70% of the time in our scripted plays, or we're going to run the ball 70% of the time in the first half, you would have worn them down. But to Dallas's credit, I felt like there were a couple different times where there were stretches where the run defense was bottling something up a little better than I was expecting them to. So I would ultimately say it's a neutral.
All right. It's time for, RJ, you may have to rename this segment. It's time for Below the Belt. The Cowboys are in command now, or it was just the Commanders? Deron Bland is back. The defense is better without Diggs. Clowney has knocked off the rust, and Eberflus has figured it out. Command or just the Commanders? Next in Below the Belt, right here on Sean and RJ.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Market, upgrade your vehicle, get a classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas, this is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
He just got the snap off, flushed out by Odigizua, and he's going to almost hit by Clark. Throws it away. It's intercepted. He threw up a duck. Here comes Bland down the sideline. It's a pick six. It's a pick six. The first touch of a ball by a Cowboys quarterback this year.
Are the Cowboys in command, or is it just the Commanders? Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by D&M Leasing and Window Nation. Before we get into that, Chop, anything that would have been better?
No, because command or commander, commando, dope.
Commando.
Commando, like Homer Simpson.
But what's commando? For what?
Are you in command or is it commando?
Commando can be good.
Oh, no.
Commando,
I was trying to figure out where he was putting commando.
Commando or commando. That's it.
I don't like it.
You know what? I think it's better, RJ.
I don't like it.
I like it.
You guys can refer to it as command. It'll be like Twitter. I'll call it Twitter. You guys can call it X. You can call it Commander Commando. I will call it in Commander, whatever I called it. I don't even remember. I've already lost at this point. All right. Basically, just did they do good or are we just blaming the Commanders? All right. So first one here.
Co-man or con man?
You like that better?
I think it's a stretch.
That's
a stretch. All right, let's just get into this. What are you buying? Buy or sell, basically. That's what we're doing here.
Back to
All
basics.
right, very first one. Matt Eberflus has figured it out. And this is something we talked about on Friday. The idea of if they handled Washington's offense or they just they didn't get run out of the building like everybody expected, would there be a buy-in on Matt Eberflus from the fan base? So the question is, Matt Eberflus has figured it out. Are you buying or selling that?
I'm going to sell. I need one more week. Because I do think that there is and I think the phrase you've used is time on task. I do think that plays. I do think that's a real part of changing defenses. And when you change your defense up 3 years or 3 times, you're at a third defense in 3 years. You didn't change it all 3 times. One time it got changed for you. But I do think that's a real thing.
So they were missing 3 wide receivers and lost their quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do I think they still win the game with Jaden in? Yeah, I think the Cowboys still probably win. They were missing their top 3 receivers. I'd actually have more confidence if Eberflus played man with the 3 receivers in versus me thinking they only played 47% man because the receivers were out. Was he forced into the adjustment? Now, Schotty would come on here and say the analytics said, were the Commanders the worst team against man that the Cowboys have faced this year defensively? Because that's the way Schotty's making it seem, that it was obvious you play man against them. And what does Denver present in terms of whether you should play zone or man? But no, I'm not buying it.
I need to go back and look. I'm pretty sure, I want to say Bryce had played better against man. Bryce Young, I think, had been pretty efficient against man coverage this year.
You know what I'm saying, though?
Yeah. No, I was
was that an Eberflus adjustment, or is a no-brainer forced into it?
I think it's probably some of all of it. I think Eberflus probably would have played more man coverage, but it feels like, from the way everybody's talking, Schottenheimer, Jerry, everything, it seems like there was a loving nudge in a certain direction of hey, it's like when my wife suggests something to me, and I know this is not much of a suggestion, but she may even say it in hey, did you think about this? And then it's that's the first warning. And then if I don't do it the right way, then it's
the first warning.
You need to get your ass together.
I like it.
And so this was the Schotty warning of hey, what about some man coverage? That'd be a good idea, right? And Flu's going, I should probably call some man coverage. That sounds like a nice threat right there. Yeah. So that's what I would imagine happened. But I think that I'm not. I'm selling on the idea that Matt Eberflus right now has figured it out. I'll give him.
And by the way, even the phrasing of that question, I'll be Wolchuk here a little bit.
In what way?
In defending, not defending Eberflus, I'm sharing blame. It's not Matt Eberflus who's 90% of the problem. Their personnel isn't good defensively.
Yeah.
They're not. So it's not all the pieces are there. Why aren't you making it work? This team has so much talent. You're underachieving. That's not the case.
Now, to be fair, I may be buying him saving his job for the rest of the season, because we talked about over the next 3 weeks when you had Washington, Denver, and Arizona, this was going to be a stretch where if you didn't have things looking better, you needed to make a change at the bye week. So, I got to be honest. I sat up here and talked about Washington scoring 40 points. They didn't do it. So he deserves credit for what he did yesterday.
You didn't know the receiver was going to be out either. You
thought by Friday, I thought they were going to be out. Because Thursday they were missing from the major practice. So when we talked about it, I said, I don't care if they're in there or not. Washington can run the ball for 250 yards on them, and they didn't. Mm-hmm. And so I'll give them credit for what they did this week, but I don't know that that's going to have lasting effect.
You're going to have to get that cliff stamp removed.
Yeah, exactly. All right, next one here. Let's talk about the reverse side of it. Buy or sell. The running game has bounced back.
Buy.
Chop.
It's a solid running game. I would say buy.
I think Carolina.
Maybe Jerry was a matchup problem. Was Jerry right when he said that to us last week?
Carolina feels like
they knew it going in.
Carolina last week to me felt like an outlier. I didn't feel like I saw anything there where it's ooh, you exposed them. They don't know what they're doing. I felt like Javonte had a bad game, and I felt like they were just beating you up with their muscle inside. They were able to blow up plays consistently, and Christian Roseboom was seeing everything a step ahead.
I mean, no offense, but no duh, it was an outlier. Javonte was 97, 76, 85, 135, then 29, then yesterday 116. So
by the way, they did him dirty. I had to tweet this during the broadcast.
Javonte?
Yeah, they did that man dirty on the Fox broadcast. Guys, he is not this heavy. Look at how round they make Javonte.
That's not making him look fat.
Yes, it is.
I hate the Fox
Yes,
anime.
I know. I hate this animated.
Look at his left bicep. How big that is.
The bicep's big, but they're making him look like he's a big guy with a beer belly. That's what they're making him look like. I think they're making him look
the girthquake.
Look at his face. That's not muscle in his head. They're making him have a rounder face than he has.
I don't care for the anime crap they
Speaking
do
of big guys,
why?
I don't know. I just show me their picture.
Yeah,
I'm not 6 years old.
All right, next one here in command or just the Commanders or Commando
Washington or Washington.
There we go. Deron Bland is back.
You should really just be an ESPN Chiron person with the topics. You should come up with the topic names and just quit.
He was meant to work at the Post. Is what he was supposed to do. Deron Bland is back.
No. I know he had the pick 6. I'm giving him the props for the tackling. Look, if you're going to pay someone $90 million, I need to feel like you can cover their one for 50% of the game. I need to see some pass breakup, pass deflection highlights.
Mm-hmm.
He's had it with all the pick 6s a couple years ago. Yesterday, to me, was more about the physicality. Amazing game tackling. Amazing game in terms of using that brute force. But for me to say Deron Bland is back, I need some coverage highlights. So, no, not yet.
Not yet.
He may have.
Some people at Fantex saying he should be our next free safety. Just moving to safety.
There was talk when he got drafted.
Can we get one good corner?
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Let's keep him a freaking corner before we move him on over to safety. And Diggs at safety? Do y'all watch the games? Are you kidding me? You want Trayvon Diggs to tackle?
He can't be your last line of defense.
You think Trayvon Diggs has any range? No.
Diggs it's ball skills, and I think people just think ball skills and they go, oh, it's safety. Oh, he doesn't have range though.
Yeah.
That's the problem. He can go get the football, but it's always driving on the football. It's I see something and I'm going. I think I liked what I saw from Deron Bland yesterday in coverage. I mean, we'll go back and watch tape, but watching live, I liked what I saw from him in coverage. I liked the physicality. I liked the aggressiveness that he showed, and he's one of those guys on defense who it's like he never plays scared. He will always look for contact. He's willing to, if anything, he's shown a little bit of hesitancy sometimes in the run game. Like he's not sure of what he's seeing right away, so he doesn't want to misread. He plays a little safe at times, but that was a guy yesterday who played with like controlled aggression. He was under control, but he was playing really aggressive. That play in space against Jaden Daniels on the 2-point conversion that's not an easy play to make at all, and a lot of guys find themselves jittery in that moment. So I'll give him credit with that. All right, here's another one. Kenneth Murray has figured it out.
I mean,
he did see things faster yesterday. So his big issue has always been he doesn't see it fast enough. And so when he doesn't see it fast enough, he's late getting there pretty consistently. Yesterday, he was where he was supposed to be, that I could notice more often than not.
I mean, I'm giving a star up. I feel like I do have to go off of all the other games, so I'll say not buying it. But we will see with your post-hut film review tomorrow at 7:20. But I can't sit here and say Kenneth Murray's figured it out.
The argument for it would be...
I can't talk to you, honestly, about his reads and recognition.
Well, and that's the thing. The argument for it would be a player's read and reactability is what it is. So if you see it getting faster, that's somebody who's understanding their job better. And so, like, it would be an issue of, like, he knows what he's supposed to be doing. He's getting it down. He's getting down his responsibility better, so he's able to read and react fast.
I mean, it would not surprise me. I mean, if this was a game where it seems like a lot of the guys figured it out. Again, I think I need to see it another time. I just can't sit here and say right now that he's figured it out.
All right, and this will be the last one here. Jadeveon Clowney has knocked off the rust, and he is here to play.
Yeah, I have confidence saying that because we've seen this before from him. Like not here.
He's
obviously,
a mercenary. That's what he does.
He's a mercenary. He goes new places every year, and he seems to put together solid campaigns. Not necessarily. Again, the sack numbers are never going to be there, but he becomes like a reliable, consistent football player. He knows where he's supposed to be. Cap integrity. He knows what he's doing.
Sean, is that just the 4-week ramp up to get him to being in football shape?
I'll cautiously buy it. I have some optimism towards it. What about you?
Yeah, I mean, like, we'll go see how everything played out the way that it was. I think what you saw yesterday is probably just, a guy who needed some time to get back in there, knock the rust off, and now I would imagine he's going to be the guy that he's always been.
Because I was about to dismiss it and be like, he's 35. No, he's 32.
He looks 35. He looked 35 when he was drafted, though, to be fair.
He breaks your back next time he sees you. Below the belt. Here on your home with the Dallas Cowboys with our insider, Bobby Roberto, back from the stadium. Nick Eatman was in the locker room. He'll join us at 9:20. But we do need to ask whether Friday gave us the greatest performance in sports history. And the Cowboys' next opponent was involved in the game of the day involving the NFC East. Loaded 9 o'clock hour with you after this.
Something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair.
Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The big righty McGill sets on the mound. Here's the pitch. And Ohtani drives one, left center field. Did you? Gone! Shohei Ohtani, the stuff of legend.
We take a quick football timeout. The Fist Pump live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. It is an awesome Cowboys Monday with a nice, comfortable, exciting win over the Commanders. Nick Eatman at 9:20 from DallasCowboys.com, and we'll set you up for the Cowboys' next opponent, who is involved in the game of the day, and also a very nice, satisfying outcome if you're a Cowboy fan with what happened to the New York Meatballs. But RJ Choppy, over to you.
Man, greatest individual sporting performance buried on a Friday night. What Shohei did. And it's nice of him to actually show up to the postseason in his career. They've been winning games in spite of him. What are they now? They're like 12-1 in their last 13 games, and he has done about as much as I have in the baseball playoffs the last 2 years.
He's like the offensive Kershaw.
There you go. 6 innings, 2 hits, 10 strikeouts, and then was like, you know what? That's not enough. I need to add 3 home runs in here. This is the equivalent of Dak Prescott going out there, throwing 300 yards, a couple of TDs, and then saying, you know what? I need to go pick off 3 passes. That's exactly what that game was. We've never seen anything like this, ever. This was Ruthian and Maddoxy and a little brain surgeon. I mean, that's all things rolled into one. And, unfortunately, this didn't happen on a Wednesday. If it happened on a Wednesday, you could talk about it the next day, right? It happens on a Friday night. Just, baseball bad luck, but that's what it was. And it also happened in a complete dog-s of a series, which was a 4-0 Dodgers sweep. Thank God we got a Game 7 tonight. You got 2 NFL games against it, which is going to are they going to bury this thing on FS1? I don't know. I don't know where it's going to be. It might be hopefully they put it on Fox. Like I pray that whoever runs Fox says, you know what? It's Game 7. We're going to need to put this thing on Fox tonight. Because if it's not, it's going to get just completely buried. But Game 7, at least it's like, yeah, we're on Channel 8. We can go right down to Channel 4 and we can see what's up. But that was tremendous. That was something special.
Entering that game, only 12 hitters had ever hit 3 home runs in a postseason game. 12. Only 26 pitchers had ever recorded 10-plus strikeouts. 26. 2 or less hits and no runs in a postseason start. So only 26 ever had gotten 10 Ks plus, 2 or less hits, and no runs. Shohei did both in the same game. So that is the big statement being put on this. It is the greatest individual performance in the history of sports and certainly in the history of postseason baseball. Bobby, do you agree?
There's
no way numbers wise to really argue it.
Overreaction or not? No, it's not an overreaction. Like it's in the conversation. You can't.
But why is it not? No doubt, clearly won.
Just because I instantly just start going I know there have been moments that I've watched a performance before, and I go, "This is the greatest thing I've ever seen." So just off the top of my head, I just know I get those feelings before. So I know
that's
there's
how
something
I was trying to judge it. In terms of, first off, I wasn't watching. I know, garbage Friday night.
All right.
But I was trying to take myself to the feeling of saying, this is the greatest thing that I've ever witnessed. I'm watching it right now. I'm lucky to be alive and tuning in. Jordan flu game, that felt like one where I'm wondering if I was, because it's broken up more in baseball, right?
So much more. You had 40 minutes between at bats,
right?
And I'll tell you, because I watched most of this game, and
because on paper, I don't know about Wilt 100, which he apparently, they drew it on paper afterwards.
Yeah,
on paper it can't be argued because of
the
what
multiple
you
things.
have to do on both sides,
right? The multiple things. So when I'm tuning in, it wasn't, 6 innings, 2 hits, 10 strikeouts is really awesome. It's not the greatest pitching performance we've ever seen.
Right.
All right. We've seen guys hit 3 home runs before. That's not the greatest thing we've ever seen. Watching this, when he is at 6 innings, 2 hits, 10 strikeouts, and he gets taken out of, and he's at two home runs, I'm not thinking, oh, this is the greatest thing ever.
Right.
He gets to 3, it changes everything all of a sudden. And by the way, Dodger fans, y'all should be embarrassed. I know you just got to the game in the 6th inning. All right, could you give the guy a little bit better of an ovation than your very, July 3rd regular season game against the Rockies?
Oh, so it was like a Rangers crowd.
Oh, it was embarrassing.
Chop, it is on Fox tonight.
Oh, my gosh.
7 o'clock.
It's on Fox.
7 o'clock on Fox.
You needed a game 7. You needed a game 7. It's against some Monday Night Football, so it'll get buried. But, they gave him a... yeah.
Like baseball-wise, I'll never forget the Pedro game, against Cleveland. When they had the all-time mighty, I was obsessed with that Cleveland lineup, Jim Tomei.
This is when he came in relief on 2 days rest.
Yeah.
6 innings.
Yeah.
Great.
And I remember watching it this is special.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But he was out there electrifying every inning, and I had that in the back of my mind. So I was trying to compare it to a feeling standpoint versus just on paper, because Pedro would have had to go and hit 3 home runs at the plate.
I mean, at the time, feeling-wise, I remember thinking I've never seen anything like what Curt Schilling's doing when he had that blood all over his sock and was pitching the way that it was. The game that came to mind first when it was what else compares was LeBron scoring 25 straight in the Eastern Conference Finals to win. And then that's a double overtime game where it's literally, if he is not as great as he is, they lose. And so that to me he has to play both sides of the floor in a double overtime game.
People were saying Vince Young Rose Bowl, Miko Game 7 hat trick. But imagine Miko Game 7 hat trick while also playing goalie.
Yes, making 30 stops.
That's the crazy thing about this.
Vince stood out.
Yeah.
Again, 28-3, what Brady did when they were coming back was ridiculous. But trying to think of just moments that stand out as just this is something I've never seen. Those are ones that first pop to mind.
877-881-1053. Let us know. Chop, set us up for Game 7.
It's Game 7 tonight. Now, you can go and take your George Kirby or Shane Bieber, go on Underdog and take higher or lower on the strikeout totals. If you notice, the strikeout totals are very, very low tonight. One of the reasons is Toronto doesn't strike out. But the other reason, mainly, is in Game 7s, managers cannot wait to go to the bullpen. They are not leaving you out there. You get 2 runners on in an inning, they've got someone warming up. There is no risk. They are not taking that risk. But, Toronto's down 2-0 in this series, and they've clawed back. They've won 3 of the last 4, and now they got Game 7 at home. That place should be absolutely buzzing, and I hate both teams. I just can't stand either one. I don't like either one. But, Toronto, and this is one thing they've talked about on the Post, Ortiz and A-Rod and Jeter, and they're saying, when you make contact, you don't go into slumps. Toronto makes contact. They don't strike out. This is a very hard team to strike out. And that's why they don't go into these prolonged slumps. They may not have won. They had a run differential of 77 this year. That's not very high for a team that had the best record. They just don't go into slumps. They don't strike out. They're constantly getting guys on base.
Let's get to the Cowboys' next opponent.
An attempt of 39 yards for the win. Snap, placement. Kick on the way. It is good! Bronco players celebrating like they just won a home playoff game. They come from behind not once, but twice. They beat the Giants at the gun, 33-32.
What was the win percentage on this? 98?
98-4, whatever like that.
98% the Giants were supposed to win.
Insane. And they allowed 33 points in the final quarter, which is just insane.
And did they actually, Barnwell put this up. So 4 minutes prior was 98.7. And then, does that mean the game was over? They can't put up 100%, no matter what.
Well, 100% is the final, right?
Yeah, okay, so that was when it was over.
Yeah.
I thought it was did they put up 100%? There's no possible way. A 19-0 deficit in the fourth quarter has the Denver Broncos drop 33 on the New York Giants, and the Meatballs are devastated.
Yeah, and it's not like you lost to prime Drew Brees on a comeback like that or Brady, right? You lost to Bo Nix.
I think he had the best day in fantasy football yesterday.
I imagine he had a couple rush touchdowns.
He had 4 total touchdowns. Nix went nuts there in the fourth quarter.
It was Otanian, basically, what Bo Nix was doing.
in the fourth quarter, 76% completion, 218 total yards, 4 total touchdowns, overcame 19 points. But I'm throwing him in that Jackson Dart douchey category.
Yeah, he's already, like, you've seen some of that this year with some of his sideline blow-ups that he's had. We were wrapping up the Cowboys game.
Well,
and I was having to get my email ready while we were kind of sitting there. And I knew, all right, I'm going to go downstairs. I'm going to do things, so I won't be back up here till like 7:15. So with 5 minutes left, I was like, all right, I'm going to go ahead and hit send, and if I need to revise anything, I'll revise it. I was sitting there live adjusting my Jackson Dart take of coming in here to apologize. And then swinging back around to go, oh, no, I don't have to apologize for anything after seeing him do that. And then, oh, crap, I got to apologize again. Nope, don't have to. And ultimately settling on don't have to. In fact, when I sent that,
you don't have to. He threw for 283 and 3 touchdowns. That's not negated.
He was 15 for 33, and he threw an awful interception.
He's
Okay.
Look, that was an awful interception.
Congratulations on your Jameis day, Jameis Dart.
Well, they both had these lucky deflected touchdowns too.
They did. That Kappa Sig thing came back to bite them. They were in a frat party in the fourth quarter. They had already joined that frat party.
I will genuinely say Dart has been better than I thought he'd be to this point, and there are things each week that I see that I'm like, okay, looks like he's figuring that out. That looks better. Like you're seeing little things here and there that he's looking better, but then at the end of the day, you just still see like,
that's
still a rookie quarterback.
You still see those mistakes. There's no doubt about that. But to me, when I'm evaluating a rookie, I'm looking at like how good is the upside there? Like how good are they peaking? Is it like, okay, I can see something because
Yesterday's a long-term win for Giants fans.
You have to expect mistakes from a rookie.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm coming out of this whatever for the Giants. I'm coming away from this in the last several weeks going like, oh yeah, this going to Denver is not the loss I thought it was a couple weeks back for Dallas.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and now facing the Giants again could be
it's
a problem.
Not the win that you thought it was going to be.
Yes.
Oh, could you imagine? You go into 5-2 Denver, a team you haven't beaten 30 years.
30?
Yeah, they haven't beat the Broncos in 30 years.
Holy Steve Atwater.
1995. They've won a Super Bowl more recently than they've beaten the Broncos. So,
God.
if he goes in there and he beats the Broncos, Brian Schottenheimer on the road beats Sean Payton, then I think Jerry will just be. He will float home as something he would say. I just floated home from Denver.
The Eagles had a tight game against Minnesota at times, but Jalen Hurts, give him credit, he did respond with the arm, finding Devontae Smith, finding A.J. Brown, but I am no longer fearful of Filthy.
Perfect passer rating, 158.3 from Jalen Hurts yesterday. He came up with big throws when he needed to, but this is still like, yeah, you watch that game and you're like, that's not and knowing how you already competed with them in Philly, you're like, that's not necessarily a team that I'm terrified of. This is just there's nobody like that really just impresses you or terrifies you, I feel like, right now in the NFL at all. And so, I mean, Philly would be on paper a candidate, but there's a lot about them that's just broken.
Indy impresses me. Legitimately impresses me.
Yeah, okay, I'll give Indy impresses me. Indy impresses me, but I don't feel scared to play Indy, if that makes sense.
How much credit will Nick Eatman give Matt Eberflus? He's back from the Cowboys locker room, and he is our Monday insider. Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com next.
remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Frankel first, 214-817-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and Shrek attorneys in Dallas.
First down, Prescott back. Look at this protection. Deep ball to the middle to Lamb. 35 broke away. Left side 20. Walk your dog. Right on in. Welcome back, C.D. Lamb. 74 yards. Touchdown, Cowboys.
Crosstalk on a Cowboy Monday with a KNC Masterpiece at 9:40. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our insider Bobby Belt was in the locker room along with Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com. Joining us, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Proud to be the casino of the Dallas Cowboys. Please game responsibly. And the headline on the website is defense. That's all you need to do. Simple enough, right, Nick?
That's it. Just be okay.
Yeah.
I mean, and they were better than okay, I think, in this game. But we know who they were facing, and there's going to be better receivers than that. But just be complimentary. If you're okay and the offense is amazing, you're going to get that.
Do you think that the increase in man coverage, 47% roughly, was specific to, was it a philosophical change or a commander's change?
It's a great question, and because you saw it earlier in the week at practice, but then again, they are playing against the Commanders all week long, so
yeah.
They know the matchup going into it. I think at the time, they weren't sure exactly who all the receivers were going to be. As it turned out, that might be your worst group of receivers that you're going to face as a group all year. So it'll get better than that this week, obviously, and other weeks. But I still think it's what they do the best. And so I think it's going to probably be more of a philosophical change than it just is a week-to-week.
What was it like afterwards? Like on TV, you could see the relief coming off of Eberflus's shoulders.
Yeah.
Who did you catch up with? What was the vibe like afterwards? How much did he need this?
Well, relief for sure is the perfect word, and you saw it on some of the clips from Eberflus and the guys around them as well. It was one of those fun locker rooms. And Dez is always going to make it fun in there too, especially after a win.
Yeah.
So that was cool. It was good to see him, and he was rocking the old school Aikman jersey, I believe, and so it was just good vibes. You know what I mean? And you talk to players. Hey, can you come sit and do this post game show? Sure. Can you also walk off here? Sure. I mean, when they win, everything is a lot easier, and so I know you're not supposed to be, in the media, you're not supposed to cheer for the home team or any team, but it certainly makes the job easier when they win because they were in a good mood, and you felt like they needed a game like this.
Nick Eatman, D&M Leasing Hotline here from DallasCowboys.com. What were some of the defensive performances that jumped out to you?
Well, I mean, let's start. Obviously, Bland was great, and it wasn't just the pick six. I thought, and it's weird, it's a 2-point play, but the 2-point tackle, I did not agree with Washington's decision to do it, and then when it happened, it almost just felt like the momentum, even though it was just 2 points, it just kind of swung back to the Cowboys. I mean, they got a safety, and you gave them half of it back. And I mean, I saw that on Twitter. People were saying that, well, he's playing with house money. I'm like, okay, well, you don't have to give half of it back. And so that's kind of what I thought he did. And Bland, that tackle, and Bland was physical. All game, I thought he was good. I think he was for the Cowboys social media. I think he was the player of the game. And it wasn't just a pick six. He was having a really nice game beforehand. Also, Clowney, Jadeveon Clowney looked disruptive. More than we've seen before from him. So I thought those guys played really well.
Nick, are they starting to find a little bit of consistency, I guess, with that linebacker group? With now you've got Kenneth Murray playing better yesterday, it felt like. Shamar James, since he's been in the lineup, He's super aggressive. He's gonna make every tackle that's in his direction. Is that position starting to level out a little bit for them?
I would say a little bit, but yet no one's going to be closing the door when DeMarvion Overshawn wants to walk through. You know what I mean? So they'll be welcoming him back whenever that is. I think it was, in a game like that where you can kind of get after the quarterback a lot in the second half, and playing the man coverage, helps with all that too, because I think you're just not covering as long, but still the lack of pass rush is still an issue. It still happens a lot. But they did a nice job of, getting a little bit more blitzing. I felt, I haven't seen the numbers, but it did feel like they blitzed more in the game, more than 5 times, I would think. I think the linebackers are, Shamar is the guy. I mean, he's got to play. He's only going to get better. He's not going to slow down. And like you said, he's going to miss a few plays, but he's also, when he gets there, like he did in the game, that was a huge play in the game. He knocked their quarterback out and got a sack, forced fumble, all that.
How do you expect the rotation to look when Overshown comes back?
Well, I think you got, Overshown. Leofeld to me needs to play a little bit more. It kind of seems like, Sanborn might get kind of phased out some. I think Kenneth Murray, that's going to be the key, I think, is if he takes snaps, I think he'll take Kenneth Murray some of his snaps. But I'm also a believer in that these things kind of work themselves out. So as soon as you started thinking, well, wait a second, what are we going to do at this position was when this guy comes back, and then inevitably somebody gets hurt or something happens where you're like, oh, well, man, I'm glad they have the depth. So I don't tend to think about it too much because I always feel like when you get ahead of the game, something changes on you. So it's a good problem to have. I think Overshown will probably play some for Kenneth Murray is what I would imagine.
Nick Eatman, DallasCowboys.com right here on The Fan. Is this the best you've ever seen Dak?
Yeah, he's playing. And like from a consistent week to week to week. I mean, we've seen some games where he was amazing, but this really does remind me of the 2014 season with Romo playing really good. And the thing is that he had an 1,800-yard rusher. I mean, he had the league's leader, and DeMarco Murray was the offensive player of the year. So he had help. It's okay to have help. And I think Javonte gives them some help. Not in that game, last week, but for the most part, I think the running game has been good.
Yeah. And
just, always Ferguson's there. He's not going to get you a lot of yards or anything, but it's okay. He's there. And then these two receivers. I mean, it's just fun to watch. And I thought Turpin helped a lot yesterday because not just on offense, but if you just look at the kick return. Well, they kicked one out of bounds. They tried to angle one away from him. There was a punt that was pretty short that went out of bounds. I mean, just him standing back there is a threat, and it causes teams to kick a little differently. I just think that's one more weapon that they have that's hidden yardage with field position. Sometimes it's 15, 20 yards you don't even think about because they don't want him to go all the way.
Nick, how do you feel about the balance they struck yesterday between Pickens and Lamb, which is it's the first time that they've really both been in the lineup since Pickens started to take off? Is that the ideal setup right there, or do you think, man, maybe I'd like to see a little more CD, maybe I'd like to see a little more Pickens?
I think it's perfect, really. I mean, you got 8 targets for CD, 6 for Pickens, and Pickens had 82 yards, but he also had a huge play with the pass interference. I mean, nobody's drawing more pass interference penalties, it seems like, for that much yardage. I mean, you talk about hidden yardage. How about those plays right there? I mean, that puts the ball first and goal #1. That's a touchdown. And I thought Dan Quinn, I love Dan Quinn, but I thought him calling a timeout because they didn't have enough guys on the field, with 10 guys on first and goal #1. I'm like, I wouldn't have called the timeout there. I'm like, they're going to score. I think, but and they did anyways with 11. But to answer your question, I think it's perfect. I think it's one of those week to week. Maybe next week you'll see a little bit more CD, more Pickens, whatever it is. But I think they spread it around pretty good, considering they played really about 3/4 of full offense.
What is being said about Trayvon Diggs that you can say on the airwaves behind the scenes?
Honestly, guys, I know as much as y'all. I mean, if I'm being really transparent about it, I don't know, and they're not saying a lot. I've heard a couple stories, 2 or 3. I don't think anyone really knows because they're all over the map. It's like I don't know. I really don't know. Jerry was asked. He said that he's not going to reveal what happened. And I heard you guys this morning talking about it and what y'all would do or this year or maybe even next season or whatever. It's a weird situation, and I'm with you on the. It's always something, if it's not one thing, it's another. I personally like Trayvon, and I always have. Kind of think he's more of a bad rap than people than he should, But I'd like to see him cover his guy. Don't make him go out and communicate and all that kind of stuff. He's pretty soft spoken. Let him go cover his guy. He's run around his entire life trying to chase an all-pro wide receiver in Stephon Diggs. He's done that since he was probably 5 years old. He's tried to chase him. He can cover his guy. Let him do that. And I think if he can do that, I think he can still be a good player for you.
Nick, do you attribute any of yesterday's defensive game to Diggs not being there?
I don't. I really don't. I think he can cover his guy better than Bridges, than Elam. I do. I mean, I just think he's a better player. I don't think it's a distraction. I think they went out and played well. I think they played mostly man. I think that's what he would be good at. I really do. I don't think it's night and day different. And you know what? He could come back and play against Denver, and they give up more yards, and then we could all say, "Well, see, it's Diggs." It could be Cortland Sutton. It could be that. We'll see. We'll see if you get fourth quarter Broncos or if you get first, second, third quarter Broncos. I don't know which quarter you're going to get, but I can't believe that thing happened. You know what I mean? I know we're talking about the Cowboys, but I can't believe that game actually that was a real game. Like that happened. I had to look at the box score just to see what it looked like, and that's unbelievable.
Yeah, it still doesn't look right. Nick Eatman from DallasCowboys.com joined us here on 105.3 The Fan. Specific to those changes, I guess blending the last couple topics we've talked about here, do you think Diggs was the onus or the focus of them even making those changes when they were developing the game plan this week? Like, was that done with him in mind in large part, do you think?
Yes, I really believe it was. I think that what does this guy do the best? Let him go out and cover his guy. I mean, he's not wrong with some of the things that he was saying. And I think that for him and knowing his personality, his style, he's got to where he is in the NFL and by covering his guy one-on-one. Now, that doesn't mean you can do it every time. That doesn't mean doesn't need to play into the you can't do anything 100%. You know what I mean? You have to flip it up. But yes, I totally believe that he was part of the game plan, was going to play, was practicing, and he was supposed to be out there. And I think they would have done just as well, if not better. I really believe that. But the receivers, these receivers won't be starting games in the NFL really for most teams. And so and Jaden Daniels was off too. Like he was not comfortable. And I think you got to give some credit to the Cowboys for that, because if you go back and look at the first 5-6 games, I mean, these guys, Russell Wilson and Jalen Hurts and Bryce Young, they were way too comfortable. Caleb Williams, seriously, they were way too comfortable. And I think you can't say that about Jaden Daniels. He was not comfortable, and it showed. I mean, he was erratic in his throws. His receivers didn't help him at times. It was just one of those games where you could just say, all right, this is going to be Dallas's day.
Best home crowd of the year?
It was good. It was good. Washington's never – these division rival teams don't ever really come in and go, oh, there's a lot of fans. I mean, Eagles every now and again, but for the most part, you get the Dallas fans. I think a 3:25 kickoff, it was perfect. It was the first one of the season for that. You got everyone in their seats and great atmosphere. And you guys haven't asked me about that big bright thing in the sky. I thought that was interesting. I mean, two of the best plays that happened, Bland's pick six right there. It was awesome. It was a great day. There was no talk about any of the sun or issues, and I think the Cowboys were just a better football team, better crowd, went out and took care of business, and they're just averaging about 41 points a game at home. So if they can keep doing that, they're obviously going to be in good shape.
Great stuff, brother. Thank you. We'll talk Wednesday.
All right, sounds great. See you guys.
Nick Eatman, our insider from DallasCowboys.com, brought to you by the WinStar World Casino and Resort. Let's keep the Cowboy party rolling as we crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece next.
be a, what was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Doesn't sound right.
Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Second down and 10. Mariota inside. No play fake. He's still got it, and he's going to be sacked. He tried to escape the first time, and it's Ezaraku who gets his first NFL sack.
Let's crosstalk. Keep this Cowboy party going with the KNC masterpiece. What?
I have a question for fantasy football owners.
Oh, I'm right here, yes.
Governors.
Underdog.
Governors.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Well done.
For underdog users. So I made a triple play yesterday.
Oh.
George Pickens, more than 61.5 yards. Easy hit. CD, 77.5 yards. Easy hit.
Almost got that on one play.
I bet $10 at 9.5 to 1.
Well,
and the last thing I needed was Jaden Daniels to go higher than 47.5 rushing yards. But then he got hurt. How do you deal with the conflict of I want my team to win and dominate, but if you could just break free on one more run? That was just a stupid question.
You're
right, Kevin. I'm sorry.
I do this with Tennessee. I always bet against them.
Yes.
And then that way, if they lose, at least could fall back on something.
Okay. And by the way, I did go ahead. Do you know now?
That was Pete Rose's theory.
You can do team plays on Underdog
Yes,
as
you
well.
can.
I've gone
Yes,
ahead
you
and
can.
put some money on LSU this weekend. So just in case that exact scenario
absolutely.
plays out.
Who are they facing?
A&M. Yeah, big game. Would have been game day had LSU won.
Yeah.
But they lost to some team named Vanderbilt.
Woo woo.
Who is now hosting game day this weekend. First time since 06.
Team's badass.
I know. They're going to beat Texas, too. Can't wait for that.
That would be
Probably.
awesome. Arch Manning throws for 74 yards.
Yeah.
That was not
That
a
much?
very inspiring game. against
Corey,
Yeah,
Kentucky.
what's up with him? Sorry, I know we didn't talk Cowboys.
The media
He sucks.
did him dirty. Off of nothing. Off of his high school career and a rookie year, which he ran around a little bit.
Right.
I still want to check Cooper's DNA. I don't think he's a Manning.
He looks like a Manning, dude. He looks just
Cooper?
like
Arch?
Arch.
Yeah, well, I mean, I want to check Cooper. I don't know if the Cooper got. I think Cooper's got more Olivia than Archie.
How do they all run the same, too? The elbows,
are very high.
It's like,
Very high. Yeah, right here.
They all run the same. It's weird.
He's just not an FBS quarterback right now, and he's having to start for a team that wants to win a national title. So,
More Bobby depression tomorrow. And that's
Hey, the
coming on.
Cowboys won, though. Dak looks awesome.
Dak does look awesome. And, and I've always been pro Dak, so I know the quarterback position, and I know Arch sucks.
I was thinking about this the other day while listening to you guys.
Tell me about it.
Have you had any Dak apology segments coming from you, or like Dak recognition, or I was maybe off or wrong, or any Dak Kevin clarifying this season?
10:20 today.
Oh!
A Dak Prescott appreciation segment.
Oh, crap. I got a new run sheet.
And what does the NFL MVP race look like?
Whoa! You are a mature individual, Kevin Hagelin.
Look, man, we talk about this in the real world just like in sports. When presented with new information, you should be able to adjust your thoughts accordingly. Now, I know what everyone's going to say is...
Yeah, that's a good point. Thank you for coming to me.
I don't think that's like, you're walking back your take.
Yeah,
if you're allowed to, if you change your mind.
Unless, and I don't know if you've ever said this, unless he's like, they will never do this, or he can never blank.
Like the Stars
like a future
can never
projection.
go 82-0.
I will.
And then whenever they do one day.
And
because
I know,
Kevin always makes us choose between the Stars and the Rangers.
Exactly.
I know everyone's going to say, wake me up when it's January. And if that's the kind of fan...
before you go.
Well, that's fair. If that's the kind of fan you are, that's fine. I get that. But, I love the Cowboys, and I'm enjoying what he's doing right now.
I mean, that's a lazy Stephen A. take.
Yeah.
So Stephen A., can pretend to know about the Yankees for a day, or all the New York teams, or the Knicks preseason coverage, and not have to break down the Cowboys and just be like, you just wait. He's not going to win the Super Bowl. And when he doesn't win the Super Bowl, I'll be right again. Lazy. Corey, what's coming up?
What Kevin said about 10:20. Boom. Also, Stephen Jones joins us at noon today. And right out of the gate, have you figured this team out at all?
No idea.
Do you have a clue what this team is?
Yeah, we have one half of a clue.
Yeah. Really good offense.
And a great kicker.
Did
you tweet out was that in your email, or you tweeted he's the best player in the league?
He's the best player in the league. I think I tweeted that.
The only bad part about yesterday's game...
At what he does. There's nobody better than Brandon Aubrey at what they do.
...was when we played scared yesterday, and the ball was at the middle of the star, and we didn't go for that field goal. That would have set the record.
Absolutely should have.
That was disappointing.
Was Shohei's performance the greatest thing you've ever seen in athletics?
I think so.
Yeah.
But that I've actually witnessed somebody do that at that high of a level, I think so. Now, if he could have gone 9 innings, it would have been better. But, kind of soft.
We've lowered the bar on pitchers. 6 innings feels like a complete game at this point.
And Dave Roberts is the one bringing it back.
I know. Yeah. Go figure.
I need to go back and check because I know they were talking about baseball. So a couple of baseball performances in the 60s and 70s, including one pitcher who threw a complete game and hit 2 grand slams. But that was in the regular season. The closest one I thought about was the Jordan flu game, because if they would have lost that game, I wonder if they would have lost the NBA Finals because it was Game 5. But this has got to be second.
There was a game, Spawn, Marichal, they both pitched 16 shutout innings.
That's fun.
And then Spawn gave up a home run to Willie Mays in the 16th, and they lost
1-0.
1-0.
Thanks a lot, offense.
But you're only referencing baseball. I'm talking about any performance ever.
Yeah, no, that's why I brought up the Jordan game.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think the Jordan game is in conversation, but this one was just so amazing because, and I heard you mention this, RJ, he had been awful in the playoffs. And then to go from that and in one game win the NLCS MVP, which was really interesting.
He won the NLCS? I didn't even notice that.
Yeah.
He did?
Yes. And
it's got to be up there.
And Bobby.
The only other one I thought about was Federer and Nadal. If you count the 2008 Wimbledon final, that was just the most astonishing tennis match I've ever seen. But I know a lot of people will be like, "Shut up."
Bobby, what's your Ohtani hate for this?
It's not Ohtani hate. I don't like that when he was performing as poorly as he was. It was very quiet. Like when Judge is awful, they're very loud about Judge.
I get you.
When Ohtani was awful, they were very quiet. And then as soon as he does this, then they're like, we're literally watching God out here, everyone. It's like, okay, fine. I'll take that a little more if you've been like, man, Ohtani's got to step it up. But you didn't talk about that at all. And then you wait till this, and then you treat it like we are witnessing greatness for the past 2 weeks. It's like, well, no, we did tonight. Tonight we did.
But it's because the Dodgers were rolling. And if they got bumped in round 1 or 2,
then you think it would have come down on
them? I think? What would the first take segments have been on a Wednesday when they can only talk about it with Russo in there? It would have been, Shohei overrated? Is Shohei the next A-Rod? Is Shohei the offensive Kershaw? But they've been rolling and mowing people over. The team ERA that I heard you reference the other day.
Okay, that's fascinating because he had struggled really.
He always has a really good game one of the first round.
His postseason average is a .225 with 23 hits, 8 home runs, 19 RBIs in 26 games.
And that includes maybe the greatest single performance in the history of baseball.
Or sports.
Yeah, maybe.
Keep undercutting him.
Because he was at like 205.
Not meaning to.
He was at like 205 before, the last couple of games of the series.
Yeah, he was 158 heading into the game.
Did you
in the
see
series,
it while it was happening? Because like you said, it's Friday night and everything like that, and a series that already over.
I caught the last 3 innings of him pitching. I missed the first couple of innings.
What about Nick Kurt's game this year?
Yeah, the 4-homer game.
Yeah, 6 for 6, a double, and 4 home runs.
And that double missed by about a foot from going out.
And that's the thing that makes it complicated is that's amazing, but he didn't also go out there and pitch. That's why I always thought the Juan Soto contract was stupid.
It's crazy.
And I was like, Shohei got that money because he does both. And the Mets were like, we'll pay Juan Soto more.
Okay, then the one that I was throwing out to them, what about LeBron scoring 25 straight against the Pistons?
Man. And that was that a playoff game?
Yeah. And it was a double overtime, and he made the game winner.
That is pretty.
It's going to have to be like Travis Hunter.
So you think it has to be a both way kind of deal?
He's going to have to pay.
Because on paper, it has to be.
Yeah.
Like now, maybe that feeling you had while watching it, we were talking about that earlier, was different.
That's hard to separate.
Yeah.
Because otherwise I say Hamilton hitting 4
Well, don't we unfairly then just probably not take into account basketball players who do have to play both sides the entire game?
Right.
Yeah, we do.
So, because you could throw in there LeBron doing what he did in Game 7 against the Warriors, where he comes down, he has the big block, and he's making shots down the stretch.
Like, what if Wemby has a 15 block, a 45, 15 block, 35,
and 20 rebounds?
Yeah, we'll discount it because we don't care about defense in basketball.
Hakeem has a quadruple double, so that feels like that should be in the mix somewhere.
And he doesn't have a bookie.
Yeah.
So
with the women, the boards, and the points.
Okay, hold on. Wait. Question. Do you hold that like last year you think Shohei was gambling and he got off scot-free as part of this conversation?
I don't not think that.
Okay.
Remember your Dak maturation? It's the opposite.
I'm never wrong. I'm not right yet.
Okay.
That's what it is.
Okay, I got it.
We're back tomorrow with Jerry Jones at 8:30, Game 7, and a Monday night doubleheader. The KNC Masterpiece is next on a Cowboys Monday.
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So, Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curd?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, oh, man. Or ma'am.
Oh, ma'am.
Corey Majors. And, of course, the famous Alec Medford. Gentlemen, welcome to the program. How the heck you doing?
What is the most adult thing you've ever done or that you're going to do today?
In a boring fashion. Don't tell me about you went to this party and threw your keys in the bowl or whatever.
Huh. What is that supposed to mean?
That's a swingers party.
I'm sorry, what?
You are such a
I thought
liar.
it was because you were going to drink and you weren't supposed to drive after.
That's what I thought too, I'm not going to lie.
And I was like, well, I'm not drinking.
Okay, well.
Wink.
So the idea is then someone takes your keys and you're like, oh, those are mine. And then.
Oh, my.
Yeah.
Kevin
Indeed.
knows a lot about this.
I watch a lot of movies.
Huh.
All right.
I'm doing well, Kevin. Thanks for asking, man.
All right. So let's talk about the Cowboys. And I had an interaction yesterday with one Paul Worth from Worth Collecting.
Good.
Who is an avid Commanders fan.
Oh.
And
that's rough for his business.
He was also at the game with his family. And I told him ahead of time, I was like, I hope you have a terrible day.
Same.
And he goes, you too, buddy. And so he, as many people do, was talking about the Cowboys fans, and he's like, oh, did you go and buy your Super Bowl tickets? Because I know that's how a lot of people feel. It is the roller coaster ride that is the Dallas Cowboys, where multiple times this season, they've already looked incredible and like one of the worst teams in the NFL. So we're to the point where we're 7 games in, and I don't know if this team is good or not.
Okay. You don't know if it's good or not?
Yeah.
It's
yesterday they looked good. Last week they looked terrible.
It's good at things.
Okay, I'll concede that.
The what exactly, like, we know the quarterback is good. And if you're going to argue about that, don't bring that here. Come on. What are you even watching right now? We know the running back is good.
Yes.
I don't know.
It was good to see that yesterday.
That was nice to see that they got that back. I'm going to chalk that up, Kevin, to Tyler Smith had been out and then and then he was back in, and it took a minute. The offense took a minute to get back rolling a little bit. Booker being back was nice too.
Yes.
We know that we have 2 really good receivers. A tight end that's playing as well as we've ever seen him play before.
And he is a touchdown machine this season.
They have lots of plays for him. They have a lot of plays for him whenever they get in the red zone, and that's good. I love seeing that. We also know that the defense has room to grow.
Right.
And when this is the question I'm asking right now, because they played 56% man yesterday,
and you saw that immediately.
And Elam and Bridges were talking about it after the game, and they were like, he's allowing us to do the things we're good at. He's given us these opportunities to go out there and be this for ourselves. Show that, Kevin, you know how I always say Mike Maddox goes out there and says, do it your way, buddy.
Right.
We'll see how that works out. And then whenever you screw up, he's like, now do it my way and watch how much better you are. I wonder if Eberflus was like, all right, guys, show me that you deserve to play man. Whenever you guys start showing me like the things that I need to see, then I'll start doing a little more of that. Once I can trust you to do your jobs, then maybe I'll let you do it. Now, again, Kevin, those receivers yesterday for Washington were not Deebo Samuel or Terry McLaurin.
Right.
We understand that. For anybody that just showed up, we understand that. But they said, we're going to play this man, and our linebackers are going to do their jobs, and the defensive line is going to do their jobs, and we're going to have a good defensive game. I don't know if you're going to see that every game. But it looked like Eberflus trusted his guys a little bit more yesterday. And I think that's important.
All right. I'm going to go ahead and throw out my bold statement now.
Super Bowl?
Not that bold of a statement.
All right.
I'm going to throw out my lukewarm statement right now. Terry McLaurin, Deebo Samuel, no Brown's on the IR, so I'm not counting him. Have both of them yesterday, Cowboys still win that game. Because look, man, your defense for Washington was still getting torched. Now, I realize having both of those players has the opportunity to extend offensive drives, which can flip field position or just give fewer opportunities to the Cowboys offense. The Cowboys dominated that game yesterday, so much so that I was able to reflect about the idiocracy of a handoff 5 yards deep into the end zone when you're on the 1 yard line and you're like, for God's sake, sneak it.
Yeah, that was frustrating.
That was such a stupid play call.
Or just quick slant.
I hated it.
Over and over.
Yeah.
Let anger deal with it.
I really thought, because look at the way that game played out. You scored a touchdown, then you force a 3 and out, and you're like, what kind of sorcery is this? And I was like, here we go. We're going to rock and roll. I really thought that when you gave up the safety and then that led to an ensuing touchdown, I was like, we're going to lose because of that stupid play and it's all going to spiral out of control. But guess what? It didn't take that long because you scored, then forced another 3 and out, then scored a touchdown, then forced another punt, and you were just ready to roll after that. At no point did I really think after that, after the Cowboys scored, that they were in trouble. They controlled this game, dare I say. They dominated this game. So you know what? Give them 2 of those wide receivers. Give them all 3 of those wide receivers. I don't think it would have made a difference. I realize that Jaden Daniels also left the game, but at a point where he had been fairly contained, and I don't think that injury would have made a difference in the outcome of the game either.
Okay. Kevin, this defense did enough. So that's what I know right now, is that this defense can do enough. This is like whenever your kid comes home and has an A, and you're like, you just showed me you could do it.
Yeah.
What the F was the problem before?
Right.
This is the day that you have power and leverage over your kid, because they've shown you they are capable of doing it. And so now you and the rest of themselves have to hold it accountable. And I think you may have seen a little bit of the leadership on defense step up. Sounds like Kenneth Murray. I don't know if you saw that. He was like, look, I watched extra sessions with the guys. And I think when you're doing something like that, you're trying to say, hey, what are you seeing whenever you're out there? Because this is what I'm seeing without the teacher around. You're like, hey, this is what I'm expecting to happen whenever I do this. What are you guys seeing? And then y'all have that communication, and then they go, oh, well, that's not what's supposed to be happening. So Kenneth Murray was a little bit better yesterday. The defense was better. And now you hold them to that kind of it. All right, guys, if that's what it takes, do an extra couple sessions every week.
Yeah.
Whatever it's going to take, that's what you need to do in order to make sure your defense is prepared each week.
And that is one of the things that I love and hate about the Cowboys, if that makes sense. It feels like they're the best at showing you enough to get you excited all over again, knowing that inevitably, to a certain extent, they're going to pull the rug right back underneath you. Because, that was one of the things.
That's sports too, though. But it does seem like it's this Cowboys
that
team.
does happen in sports. Look, I feel like A&M is doing the most epic troll job on their fan base right now when they're like, you just wait, brother. But it feels like the Cowboys excel at it. We asked Jerry on Friday, do you just need to get middle of the pack defensively? And more or less, they probably looked middle of the pack defensively, and they kicked the Commanders' ass. But you've already seen, at least 2, probably 3, where you're like, I can see how they're right there at the bottom of all defensive categories with Baltimore. And that's where I go back and forth, because Washington is not an amazing team or anything like that, but it seems like maybe outside of the Bucs, this is not the most amazing year for the NFC. So you dominate Washington. You're now up to 2nd in the division somehow. And I'm still like, I don't know. I could see you getting worked by Denver. Then again, I guess I could see them being ahead by 17 points going into the fourth quarter against Denver. And then they end up losing the game. So I don't know. I watch every second, probably multiple times, of every Cowboys game this year, and I'm like, the offense is good, and your follow-up questions will probably confuse me.
What follow-up questions?
Yeah, so are they good?
Not yet.
Yeah, and Alec, are you saying no, or are you like, I don't know?
They're not yet.
I'm searching for an answer in thin air, and I can't find it.
Yeah,
they're not good yet.
Okay.
Their offense is good. The team is not good yet.
Okay.
Because good is consistency. And this team has not showed consistency overall.
Yeah.
I mean, win a few games in a row. That's consistent. Have a couple of games where your defense has multiple sacks and touches the ball more than once. Is this stat real? That this was, because I think Brad Sham said that was the first touch of the football by a defensive back all season long. I do believe there were only 2 other ones before that. Is this that's a real thing? So yeah, that's where there are some things they still have to grow and build on. This was an anomaly for one game.
Yeah.
Based on what we've seen so far, they can beat bad teams. Kevin, the Bears are a good team. They're 4-3.
Man, yeah.
The Panthers are 4-3.
That's so weird.
So the Cowboys have lost to good teams.
And the Eagles have a winning record too. They're 5-2. So
you've lost to good teams. You've beaten bad teams. You got to figure, and I guess the Packers are kind of a, what are they really?
Yeah.
Because you tied them. So that's where you are. You're exactly Kevin, this is as Cowboys as it gets.
Okay.
3-1.
All right, great. Well, then we can go ahead and just figure this out right now. Are you ready, Alec? Here we go. All right, so you're going to lose to the Broncos, beat the Cardinals, beat the Raiders, lose to the Eagles, lose to the Chiefs, lose to the Lions. Ooh, starting to get just a little bit of rough right there. You're going to tie the Vikings because they're 3-3, and so that is how it's going to work. But you know what? You might be right. I will tell you this, and we talk about.
I had the Cowboys at 4-3 right now.
Okay,
based on my table. That I put together.
And what was
as
the
season.
final? 9-8?
9-8.
Okay.
I had them at 4-3 right now. Nobody would have predicted the tie.
Right.
So,
although
here we are.
I mean, but there's already been at least 2 games this season, after the Bears game and after the Panthers game in particular, that you wondered if football for the team a lot of our listeners are rooting for, all of us included, was going to matter past next week, maybe past the bye. And the thing that this team continues to show you, for better or worse, is they're going to figure out a way to make it matter. Now, I know this is infuriating for some fans because this goes back to when you would always go to the last week of the season and have a shot, like maybe at winning the division, probably more likely winning the wild card and everything like that. It feels like this team might be destined for middle of the pack once again, but when you watch that offense, I fall into the same trap as everybody else.
Trap.
I can't stop my mind from running wild and being like, average defense, best offense equals.
So hold on, you think they're average by the end of the season?
That and that's, I don't know if I do. Like,
because average right now, Alec, is 22.7 points given up per game.
So we were better than average.
Better than average yesterday.
We did it
by points because they didn't give up 0.7.
But like, you see what I'm saying, right? If you can get to average defensively,
do you think they can be?
I don't.
Okay, because you don't know.
No, because there's part of me that wants to say, oh, you know, I saw James yesterday. He's moving up in the world. I saw Ezraku. He's moving up in the world. Trayvon.
I believe in Ezraku.
Okay.
I believe that's real.
Deron Bland looked like a middle linebacker.
I believe that's
out
real.
There. And so, like, those are the things. And is this just what Jadeveon Clowney does? And you're like, man, that was a savvy pickup right there. There are elements that make me think that, but it's not fair or not
because it hasn't been consistent.
Yeah, and like, I don't think you can completely dismiss what happened last week just because we're happy with what happened yesterday. So that's where I'm conflicted. I guess I would lean towards no.
All right,
but I'm not sure about that.
Let's say in the next 2 games, they show to be consistent.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, hold on. When's the trade deadline? Coming up soon.
I think it's the beginning of the month.
All right.
So you get one more.
You get one more
next month.
They look a little consistent and average, and you feel like this offense is elite. They score 40 points a game at home, except for yesterday was 38 because the defense got. So you think this offense is elite? The defense you think might be average. Can you make a move to make them better than average so that your dream comes true?
Here's what sucks. I said I thought it was at the beginning of the month. It's November 4th, so it's right after the Cardinals game. And
guess when that is? That's their bye week.
Yes, and so that has all the elements. You know what? All right, fine.
Jerry's so ready to make. He's making headlines during that week.
I will concede the point. You win these next 2 games, and you give up 22 or less points in both of them. Going into the bye,
go make a move.
Fine, I'll be open for business.
2 weeks ago, you weren't.
I know, and this is the thing. This is where, and I want to know, do you have trouble separating it? Alec, do you have trouble separating it? Does everybody listening right now have trouble separating it? That is such a stupid move based on Cowboys history, because what's going to happen? It's going to propel them all the way to getting their ass kicked in the wild card round. But that's based on Cowboys history, and you hear it all the time. I am beholden by Cowboys history. But that's not to say Kenny Clark is. That's not to say, hell, even Dak isn't. You heard Tom Brady yesterday. Every NFL season is wildly different. So who the hell knows? Maybe this is the year. I know that's a stupid thing to say. And so here I am. I'm stupid.
From the 3-2-1. So what you're saying is these next games are pivotal.
So you're telling me.
Oh, my God.
Pivotal!
Yes. If the Cowboys
Sorry, I was so loud.
go into the bye at 5-3-1 on a 3-game winning streak, I'll fall into the trap because that's what we love and hate about sports, right? I love the fact that the Cowboys could be good, but I hate the fact that deep down, I know what's going to happen is in the middle of January, we're going to lose a game on the road in the wild card round. I'm going to be like, yeah, no kidding, dumbass. This is always what was going to happen.
Hey, man.
Thanks. Thanks, Jerry. I appreciate the hey, man, that you just gave us there.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, a Dak Prescott appreciation segment. And what does this NFL MVP race look like? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
They are on the ball quickly. First down, play fake, boot right, throws it out to the right. Ferguson dives in from the 2. Touchdown, Ferguson.
The guy is a touchdown machine.
That is the phrase that I used as well. By the way, Jake Ferguson, if he gets one more touchdown this season, he'll have as many as he did in his first 3 seasons combined. So, hooray for Jake Ferguson. Now, let's have a Dak Prescott appreciation segment. Then the question of what does the NFL MVP race look like?
Oh, man.
Because I just saw somebody text in, I don't know how Dak can't be in the MVP conversation because of the dumb way that we continue to seemingly vote for MVP, where you have to be the quarterback of one of the best, I don't know, like 4 or 5 teams. And unfortunately, right now, the Cowboys are not one of the best 4 or 5 teams.
Why not?
Because they are 3-3-1.
Because of their defense.
Yes, for sure.
Which is like unfair to the quarterback of the offense. As you pointed out last week with the index. What was the index? The betrayal index. Where his defense has basically betrayed him most of the season long. Kevin, I just took a quick gander because last week you said that, and I want to bring back all the old words now. You know, I got lots of old words that I want to bring back to the front.
Do. I don't know.
Like dame and bird and broad and gander and reckon. So that's the thing. But I was like, all right, Dak has got to be. We keep talking about Dak Prescott as if he's the greatest thing we've ever seen. Mm-hmm. This morning I heard Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton and often Aiden's show ask Nick Eatman, is this the best you've ever seen Dak play? And he said yes. Now, I don't know if you guys remember, but he finished second in MVP voting a couple of years ago, and
I've heard that.
It was a pretty exceptional season. But I was like, okay, his numbers just must be outrageous. Dak Prescott has 16 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, 1,800 yards. So as of yesterday, the numbers had not been changed.
Right.
But your top 10 consist of Dak Prescott, Matthew Stafford, Drake May, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, Jared Goff, Baker, Darnold, Daniel Jones, and whoever else you want to throw in as the 10th one. Like, I don't care. You can say Justin Herbert, Jordan Love. I do not care. Jalen Hurts, if you want to, whatever. All of them, Kevin, are in the 13 to 16 to 7. Like, they're within 4 touchdowns of each other.
Right.
Within 1 interception of each other. And their passing yards, they're all over 1,500 passing yards. The numbers are so close right now, I don't know what's going to be the defining factor other than team record. Because if this keeps up this season, now again, it can't. This is one of the numbers, we talk about this all the time. You'll see the sliding scale move all over the place. It can't stay that way. But if you have 10 quarterbacks that are all within this of each other, because the interception numbers being so low is the thing that I'm just kind of shocked by right now. If they're all within those minuscule numbers of each other, what's the difference between them?
So I hear what you're saying. Prepare to be shocked again. I'm looking at some NFL MVP odds. And by the way, those odds can vary wildly at this point in the season.
And even these numbers that I'm pointing out will vary by the end of the season.
Where would you guys put Dak in the MVP rankings right now? You personally.
I would probably put him 3rd.
Okay.
Behind Stafford and Baker.
Okay.
Baker tonight's probably going to go, he's got 12. He can't match Stafford, but I think tonight he's going to bump his numbers up.
Alec?
I'd say 2 behind Baker.
Okay. And the betting odds?
I bet he's 7th behind Patrick Mahomes.
It's going to make you even madder. He's 9th. Patrick Mahomes, and this, I'm just telling you, this is how it goes. Because one of these, I think, is just the worst. It's absurd. Okay, Patrick Mahomes is your favorite, followed by Baker Mayfield, followed by Josh Allen, Drake May, and Matthew Stafford. Then there's a big jump in odds. Then Jared Goff, Daniel Jones, Jordan Love, and Dak Prescott. Now, let's focus in on Jordan Love specifically. Jordan Love, 10 touchdowns, 2 interceptions. That's really good.
It's really nice.
He has a 70.3 QBR, which is 9th in the NFL. Dak Prescott, 16 touchdowns, 3 interceptions, and an 81.4 QBR.
What's Jordan Love's record right now?
Exactly. 4-1-1. And probably more importantly, it's the perception that the Green Bay Packers could be the top seed or one of the top 2 or 3 seeds in the NFC. I don't think anybody right now thinks the Cowboys are going to be a top 2 seed in the NFC playoffs. Not to say they can't, but that's not the perception. The perception is Jordan Love's team will be there, and hence, despite having a QBR that is more than 10 points higher than Jordan Love, Dak Prescott is behind him in the MVP voting. I want to make this clear. I am not disagreeing with anybody who thinks he should be there in the MVP betting odds. I'm just telling you, just like when we used to talk about the Hall of Fame. Well, this person, that person, this is what the voters vote on. And this is what the AP votes on when it comes to MVP, which sucks because let's go through all of the mind-boggling stats that let you know he should absolutely be in the mix, and it's only his defense that is keeping him down. This is Dak's 4th straight game with 3 touchdown passes and a passer rating of at least 120. All right, he's the 3rd player in NFL history to have 4 games like that. Russell Wilson, Andrew Luck, and now Dak Prescott. All right, you want more? Here we go. Dallas has scored at least 40 points in all 3 of its home games. The only other Cowboys team to do that was in 1973. I wonder if they had a quarterback that is very beloved and everybody thinks is badass as well. Oh, yeah. Guess what? They did. One of the most iconic players in the history of the NFL. But I could tell, Alec, you want more. Dak Prescott has had 3+ touchdown passes and 0 interceptions in 4 straight games. That is a new Dallas Cowboys record. Never been done. Ever.
Is it an NFL record, though?
I guess not. Where else I feel...
If he's not breaking NFL records, Kevin, what are we even doing here?
So...
No, it's special. That's special.
Now, I know 2 of the first 3 games, your offense scored 20 and 14, and you lost those games. And I think you can look at both of those games and be like, man, you shot yourself in the foot repeatedly. Let's take that tie and that loss. In those 2 games, you scored a combined 67 points, and you won neither of them. If you can convert that over, you're 5-2. And I know it doesn't work like that. And I know this is going to sound stupid. But if you were 5-2, I think Dak Prescott would be no worse than 2nd on this list. And that's through no particular fault of his own, although I know people will point to that one drive against the Panthers. Through mostly no fault of his own. This is the way the MVP race works. But make no mistake about it, he's clearly playing unbelievably right now.
Yeah, you should be 4-2-1 at least.
I agree.
Like that CeeDee Lamb unfortunate season opener puts another stamp on that too. 8 sacks given up this year. Daniel Jones 6. Who else? Sam Darnold 7, I guess. 6-7.
Okay, stop it.
Has it gotten out of hand yet?
Yes.
Yeah, it's been out of hand for a minute.
They made an entire South Park episode surrounding that.
Something that means nothing.
Yes.
It means 0 things.
Here's something that does mean something. Dak Prescott, 3 touchdowns without an interception in 4 consecutive games. I told you that. If you take it the passer rating, here are the other quarterbacks to do that. Russell Wilson, Drew Brees, Aaron Rodgers, Peyton Manning, and Tom Brady. You're talking about 4 surefire Hall of Famers, and then I don't know what the hell to do with Russell Wilson. Probably not anymore. At one time, maybe.
Wow.
But the point is, if you're the 6th person to do that, and 4 of them are all-time greats, and they're all going to be in the Hall of Fame, that is ridiculous company that you're sitting with right now.
So this is like, I don't know how every one of these quarterback schedules pans out here, but the parity that Jerry's always talking about, obviously, team by team is gonna balance out there. You're occasionally going to have some teams that have amazing records, some that are miserable, but the majority of the groups are going to be somewhere in the middle. Is that the same for the quarterback play, though? Because right now, the quarterback play that we're watching, like we've just pointed out, 10, 13 different quarterbacks that are all viable contenders for this thing.
Sure.
And they might, by the end of the season, all still be in positions to be fighting for this, where we kind of just look at records. But even still, are we in a golden age of quarterback play? I don't know exactly. Joe Burrow's not even playing. Lamar Jackson's team is terrible. This is wild to have this many quarterbacks playing at this high of a level at the same time.
By the way, I'm not trying to infuriate you, but you know who's right behind Dak Prescott is Lamar Jackson. And
what are we doing?
It's
what are
fair.
We doing
but
here?
what is the perception? The perception is the Baltimore Ravens, whether they figure it out or not, will probably be better off than the Cowboys at the end of the season. That is a perception that's hard to break for people, and that's why I think Patrick Mahomes has a very clear path to go ahead and win this, because Baker Mayfield's name is Baker Mayfield and not Josh Allen. If Baker Mayfield's name was Josh Allen and he was doing this exact same thing with Tampa Bay, I think you could rubber stamp him in for the MVP. But his name is Baker Mayfield, and that is going to be hard to break. And for some people, it's the same thing with the Cowboys. I will stay with this line of thinking all year long. You have to go at least 10-6-1 and be in the playoffs for Dak to truly be in the MVP conversation.
All right. Okay, Dak. I
Not
understand.
by my metric.
I think you feel that way about any quarterback.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's break it down to the top 3. Okay? Because right now, Jared Goff has 14 touchdowns and 2 interceptions.
Wow.
They're a pretty good team.
Yes, they're very
probably going to be in that mix. He has 1,390 yards. Jahmyr Gibbs is on his offense, as well as David Montgomery. Does that come into the conversation too?
Yes.
Like, this is you. Hey, look, as good as you are, you're not the only thing carrying that team. I mean, Dak does have a pretty special wide receiver tandem, but they're not going to take away from that. He's making them special, is what people will say.
So, who was second in MVP last year?
Was it Goff?
It was Lamar Jackson.
So Josh Allen. That's right.
And Lamar Jackson had a dominant performance from Derrick Henry. Didn't really seem to matter. It's lazy voting at times. I don't see a way, and let's say like the Chiefs, because obviously their offense has looked like it's come back alive, Rashee Rice being back. The Chiefs go ahead and go 13-4. I have a hard time.
So what you're saying is every year a new panel of voters should be put in. That way there's no fatigue. There can't be fatigue if it's a new group voting.
Associated
I
Press.
voted for this guy last year. I just vote for... You get 5 people from across the country. Obviously, the big cities, Dallas being weighted the most. What?
The Associated Press employs a lot of people. Surely we could figure out a new way to put some people through there. But
let the fans vote.
I'm being totally serious right here. Can you see a 14-3 Tampa Bay Bucks team and Baker Mayfield doesn't win the MVP? Like, same with the Lions, same with the Chiefs.
No.
Yes. You cannot see one of those teams going 14-3 and one of those 3 quarterbacks not winning MVP if Dak is 10-6-1, 9-7-1. I don't care what his touchdown to interception ratio looks like. It's not going to happen. So say the voters, not me. I told you I would also have him as like maybe 3rd in the MVP race right now. That's just not the way it goes. But we can still.
That's not the way MVP go.
That's true. But we can all still take appreciation and enjoy the fact that he's playing out of his freaking mind.
Enjoy it right now. It's so much fun.
Absolutely.
We can watch crappy football.
That's true. And hey, you're about to play a Denver team that excels in 3/4 of crappy football, then maybe the greatest football you've ever seen in your life.
Yep.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some NFL overreaction or reality right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we
that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Razor Blades. Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No. Nutmeg Maidens? I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it someone called?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
I left formation. Span forward the fullback. Handoff Williams right up the middle. Walking in behind Tyler Smith. And Schoonmaker. Touchdown, Cowboys. And it is the 6th touchdown rushing for Javonte Williams.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan right now. Time for some NFL overreaction or reality. And we're going to have kind of a Cowboys slant to this. And I want to start off, I feel like I talked forever about it. Overreaction or reality for you two, yes.
Oh, go ahead.
The Cowboys are a good football team.
I can't say overreaction.
Okay.
Overreaction because good football teams consistently are good. Great football teams are consistently great. The Cowboys have been good and bad.
Yes.
So I will.
And dare I say great?
Yesterday was phenomenal. Kevin, I'm looking at numbers right now, by the way. You want some numbers?
Tell me.
You like numbers?
Yes, I do. You know that I do.
Zone versus man.
Man, we changed it up a lot yesterday.
It was about half. 52% and 48%.
How remarkable is that, though?
Zone 52, 48% man. 162 yards given up in zone. 57 in man. 1 touchdown, 1 pick in zone. 0 for both in man.
Woo!
Rating of 90.8 in zone. 45.7 in man. Completion percentage 64 to 33.
Wow.
And then sack, 1 in zone, 3 in man. So you were better in man, but that shows a couple of different things. A, your team really wanted to prove that they could do it.
Yes.
Like your guys were like, hey, mano-y-mano, I'm better than the guy across from me. Let me prove it to you. And so they did. The other thing, too, is the opposing offense was lacking some receivers, which made it easier for you to man up and also made it easier for you to focus on their run game, which made them one-dimensional, as we discussed over the weekend. And then the other thing is you confused them by throwing out so much man that they were like, hold on, why is there somebody stuck to that guy? Where's the openings? So, like, this was all positive, but this was going from your 7-iron to maybe a little more of your bag. So that's a good thing, but that's a positive thing.
I agree.
In a good area. Somebody also did say, overreaction to reality. Alec ruined my fantasy team. I started Luke McCaffrey because Alec said he was going to break out. But
twisting my words.
I always say this. Cowboys win because Cowboys lose because is not a prediction of what's going to happen. I'm giving you, if they win, this.
It's the multiverse.
It's a potential. Yeah.
Okay.
If this happens, this is going to be my reason. And that was one of the reasons that didn't go right.
Alec, I'm going to start with you on this next question.
I don't know.
Because this started quite a discussion. Overreaction or reality, the pick six is the most exciting play in football.
Oh, dude.
You saw a lot of exciting plays yesterday, whether it's a bomb pass, I mean, in terms of it went deep, or is it a kickoff or punt return? Is it that moment of excitement when you thought Brandon Aubrey was going to get to kick a 68-yard field goal?
That's a tough question. I'm going to say I'll go reality. I think growing up, there was something special about the kickoff return or the punt return touchdown, but I don't know why now I don't get as excited by that. Maybe because people are just really, really good at returning now. You know, and maybe I'm just numb to good returns because Kevontae Turpin seems to do it all the time. I don't know. I'm going to say yes because a lot of things have to go right or just horribly wrong for the offense for that to happen. Because especially the longer ones, you know, like the Deron Bland, there's a chance that, you know, one of the receivers comes up and catches him. There's a chance that the quarterback is a good athlete and catches him. Maybe it's just over the middle of the field where a bunch of linemen are and they have to dance around and they don't really get past. I think a lot of things have to go right for that, so I'll go reality.
By the way, how neat was it when your kickoff returner caught the ball and moved forward?
Yeah.
That's cool.
That was a fun difference.
Or caught the ball
from the week before.
It's a luxury.
Knew what to do with it.
Overreaction reality, Corey. The pick six is the most exciting play in football.
I think at the moment of the catch is exciting. Once you get past, once you realize the dude's gone, that's when it stops being exciting. I'm gonna say the run for 80 yards is the most exciting one.
Ooh.
Because you got to do a lot there. The pass to George Pickens is the Cowboys' most exciting play right now, though. I love CeeDee Lamb. You know how much I love him. But I know whenever Dak says, I'm throwing at the ceiling, that George Pickens is on the other end of that, and it's going to be something fun. So, dude, the pick six, glad it's back in our arsenal, though. Aren't you? Deron Bland, baby, let's go.
Yeah, and you know what's amazing about that pick six? I'm not sure you see it for all of them, but it feels like this happens a decent amount of time. When that ball floated over there, about a half second to a full second before, you could see that had pick six written all over it. Like people on the Cowboys sidelines were freaking out before he even touched the ball. It was like, oh my God, he's going to score a touchdown.
And why did it happen?
Because of the pressure.
Because of the pressure.
And
if you only had guys that could get pressure all the time.
We're working on it.
Yeah.
Somebody said any Brandon Aubrey field goal, especially plus 60, is amazing. Somebody said
anything on under 45.
It's a waste of his time.
It's okay, yeah, sure.
I don't think it was the 61-yarder. I think it was another field goal that he kicked, and Kevin Burkhardt was like, and that would have been good from 80.
He did say that. He did say that.
And I really was amused by that. Overreaction or reality? Oof. He's getting an MRI today on his right hamstring. Jaden Daniels' career is going to be littered with injuries. Now, he's already missed 2 games this year because of a knee injury. If you saw what happened yesterday, it kind of looks like he's going to miss some more games.
Kevin, in the C block today, Jaden Daniels' health has made the hits and misses.
I assume it's a miss. But
I don't know about that.
Okay.
You'll have to listen to find out. What was your question again, though?
I'll be here.
Re-ask it.
Overreaction or reality? Jaden Daniels' career is going to be littered with injuries.
Absolute reality. He's got a wiry frame. The dude can play. He's gonna have to bulk up just a little bit, though.
Alec?
It's a reality for the exact reasons that Corey said, and they still run that very college-like offense where there are RPOs and there are designed runs. That's just going to be the nature when you're not the biggest guy on the field and you're running into the second level of the defense. Those linebackers can hit pretty hard.
Would you like the nickname from the 3-2-1 and we start calling him RG4?
No. Was it Yumanyora who was like, he doesn't deserve that nickname, RG3. He is Robert.
Oh, okay.
Or maybe it was Justin Tuck or something. I can't remember who it was. Somebody was like, he doesn't deserve that nickname. He's just Robert.
NFL overreaction or reality? Patrick Mahomes listens to the show. We talked about this last week.
We did.
What you should do is go up to the line of scrimmage and pretend. And Patrick Mahomes took it a step further by using multiple F words, including this effing thing never works, and then snapping the ball. Overreaction or reality? Patrick Mahomes heard and was inspired by our show, and that's why they ran that play.
Kevin, I know somebody that lives in my house that has Patrick Mahomes' mom's number.
Oh.
For future purposes. It's not me. I know Patrick Mahomes' dad lives in the area.
Yeah.
I know
motorists.
that Patrick Mahomes lived in Derek Holland's home for a while.
Oh!
I believe that Patrick Mahomes listens to the show and he was like, those guys are right. It's oversaturated the market. We don't need to do that anymore. But how can I make it better? And then he did. Dude, and he was right.
Yeah.
When he lined up and he did the thing like that, that's exactly what I was like, God, I hate it. It doesn't work. We've done it too many times. It's not a trick anymore. And then he tricked me.
Yeah.
Gosh,
Romo.
What a trick.
Yeah. Yes.
He was just out there tricking.
Now, one more real quick, because we asked this before the game. Overreaction or reality? The Commanders will not make the playoffs. They're 3-4. Their next 3 games are the Chiefs, Seahawks, and Lions.
Reality. Their health is going to be the biggest problem this year. And that Dan Quinn and company, can you imagine what the radio's like up there right now?
Oh,
Dan Quinn's defense is the worst. We just got slapped around by the awful Cowboys is what they're saying. And we're sitting here just like, this is great. This is a great feeling. Yeah, they got to be miserable up there.
Alec, you said on Friday if they lost, they were done.
Yeah, and I got to stay consistent there, don't I? I think it's reality. It has to be at this point. Their health is very concerning, and you're finding holes in that defense, as Corey just said. So, and I saw a video of one of the beat reporters in the Washington media circuit that had a video of Joe Witt walking back into the locker room just dejected as all hell. And they said, here's a man who had a very bad day.
You saw that video, right, where he just pounds the table. Yeah. I thought he was going to Platinum Chevy.
Yeah. He just wants a new car, man.
Yep.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys.
Bryce Young expected to miss Week 8 versus the Bills with a high ankle sprain.
I could see that.
Let's go.
All right. I did not know you were so anti-Bryce Young. Coming up next, we will talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider Mickey Spagnola and find out if there's other NFL players we were unaware that Corey was rooting against. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Let's talk with our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, gentlemen. Sounds like you got a little hop in your step today.
For sure.
Yeah, and it's not because of the pew, 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 pew.
Yes, how could you not? Now, I want to get your thoughts because we saw this yesterday. Oh, yeah. Actually, I want to get your thoughts about something Corey brought up in the break. If DeMarvion Overshone puts out a note on social media that says 21.
T-minus 21.
That means they opened his window, right?
That seems like that would be the suggestion. I haven't heard anything official about it, but
we're going to have Steven on. We'll ask him about that.
You got him at noon, is that right?
Perhaps 11:45.
He gives us the answer straight up.
Okay, well, good, because he trusts you guys to disseminate the accurate information.
Yep, that's how it's always been.
So what's today, the 20th?
Yep.
So 21 would get us to middle of November?
Yeah. Or kind of early-ish. That would get you to November 10th, which is smack down in the middle of the bye, which means he'd only miss 2 more games.
And that's what everybody's been saying, keep an eye on the bye. So the end of the bye would be like the 10th?
Yeah. And then
that would be 21 days then?
Yeah, right when that week starts.
And then the next game is the 17th?
Yep.
My math is
right.
I
believe that is
something
correct.
Like that. So remember we were talking about it, and I said, well, I don't think they would start him the Sunday before Thanksgiving.
Right.
Because then in 4 days, is he going to be ready to play again?
Yeah.
So that would make sense if he could get back by then. Then he'd have 2 games under his belt, assuming he's ready to go.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And then play another game in 4 days. So yeah, that would be pretty exciting to help that linebacker core.
Now we were just having some fun with this conversation because we saw one yesterday. Is the pick 6 the most exciting play in football to you?
Yeah, I think so.
I do too.
Did I see one on Saturday that went 99?
Yes.
College game, right? That's pretty amazing. But yeah, okay. And so the interesting thing is, and I was just going to try to bring some semblance to this argument about playing man and playing zone.
Right.
Okay. So the first touchdown, not touchdown, the big play that got the ball down to what, the 2-yard line?
Yes.
They were in man.
Okay.
And the pick 6, they were in zone.
Okay. So kind of a counter argument.
So
right
if
there.
you just do what you're supposed to do is the bottom line, right?
Yeah.
And the play for that was it 34? I'm trying to remember. The long touchdown, or not? I keep saying a touchdown, but the play down to the 2-yard line. The wide receiver, they did a nice switch. They had Marquise Bell lined up over the tight end, right? And the tight end was inside. And when he went outside, the corner picked him up, and then he had to take the wide receiver. And the wide receiver beat him off the line of scrimmage, and the single high safety he only played 5 plays, but it was Johnny Clark. He was slow getting over to help. So the man coverage, everybody had their man, and that guy beat Bell, but you don't want your safety in the slot trying to cover a wide receiver. So yeah, they were in man, so that's not the end all, right? And then the zone is not the big problem because where they were with Bland's pick, he was playing off. There was pressure on Mariota, and he floated that pass out. And
the pressure
Bland
made a huge difference there. Agreed.
Yeah, and he got hit too.
Yes.
And Bland was like 8-9 yards off, and then he came running up when he saw the ball floated, and there he went, right?
I know that the defense just playing better, whether it's man or zone, will always make a difference. But we talk a lot about this with pitchers when we talk about the stress level of your pitch and how different it is when it's, tied versus you're up by 3 runs. How big of a difference do you think it makes for that defense when the Cowboys come out in the first quarter and they score 17 points and you're like, okay, maybe I don't know if you think that changes their philosophy or they can be more aggressive, but that always feels like that would be good for the mentality of the defense when your offense just straight away is like points.
Yeah, and I don't know that you take chances, but yeah, I think there's something to it. But here's where I thought the biggest change was in how they play defense. And we've been talking about this zone man stuff. My problem was what was going on up front in the front 7, right?
I get that.
And they ran for 216 yards, right? And that had nothing to do with man or zone.
Right.
So I had talking to a few people that actually know the game, and I was going, so what's going on up front? And to me, it looked like the front 4 were playing catch. They weren't being aggressive, like attacking, right? And so with them playing catch, the linebackers were having trouble filling gaps because there were no gaps. So I saw in this game, they were attacking. They were more aggressive, trying to get up the field and disrupt things. And so that allowed the linebackers to kind of fill the gaps with the offensive line having to say, okay, I got to take care of this guy. Because if you remember the Jets game, remember we talked about them double teaming
yes.
The 2 inside guys? Well, did you see how active the 2 inside guys were in this game? And then suddenly, and we also talked about this, I said the defensive ends aren't doing anything against the run. Well, all of a sudden, the defensive ends became more active in this game. Now, is it a 1-week thing? Is it the way Washington was trying to block it up?
Maybe
or did the Cowboys see something, right? And you saw a more active Jadeveon Clowney and Donovan Ezeruku and even, I saw Fowler flashing, right? And so I don't know if that change created kind of a back effect there for the secondary, but it sure looked different. And when you only give up 20 points, a season low, right? And I think you had to go back 10 games to find the last time they gave up fewer than 20 points in a game. I'm not giving them, responsibility for the 2 safeties. So 20 points, I can take that in the NFL, especially when my offense is scoring the way this offense is scoring.
All right. You just brought up the safety, and I know in the big picture it didn't end up mattering, but I will never understand ever why when you're at the 1-yard line or if you have a 4th and 1 or whatever, why you are handing it off 5 yards deep in the end zone.
No, I'm with you on that. It had been my biggest pet peeve in college when I see you needed 1 yard and the quarterback's taking a shotgun snap.
Yeah.
And I was like, now you got to gain 6.
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
And we saw that last week on a 3rd or 4th and 1 for the Cowboys. They handed it off 8 yards behind scrimmage. It's madness.
Right. Yeah. I agree. And I wasn't sure he didn't get out a football length, but they ruled that. I would have challenged it, but maybe lost. But it's only 2 points, right? But it's not just 2 points. It's the fact that they get the ball back.
And you would just forced a 3 and out after you scored a touchdown. I was like, man, this is going to be a great day. And then after that play, I know.
And that's when the big play, they sprung the big play, right? Yeah, and all of a sudden it changed the perception of what was going on early. But I like the fact that finally they took they took the ball instead of kicking off and deferring.
Oh, to start?
I don't want that offense on the field first.
Yeah.
It's going to be 7-0. I'll be down. Give me the ball and let me have something to say. Although the counter to that is maybe they were thinking where they wanted the ball to start the second half with the sun majestically glaring through the stadium.
Are you trying to drive Corey insane? He just turned off his mic. Corey, come back.
Make sure you ask Steven if that was a consideration.
No, I'm not ever talking about it again. Mickey.
But you know what? It wasn't as majestic as if the doors were shut, so the light was refracting through the glass, right?
It wasn't. I'll be honest, watching it on TV, I was kind of distracted. I was like, there's all this light on the ground is kind of, there were spots where I was like, I can't even see.
Okay.
My TV's pretty nice.
You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of whenever you see the Oakland Raiders play.
And they had the dirt.
Yeah, and they had the dirt spots from
awkward.
where the A's played.
Yeah. Well, that was a lot of places before you guys were born.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
A lot of ballparks were playing on baseball fields.
Mickey, from the 940, the most exciting is the fat defensive tackle touchdown for me. So we often forget about that because, but the run game, however, I know that moment was rough, but the run game itself, like, it just continues to grow and build and be good and effective and helps balance out this offense. And having Booker back was nice.
Yeah, absolutely. And you go from what one game you rush for 31 yards.
Yeah, pathetic.
And then this one you rush for 152 yards.
Love it.
And I don't know if you throw in a clunker or you have a good week. But I remember last week talking to Kenny Clark, and he pointed out, he goes, this league is week to week. And, here was a prime example of it. And Jerry even said it after the game. 1 week you get your nose bloodied, and the next week you learn from it, and you get this. So now, consistency, right? Can you consistently do this? Have they found something? Because last week, this time, Monday, you wasn't given a wooden nickel for this team.
Nope.
And now you're sitting there going, oh, they're in second place.
Mm-hmm.
And they only have one more loss than the first place team that struggled until the second half, right?
Right.
So, and the 3-3 Commanders were supposed to be untouchable. Well, they got touched up, and now they've lost 3 of their last 4 with the brilliance of the coaching staff and the defensive coaches, right?
I mean, I feel like that right now, but like you said, it's week to week. So who the hell knows?
Who knows what'll happen?
Yeah. But at least it was a good week, right?
Yes.
How is Kenny Clark, by the way? Is he all right?
He said afterwards that he'll be fine. They all say they're going to be fine, but he did return to the game.
Yeah.
I saw him back in there, so that was, that was encouraging. And even Kenneth Murray, who I thought was more active playing linebacker.
He was.
Right? But again, go back to what I said about filling gaps when there's a gap. And he came back too after it was a leg or ankle. I can't remember. He went out for a couple of plays and then came right back in. They weren't going to keep him on the sideline. So that was good. You keep seeing things from Shamar James, right?
I mean, I think they were going to win anyway, but he had a play that feels like it essentially ended the game.
Yeah, right. He gets the sack fumble.
Yeah.
And then that's where, was that when Daniel got hurt,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So That's like a triple play.
Yes, it really
Not
was.
that he's trying to hurt him
No,
or anything.
and it was just the way that he came down. And now Daniels has an MRI today, and just looking at it, man, that feels like something that's going to keep him out for a minute.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? See, this is always, and he wasn't trying to run the ball, right? But he tries to escape in the pocket, tries to prolong plays, and that's the danger of having a quarterback that is elusive, that'll run. He's going to take hits. And the last thing you want is your quarterback taking needless hits, because it starts to pile up, right? And it compounds the beating, and he was taking a beating. They were doing a good job of getting after him. What did they have? 4 sacks, about 7
Correct.
quarterback hits, something like that. Yeah, but they were being aggressive. Now, they let him out a couple times. What did he ended up with a couple runs. Well, heck, he was their leading rusher, 8 carries for 35 yards, it says here, and a touchdown. So that's all fine and good, but you better gauge on how much of a physical beating your quarterback is doing by doing that kind of play.
Appreciate it very much, good sir. Let's talk again tomorrow.
I'll be here. See ya.
There you go, Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, how about some AM on the FM?
We got the question of the day plus 2 words you never thought you would hear next to each other. Lego and trafficking. Next on The Fan. This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Krosky Merritt is the back behind Jaden Daniels. Snap is back, looking left, pump, hit, fumble, sack, strip, fumble. Cowboys are on it at the 45-yard line. Clowney's on the ball, and we'll see who got the sack.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Shout out to Shamar James. Also, Brock Hoffman will be the guest this evening for the Cowboys Hour. So you want to check that out right here on 105.3 The Fan. And Ian Rappaport is rappaporting because he was listening to our show where we said about 23 minutes ago the DeMarvion Overshown's 21-day window was opening up. Rappaport confirms. We will talk with Stephen Jones at 11:45 or noon to talk a little bit more about that. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it, Corey. I can see you thinking about it. It's time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the Pride of Mansfield, Texas.
Yeah.
877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line. To answer today's question of the day, it's probably better for you to text if you have a mouthful of food instead of speak like Corey did there, but I appreciate the effort there.
I have no clue what you're talking about.
We've got the question of the day plus 2 words you never thought you would hear paired together. Lego trafficking. I've got the story.
It sounds like you're excited about trafficking, and that's concerning.
No.
Lego trafficking!
It's
that's
LFG.
Yeah, it's
Don't
definitely
say
not
that.
legal. I never thought that I would see that in a headline, but it's a real story from California, not Florida, surprisingly. We'll get to that here in just a little bit, but gentlemen, I've been seeing all the clips from season 2 of Starting 5 on Netflix, the show that is surrounding 5 NBA players, Jaylen Brown, Kevin Durant, SGA, Tyrese Halliburton, and James Harden. And I saw one this morning when I was getting ready for the show from James Harden, and it was him and his son, which one, I'll admit, I didn't know he had a son. And 2, they were talking to his mom and some of his family members, and they're like, y'all are going to be really surprised this season because you don't know anything about James Harden. Like, you think you know.
But you have no idea.
But you have no clue.
Kind of like Edge.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you think you know
Real
me.
world.
Exactly. So that kind of intrigued me. They're like, you see him at the clubs and you've seen him out and about. Y'all think he's this larger-than-life character. He's really, really private in his outside of basketball life. He just likes hanging out with his son. That's pretty much all he does.
There was a time when he hung out at the club a lot. though.
Exactly.
There was a time.
And he even talked about it in that clip that I saw where he was like, having a kid changes things, but he was like, I plan my off season around my son. I plan my time away from the basketball court around my son. I just like spending time with them, which I thought that was awesome. And it's got me intrigued for the rest of this series. So just the idea of this show that follows these people around their sport, but more so away, and you get to learn the person. Who's a DFW athlete you would want to see a series that just follows them around in daily life, and you get to learn more about them?
Corey Seager.
Oh,
I feel like
really good one.
I don't know enough.
See, I think I would say Jacob deGrom then.
Oh, yeah.
But Corey Seager is a really good one, too. Is there any part of you that would say Dak because you want to see, like, the more human side of him?
Dude, yeah. Yeah, Dak is so... The answers are canned. What I'm watching...
Which is probably smart.
What I'm watching on the field, I feel like is more of what he's actually like. And I'm sure around the guys, he's a lot... he's talks trash, guides. He's all these different things for all the different players on this team. But, Kevin, I think you're dead on with that. That would be absolutely fascinating to see the real version of him.
I think baseball players in general would probably be a popular answer because I just feel like a lot of them don't give that much access because the season is so long and most of their time is dedicated to baseball. It's not just the 162, it's spring training, it's winter meetings and everything. So I think that really any like big name baseball player would be a good one for me.
Do you think that Jerry's day is full of boring meetings, or that every meeting is about to be the most intense interaction ever?
So
interesting.
I'm not trying to ruffle any feathers or anything like that, but how many meetings does he have per day?
I don't know.
Okay, well,
we'll find out.
When he wakes up, what time do you think he wakes up?
I guess kind of my thought is not a lot.
What do you think he does then? Sun's on top of the boat?
I just kind of think he hangs out and is there in case you need a final decision.
So he just sits at his desk?
Yeah.
And waits for somebody to call?
Or like just summons people to chat with him and get an overview of, like, I think he brings in like all the department heads to give him like an overview, but it's just like those two people.
Overshown.
Yeah, I don't think he's in the like nitty gritty meetings. That is just a theory.
Who's in the nitty gritty meetings?
Depending on what it is.
Because marketing, it's Charlotte. Okay,
Yeah,
I
and
got
then
you.
Stephen and Will.
So do you think there was a time that he was in all those meetings?
Yes.
You think they were all intense?
I think that some of them were more fun than they should have been.
He went every single meeting.
Problems.
He went and looked into a mirror before he went in. He's like looking in the mirror right now.
The mirror?
Getting ready to walk into this meeting and sell.
Not really.
Yeah, Corey, I don't think they were intense. I think they were in the Star.
Probably.
At Frisco. Yeah.
Good point. I like it. I'm proud of you, man.
You're stupid.
877
That was brilliant.
881-1053. Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text on here on a Victory Monday. A DFW athlete you would want to see a documentary following them around and getting to know more about them. I like the phrasing on this from the 903. I need to see if Jamie Benn has an actual life.
He does hockey stuff all the time.
I know he just recently had a child, and there were pictures. He's very private, though. You're right about that. He's very private.
I like this.
You get that, though, right? Like, if you live your entire work life out in front of millions of people, I could see how you'd be like, ugh, no.
Yeah. From the 214, not an athlete, a former one, but very important around here, and I would like this. I'd like to see what Chris Young is up to during the season.
Oh, yeah.
From the 214.
Like, if his life is complicated because he's so tall.
Yeah, that would be funny. Just like how Livy Dunn was posting that she was on a vacation with Paul Skeens, and he was like hitting his head on door frames in Europe because he's like gigantic.
Yeah.
So yeah, I never have to deal with that, right, Corey? But let's see.
You're the Livy Dunn in this situation.
Huh. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. But from the 209, I wish I had the bank account. From the 209, George Pickens. That is my answer. I want to see what George Pickens does outside of practice and outside of game day. I want to see what his personal life is like because we all know we saw the video of him on draft night where he's standing there staring at his TV with some incredible posture. But like, I want to see what his friend group is like. I want to see how he interacts with his family and whatnot because he seems incredibly fun.
Right.
I would love to see what that's like. He invaded the post-game on-field interview yesterday with CD and Dak on the TV broadcast. Like, he's a really interesting character, to say the least, and I would love to see what that is like. From the 940, I would pay to see this. Give me a Wyatt Johnston Living with Pavelski show.
Oh, yeah.
I want to see what that's like.
Couple style, maybe.
Yeah, like life inside the Pavelski house. That would be fun.
They did a I don't know if it was a package like on what used to be what was the old, now it's Victory Plus. What was it before? I can't even think of it anymore.
Fox Sports Southwest.
Yeah, they did a package on that a while back because it was playoff time and we were kind of seeing him sitting at the the big table and then talking. They were playing in the backyard and stuff. But I would like to see more of that. The interaction between those two would have been great.
A couple people saying Trayvon Diggs so they can get the real story on what happened last week.
I'm very interested in what happened.
We're going to ask that. Yeah. I can almost guarantee you that question gets shut down.
He's a very unique individual.
We'll see how it goes.
And I think unique is an understatement.
A very big understatement. I think him and his brother. That would be a fun one, like a combo series to see Trayvon and Stephon Diggs. And then we could get the answer about the pink substances and whatnot.
You can call it digging deep.
Ooh.
in.
You might want to trademark that real quick, so somebody has to buy that off of you.
How do I do that on air right now? I have trademarked digging
That
deep.
is not how that works.
I wish it did.
You saying it on radio might get you a piece of that ownership, though.
I declare bankruptcy.
That is not how that works.
Well, I like the idea that you just lower the tone of your voice a couple octaves and just like sound like it's important.
That was his declaration voice.
A declarative voice. Just sound like you own it, and you own it. Dang it. I like it.
I like it
There you
too.
go. Corey Majors, the innovator right there. From the 682, this would be great. Kyrie Irving. Especially now that he's passed a lot of the like drama in his past stops, and he seems a lot more down to earth, and he is a lot more open. With us, at least, I feel like the DFW media treats him really well, and he does the same for us.
Yeah.
So I feel like he would actually be willing to do that and kind of show you, hey, like, this is what I do. And he's really interesting, too. Just like the lifestyle he lives and whatnot. You'll see him when he's healthy just popping up at parks and playing basketball with random people. Like, I'd love to see the inside, the inner machinations of that.
That's a big word.
Yeah. I'm trying to hit. I have like a quota of SAT words to hit this week. Trying to expand the vocabulary here.
And I do believe it seems as though Stephen Jones, 11:45.
All right. So I will tell you this very quickly. Lego trafficking is a thing. And it's actually becoming a major...
Legos are expensive,
They
man.
are. And it's actually becoming a major issue in the state of California. California police have arrested a man accused of running an organized Lego theft ring, recovering tens of thousands of pieces and boxed sets from his home in what officers described as a, quote, systematic resale operation. The Santa Rosa Police Department said detectives discovered the stockpile early today, actually, early this morning, north of San Francisco, where tables and bins were covered with loose bricks, minifigures, unopened sets, and some of the pictures that they shared on social media are weird. They've got just like the heads of minifigures all arranged by their facial expressions and whatnot in giant rows. It's kind of creepy, if we're being honest, but this is a systematic thing, and they said that the value of the seized items from this person alone was over $6,000. But this investigation has been going on since September, and it remains ongoing because they're afraid there are more suspects, and the specific stores that have been targeted, they think they have footage of other people taking some of these sets, and they think it's all interconnected. So,
what is the length of the investigation versus what you get out of it metric? So like you said, they've been investigating this since September. I get it. Crime is crime, and it's no good. But if you've had like your task force or whatever for a month and you made a $6,000 bust, do you think they're like, come on, dude, like give me some more expensive stuff?
That number did kind of shock me when they're like Lego trafficking and made the big headline. And they're like, yeah, $6,000.
Kevin, at 1 o'clock today, there is a conversation about an even larger heist that took place.
Duplo trafficking.
Oh no!
Come on, that was funny.
That was good.
Oh no! All right, we're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones right here on The Fan.
have to forget something else. Okay, now that is very cute. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is me. But that's your name. I'm not saying this is your name.
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We will talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones in just a minute. But you saw a stat yesterday that said this was the most lead changes through 7 games. The Cowboys at 22. This is the most in NFL history.
Okay.
And so I was looking at something, and I'm probably not going to say the NFL has more parity than ever, but this stat was amazing. There have been 26 games this year where a lead changed in the final 2 minutes of regulation.
Okay.
That is the most to start an NFL season in history. Now, obviously, we saw an improbable comeback with the Denver Broncos, but I want to know, like,
improbable.
Yeah, very improbable. What's a safe lead to y'all now in the NFL? Because it feels like maybe for some teams, even 17 points is tenuous. What's a safe lead?
Yeah, 24.
Okay.
I'm very serious about this.
I believe you.
Because I think that, and it depends on how much time's left too. Like, how are you going into a certain quarter here, Kevin, when you say safe lead? Because if it's the first quarter and I'm up 24, I have problems still. Like, anything can happen the rest of the game. Like, I could get shut out in the second half. So 24 in the fourth quarter, I'm feeling pretty good. Like, I can run some plays that are going to knock some clock off. Or if I'm one of those guys, it's like, no, I've gotten this defense beat. I can run enough offensive plays to say we're going to score again and bump that thing up just a little bit more. But I feel like 24 should feel safe. But we are at the point where Golden State has started shooting 3-pointers in the fourth quarter, and we don't know what to do about it anymore.
Yeah, the Giants were a great example. Prior to yesterday, teams who were shutting out their opponent and led by 18 points or more going into the fourth quarter were 161-0 in the last 18 years. And then the Giants appeared And the Broncos scored the most points ever for a team that had been shut out in the first 3 quarters. And I was like, yeah, that makes sense. If you get shut out in the first 3 quarters, I don't think you're going to go crazy, let alone score 33 points. Right now, brought to you by Ford and your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Let's talk with Dallas Cowboys Executive Vice President Stephen Jones. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys.
Now, this isn't really a question. I guess I kind of wanted to know what your reaction was as well, but on that Javonte Williams run to the 2-yard line right before the end of the half, my 3-year-old son was watching the game with me, and he said, wow, and then goes, that was awesome. Is that about the same reaction that you had to that play?
I would say spot on. It was holy smokes. What did he just do? And what an impressive year he's having for us. And obviously we're fired up for him and what he's brought to the table, his toughness, the way he takes the fight to the opponents, and just a great compliment to what Dak and our passing attack's doing. So yesterday I wouldn't say firing on all cylinders, but we were making a lot of big plays.
How big has it been for this team that you guys have just absolutely, not just yesterday, but the whole season, dominated the last couple of minutes of the first half? That feels like a huge springboard into halftime and beyond.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like the turnover ratio. If you win the turnover battle, you'll probably win a game. If you can, score at the end of the first half and also come back out and get a double and score to start the second half, you got a great chance of winning a lot of games. And we probably can do better coming out of the second half, but obviously we have done really well, and I really think it's a great springboard and momentum builder for the second half when our offense makes plays like that.
Schotty said that he spent more time involved in defensive meetings last week. A, how does he find time for that? And then B, was he helping bridge ideas that Flus is trying to get across to the players, or do you think it was more like when a principal sits in on the math class and everybody just kind of acts better?
No, I think it's the former. I think at the end of the day, Schotty can bring, we call it self-scouting a lot to the table in terms of looking at our defense and, hey, this is how I would come after you. And here's where I think we're, vulnerable. And certainly just wanted to spend more time really walking through, with Matt, kind of where he thought we could do some things that would make it more challenging. And, to me, it's just it's hats off to Coach Schottenheimer. I mean, taking the ball and run with it, that's what great head coaches do. They're, head coach, everybody wants to say, well, he's an offensive guy or a defensive guy. The great ones, I think, are involved in everything. I mean, Bill Parcells was involved in the special teams meetings, the defensive meetings, the offensive meetings. He did it all. But I think it also goes, it's a great compliment to the group Schotty has over there between Chimko and Clayton and those guys that, he's confident that, they'll get him the information he needs so he can call the type of game he wants to call and understand the game plan.
Oh, for sure. I also saw a story that K9, Kenneth Murray, held a couple extra meetings with the defense, and I'm just kind of wondering how much you feel that communication, that leadership helped this week, and you want to see more of that going forward?
Absolutely. I mean, that's what you're looking for is communication and dialogue. I think that's how you execute. And those guys getting in a room on their own and making sure they're communicating out there, that's where consistency starts to creep in. If you can really, take what the coaches are giving you and then take it to another level and, meet with your guys. And, he's certainly one of the big communicators out there on the field for us. And, for him to be having those meetings, hats off to him. And, that's what it takes if we're going to get better as a defense as we progress here. And that's obviously the goal. I think we took some good steps yesterday. Obviously, we know we still have a lot of work to do there.
How have you felt, or how did you feel about this last week of practice? Because Schottenheimer said, hey, good week of practice. We wanted to get more physical. One of the first things Dak said yesterday was, hey, we need to have another good week of practice. How did you see a difference in practice this past week leading into this game?
Absolutely. I mean, I think when we met, the Telltale too, we meet on Fridays with our coordinators. and they absolutely said it was their best week. Coach Eberflus was really pumped up about the week we had and the way we executed during practice. And, you know, I just think it's a given going all the way back to the Jimmy Johnson days. When you had great weeks of practice, you usually play good on Sunday. And certainly we had a great week of practice, and I totally agree. We have to keep putting that together. Putting those days together and stacking them up, and we'll improve on the defensive side of the ball. Offensively, we've still got a lot of room for improvement as well. So, you know, there's no doubt in my mind that Coach Schottenheimer and his staff are going to be pushing these guys to meet standards, and I expect that to happen.
You know, when you talk about the potential improvements on offense, that's something that, again, Dak said as well. He goes, the sky's the limit. What does an even better version of this offense look like right now? Because it's clearly been ridiculously good so far.
Yeah, well, we hadn't had our meetings, but I know there were a couple of drives there late in the second quarter, you know, where we shot ourselves in the foot with holding penalties and, you know, penalties that set you back, and they're hard to overcome. And so you can start with things like that, and then there's just the overall general play. And, you know, we'll see more about it as we move forward. But there's no question in my mind we can play even better on the offensive side of the ball.
We always want George Pickens to catch the ball. But I was telling Kevin earlier this morning, I was like, it doesn't even matter if he catches it. He's a threat. He changes the way defenses have to look at this team because of his ability to go deep. And it can be a pass interference, it can be a catch, it can be so many different things. But the fact that he's a threat gives Dak so many more options. Is that what you're seeing right now, and is that the impact you expected?
Yeah. I mean, look at the year. We just start to go through them. I mean, look at what Javonte's doing. Look at what Ferguson is doing with, you know, his production on numbers of receptions and touchdowns. I think it's, you know, CD unfortunately has been hurt. Had a little window there where he was hurt, but I think it loosens everything up on him as well. And then, you know, you got the guys, you know, who complement the rest of them, whether it's a Turpin, whether it's a Flournoy, whether it's a JT. You know, everybody's getting in the mix. I think, you know, one thing that was exciting to me, we had a penalty on the play, which is what we got to get out of the game. Is you know, our game is, you know, we got to reduce these penalties. I mean, you're going to have some. It's inevitable. But, you know, I love the play Blue made when he went for about 15 down the right sideline.
Yep.
You could really see the juice and the speed that he can bring to this offense when you get him in space.
Now, it feels as though, or it seems as though Overshone made the announcement himself this morning. Has the 21-day window been opened for him?
Yes, he is so fired up, and yes, we'll be opening that window with him, and he'll start to work back in. And I know he's fired up. I know our training staff's fired up. He's been itching at the bit to get back, but we wanted to make sure, you know, after coming off 2 injuries, unfortunately, that he was 100% ready to go. But he's got to get, you know, he's going to have that ramp-up period where he gets in football shape. You know, hadn't been in, you know, didn't get any work in the off season or training camp. So obviously there's work to do there, but you know, it'll probably take the full allotted 3 weeks for him to get prepared. But hopefully after that bye, he'll be ready to play football.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Mingo is coming to the end of his window, if that is correct. Where do y'all stand with him?
We'll activate him for sure. Okay. So he'll be moving up and be on the roster and competing to get snaps. Obviously, that receiving room's gotten pretty spicy. You're going to have to get in there, but he does. He brings an element with his game, you know, that we don't have. He's obviously got rare size and speed, and he's a physical player, and he'll certainly be wanting to get on the field.
And last thing before we let you go, Stephen. Actually, never mind. Hold
on. Well, if he's got a last thing, my last thing I was going to ask then was, from a football strategy point, it probably made sense, but there's 6 minutes and 59 seconds left to go in the game yesterday. You guys are up at 22 and sitting right at about midfield. Did you also kind of want Brandon Aubrey to get the shot at that record field goal?
I'm sure everybody talked about it. He already set one NFL record yesterday. I think he's now holds the most 60-plus yard field goals in the history of the NFL. So, yeah, we were up there chuckling. It'd kind of been nice to let him go for it, but we understand.
All right, then I will ask that. I love Brandon Aubrey, so I'm glad you asked that. Do you happen to have any update on Diggs and what happened last week?
No further updates, no, other than obviously he had an accident at home, and, it was one that kept him from playing. Hopefully he'll be back ready to go to work this week.
Well, we appreciate the time as always, good sir. Congratulations on the win. We'll catch you next Monday.
Sounds great, guys. Thank you.
There goes Stephen Jones right here on 105.3 The Fan. All right, two things. I'm dumb. I did not understand what Corey was doing. The motion was Diggs. I didn't understand.
I was giving him the shovel.
Yeah, I did not understand.
I was like, don't forget to ask about this.
I didn't understand what he was doing. That was on my list of questions, but that's why when you were like, last thing, I go, oh, he means Diggs.
He was like, yeah, he's definitely digging deeper on this. Yeah, good stuff,
I really didn't get where you were going with that, but that's why I was like, I need to ask the field goal question, because that was my main disappointment from yesterday is he was in position. It was either going to be 67 or 68, depending on the spot. And I think 67, but it would have been for the record. And I really wanted to see that happen. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, since we switched things around, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Drake May breaks a Tom Brady record and give Matthew Stafford a sword.
Do it.
Next on The Fan.
D&M Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where Steven gave us a lot of news. Yes, indeed. DeMarvion Overshown's 21-day window is activated today, although he was very cautious to talk about how he's going to need time to ramp up and get into football shape. Also, with Mingo's ramp-up period coming to an end, he did say definitively that Jonathan Mingo is being activated, so look for him this weekend.
Kevin, somebody asked something on the fan text. Now that it's noon, I think it's important we ask this question.
Okay.
If they finish the Super Monster this Friday, will you buy their meal and their kids?
Ooh.
You're not buying their kids. Their kids' meals.
Oh.
You know
for
what?
this one person.
I might.
Not for everybody.
Let me ponder that.
Or maybe for everybody.
Oh, my gosh.
Samantha ponder.
But what is happening with you?
You said ponder.
All right. So let me consider that. I absolutely might be willing to do that. Woo-hoo! All right. But
Don't
now.
sell your kids.
Yeah. Agreed. Powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it.
I'm going to go to Alec real quick because Alec, it sounds like things have gone from bad to worse for the Saints.
Yeah, in a year that we all expected absolutely nothing, they are getting just absolutely obliterated with injuries. Their running back Kendre Miller tore his ACL in yesterday's game. He is out for the remainder of the year. He was really starting to carve out a role in that offense. And then, speaking of their offense, their center Eric McCoy is believed to have suffered torn biceps. He will be out for the season, and that's not a minor injury. He's one of the best centers in football, so they're going to be missing one of the best run blockers and pass blockers in the NFL.
Great.
There you go.
Now everything's ruined. If you're a Saints fan.
Oh, okay.
Obviously.
All right. Now, this is not necessarily wanker of the weekend, but it does seem a bit weird. Do you think it's weird that the 1-5 Ravens are almost a touchdown favorite over the Bears? Now, one would assume, of course, that's because Lamar Jackson's coming back, but that doesn't change the fact that their defense is still not good.
Yeah.
Would you be offended by that if you were the Bears?
Should be. I think if you're Ben Johnson, you'd take that to your team that way.
Okay.
Because he's been very he believes this team is going to be better than it is. And obviously, is it Dennis Allen's doing a really good job with their defense up there. They've gotten more productive, and that offense is coming together. I'm not going to say that Caleb Williams looks great. There were moments, dude, that offense looked clunky again. But then they have big plays. They have big playability. And I'm afraid that whenever they become kind of like the Detroit offense, where they are clicking on all cylinders and get to that point, I'm afraid of that team. So, yeah, man, I'd be offended.
Now, can you go and give me cut number 17? Because this man broke a Tom Brady record.
May taking a deep shot down the field. Booty is down there. Touchdown! What a catch! Kayshawn Booty!
So much booty.
Obviously, that's an amazing call. Drake May became the third player under the age of 24 with 200-plus passing yards and 100-plus passer rating in 6 straight games. More importantly, against the Titans, 91.3% completion percentage overthrows Tom Brady for the best single-game completion percentage by a Patriot. I don't know if he had to destroy his phone or anything after the game.
Overthrows Brady, doesn't overthrow Booty.
True.
Yeah.
They worked in cooperation.
Right now, everybody keeps talking about the deep ball that Drake May throws. I think he has the best throw right now.
Okay.
You watch the way that he... Now, I'm not saying that he's as cerebral. Dak sees the game right now. Dak's a puppet master. He's orchestrating this thing beautifully. I really like the way I'm watching what Dak's doing at the line. Drake May, when I watch him throw, I'm just like, dude, those receivers got to love what's coming out of his hands, because this is all, it's really nice right now. And he's living up to, it used to be run around and make plays. Now he's in pocket and still can also break away and make those plays. Got to also love what Vrabel's doing up there as well.
Now let's go to the coaching staff that you don't really love anything about what they're doing. That is the Miami Dolphins. I'm going to give it to Mike McDaniel, cut number 18, how he feels about his team right now.
They wanted to win, okay? They did, and they didn't do it, and it's all of us. So I don't think anybody's spared from accountability. I think we all need to look at the mirror.
They lost 31-6 to the Cleveland Browns. In that run, Quinshon Judkins ran for 3 touchdowns, and the Dolphins went ahead and benched Tua, who was 12 for 23 for 100 yards and 3 interceptions. They put Quinn Ewers in there. This was the first time the Browns scored more than 17 points in 10 months.
Really?
Yes.
Hold on. That's a long time.
It is a
of
long
not
time.
Scoring that many points.
It is.
Jeez. That's just, dude. This is where the Dolphins are. They can't get anything together. And I'll give Cleveland credit. Like they fight their butts off each week. They just haven't been good enough to win.
That's probably fair.
But Miami, they kind of look like they've looked at times they've looked like they had something left, but they don't.
I know they are not the worst. They don't have the worst record. Is Miami the most pathetic team in the NFL? Wow. Okay. All right.
I don't know. The Jets exist.
I know. That's what I'm saying. You got to pick.
Crap.
I know the Jets have a worse record.
No, they're the second most pathetic team in the NFL.
To the Jets?
Jets are pathetic right
now,
dude.
All right.
I've watched them.
Okay. I appreciate that. Now, let's go to Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford, per Rich Eisen on the broadcast, became the first player to throw 5 touchdown passes in an international series game.
Look at that.
When told about this after the game, Stafford smiled.
Good day, fella.
Actually, he kind of went down that path.
No, he didn't.
No, but his same idea. He smiled and said, "Do I get a sword or something?"
Dude.
Do we need to make sure upon arrival back to the States, because I can see how they would not let you travel on the plane with a sword.
Not a carry-on. But I bet that he could have packed that one away.
I guess it's a team plane, and you're like, do you trust Matthew Stafford to just have a sword on the plane? Does somebody need to get him a sword?
Yes.
Okay.
Here's the thing, though. Can you be knighted if you are not English? Has there ever been an American knighted?
Question. We are not cultured enough to know the answer. We'll get the answer.
Text in if you know the answer, because I think that he deserves that, at least.
Well, if he doesn't get it, they do still roll back to the States 5-2. That's their best opening record since they won the Super Bowl 4 years ago.
And he's got a longer trip than most. Because he has to go all the way across the United States.
That is true. I really thought you were going to say something else there, but yes, that is true.
All right. I have an answer.
Oh, great.
Plenty of Americans have been knighted.
What? Yeah.
Including Bill Gates, Angelina Jolie, and Steven Spielberg.
So not our best.
Yeah.
Wow.
Take
that, Bill Gates.
One of our best.
One of our best filmmakers. I think Matt Stafford deserves it.
Okay.
Get on it, Queen. We'll be talking.
She died. They have a king now.
Well, we'll be talking about that here at 1 o'clock.
We will?
Yeah. Get ready.
Okay.
Get ready for the heist of all heists.
All right. Well, I have a sad story for you. Former NFL running back Doug Martin, famously known as the Muscle Hamster, he died at the age of 36. Now, news came out this morning that he died in Oakland police custody. I don't know, though, if they picked him up because clearly something was happening or if he'd been that I don't know.
Dang, man.
But yeah, so he passed away 36,
Dude,
man.
I still remember when he jumped on the stage and everybody was trying to get him in fantasy football, and it was just like watching him for a stretch of time was the most fun.
Yes. Now, do you need another, I guess, positive story?
Sure.
How would you feel if
Positively.
Okay. How would you feel if you showed up for game day?
I'd be happy.
And your defensive coordinator said, you're going to be the guy that lays on the ground to try to stop the tush push. Please tell me you saw this.
I wouldn't want to be that person that day.
Okay.
I don't think it's effective either.
Oh, it was.
Okay.
The second time.
Yeah.
Tyler Batty, TTY, he laid down and acted as a human shield. And of course, this is Brian Flores, who has come up with this idea, potentially the biggest step forward to stopping the tush push we've seen.
Was he laying on his stomach, on his back? Did he have his head up on his hand?
No, he
and
wasn't.
His hand on his hip?
He wasn't posing.
All right.
No.
I don't know how a human shield. I'm just trying to imagine this. I'll go watch the highlights.
Okay, but he definitely...
I didn't watch a lot of that game. I didn't see it, so that's frustrating.
Well, he wasn't posing. He was kind of like laying down on his stomach, but I think he also had his knees up.
Okay.
And so... Shut up. Shut up! Both of you, shut up!
So, Freebirds on Friday, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
There'll be a free birds. Addison.
The Eagles won that game. Jalen Hurts, 19-23, 326 yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, had a perfect passer rating against the NFL's #1 pass defense going in, and he was just the 3rd Eagles quarterback to record a perfect passer rating in a game, along with Donovan McNabb and Nick Foles.
One's a Super Bowl champion.
That is true. Now, a couple of other noteworthy things coming out of that game. Brandon Graham has talked with the Eagles about coming out of retirement again after they lost Zadarius Smith to retirement. You want to focus in on the Vikings. They went 1 for 6 in the red zone. That was the worst red zone to touchdown rate for Minnesota in a game with 6 or more red zone drives this century.
That was poor. Very poor.
It really was.
And I'm not going to say Carson Wentz had to throw a lot. He missed a lot of targets in that game, dude. Just an absolute lot of targets. And Justin Jefferson looked so frustrated on the sideline at the end of that loss. Like, he was just shaking it. You know how when you see your mom and she's just sitting there just stewing and she's just shaking her head like, no. That's exactly how Justin Jefferson looked. Somebody's in trouble in that locker room.
One more thing coming out of that game, Devontae Smith caught the longest pass of his career, 79 yards for a touchdown. Also, Charvarius Ward was put on injured reserve with a concussion, and the Jets benched Justin Fields in favor of Tyrod Taylor, although they said that is still a work in progress. They don't want to make a rash decision at quarterback, because if Glenn came out and said, who really gives an F, that would be unprofessional.
Mm-hmm. And then they would definitely be the most pathetic team.
Yeah, there you go. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway, and we'll kick it off with Dallas Cowboys thank you and no thank you notes after crushing the Commanders. Next on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our...
Basil baby. Is that fast food? Nutmeg maidens? Nutmeg maidens. I just said that. Was it spicy? Yeah. Doesn't sound right. Was it saffron sport?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Snap to Prescott. First and goal, looking, standing. Over the middle, into the end zone. Touchdown to the post. Jake Ferguson. How about that?
Indeed. KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan on a Victory Monday. It's time for your Dallas Cowboys thank you and no thank you notes after whooping the Commanders' ass. 877-881-1053. I'm going to start with a thank you note for Washington for having a false start on their first drive to force a 3-and-out because they were going to go for it on 4th down. And this was one of those moments, and I know Dan Quinn loves to go, all the Dans love to go for it, but I was mad because I was like, no, we did it. We stopped you. It's 4th down. Kick the ball. Even though I realize that's not really how football goes anymore. But then they got a false start, and they had to punt it, and we had a 3-and-out, and I was like, oh, my gosh, what is happening?
I do love that. I also would love for all the Tolos named Dan out there, do you love to go for it? That's what I would like to know. I feel like most of them would say yes.
Okay. I think
their name is Dan.
I think you're probably right about
Doer
that.
of good deeds where women are concerned.
Okay. Oh, okay. I know what that's from. We talked about this with Mickey. No thank you note to a deep handoff, shotgun snap, or deep pitch when you're 1 yard in front of the goal line, or it's 3rd and 1 or 3rd and 2 or 4th and 1 or 4th and 2. They did the handoff essentially 4.5, maybe 5 yards deep in the end zone, and that led to a safety. No thank you note to that.
Okay, I got a question about this because it seems like, doesn't it feel, this is just a feeling, Kevin, that somebody's always able to pick up 6 yards against the Cowboys when they're on the goal line like that?
Yes.
How are we not able to?
Do you ever, quick question about that in football, do you ever think to yourself, that person would have broken away every single time because they run untouched into the end zone and there's no one with them? And you're like, it's a good thing that wasn't on the 20 or else that would have gone for 80 yards. I don't know if you ever think that.
No, but
okay.
I appreciate what you're thinking. Quick slant I suggested earlier. What's the risk there? Cornerback pick 6 right there. You know?
Right.
But now you have George Pickens.
Yes.
I'm picking up 40 yards no matter what.
It does feel like that.
I'm throwing the ball deep from there. And honestly, Kevin, I don't need much time. Pickens go. Let me throw it high, and it might get intercepted. Probably not, though. It doesn't feel like Pickens is going to let it get intercepted.
Right.
The other thing is pass interference. Again, that's 30, 40 yards downfield. And then the other thing could. So I want them to have a few more plays, and Schottenheimer seems to do this each week. He seems to go, you know what, I'm going to add an extra play just in case for next time. And I would prefer them not do that anymore.
Yeah.
But he does feel strongly about his about what they have offensively up front and Javonte Williams. He feels like they can always get yards, but I agree with you. That was a deep handoff.
From the 817, thank you, Jaden Daniels, for being so inaccurate early in the game. From the 858, thank you to Marcus Mariota for throwing a can of corn off to Bland to get another pick 6. You know what? Go ahead and give me cut number 8 because it did end up being a can of corn. I thought the pressure, bonus thank you note to the Cowboys' pressure on that play, which I think helped make it happen.
He just got the snap off, flushed out by Odigizua, and he's going to be almost hit by Clark. Throws it away. It's intercepted. He threw up a duck. Here comes Bland down the sideline. It's a pick 6. It's a pick 6. The first touch of a ball by a Cowboys cornerback this year.
The first touch of a ball.
Really? Yeah, because I guess Donovan Wilson had gotten
I do believe, Kevin, Brady Stewart had one, and Kyer Elam has a pass deflection.
Wow.
Other than that, there were no
great.
pass deflections by your cornerbacks this year, and that's rough.
Okay. Yeah, that's not good, but it worked out this time. You know what? Let's talk about the cornerback. So, Washington, after the safety, they get a touchdown. But, thank you note to Deron Bland for stopping what looked like was going to be a 2-point conversion. That looked like that was going to be not quite walk the dog, but pretty close. And all of a sudden, Deron Bland flies in there. So double thank you note to him for looking like a freaking middle linebacker in that game. And on the next drive, along with Kenneth Murray, they made a tackle to force another 3-and-out.
Yes,
and
that was on the sideline too, right? Yeah,
yes,
that was a really good play, man. Yeah, I noticed Deron Bland a lot more than just the pick 6. Deron Bland he put his imprint on this game for sure in big moments. It wasn't just like oh, that was a random second down play. It was like, no, it's money time. Deron Bland's like, I'm getting paid. It's my turn.
Man, you're so right about that because you're right.
You got to make the random second down plays.
And the pick six gets more attention, but that tackle directly made the difference. And shout out to Kenneth Murray as well, because he was involved in that play. That makes the direct difference between you have to punt and first down, continue down the field.
Yeah, man, that was very, very important for sure.
Now, no thank you note to Deron Payne for the stretch of the game where it felt like he knocked the ball down 800 times in a row. I realize it was probably only twice, but it felt like he was knocking every pass down, and I wanted him to stop.
But they lost.
That's true.
So if he knocked every pass down,
okay,
somehow they still lost.
Then I feel like they probably would have won. But here's the thing. That goes with this no thank you note as well. No thank you note to Tyler Smith. He negated a Dak scramble for a first down. And I realized they ended up getting the pass to Jake Ferguson for a first down anyway after that. But, and we'll probably go more in depth on this tomorrow when Steven talks about the penalties, and that is what's keeping the offense from being even better. That's a great example right there. I know they got the first down, but any penalty that you have that costs you a first down feels like it has the potential to be disastrous.
Let us revisit, Kevin, the no thank you of not kicking the midfield field goals.
Agreed.
John Machota has a quote from Brandon Aubrey. I've set myself apart with a particular set of skills, I guess, that are hard to replicate. So I just want to keep showing that every week I can. Then he was asked if he has a personal field goal distance goal. And he said, no, just kick the ones they put in front of me. No thank you to not putting that one in front of him, but saving it for Denver. Because as the Cowboys head to Mile High Stadium this week, it is time for an 80-yard field goal.
Do you kind of want to hear Brandon Aubrey and his particular set of skills speech against Liam Neeson?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually,
Alec, if you have the producing time, we could play those together.
We need to reach out to the Cowboys and see if we can get him to like voice over something like that.
Oh, yes.
Because he's awesome.
But what I do have, I don't have money. But what I do have is
he has money
set
though.
Of skills. I for the purposes of that,
he's going to get paid even more too.
Do you think Brandon Aubrey should have more money than Liam Neeson? Is my question.
Liam Neeson's brought a lot of happiness. People. He said some things. People were very upset about at one point.
He did?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I don't remember that, but I'll take your word for it.
But yeah, from the 817, good point. Aubrey could make it from like 95 in Denver. Kevin, I don't think there's a limit to the distance that Brandon Aubrey could kick in Denver. But we'll have to wait. We'll start talking about that on Wednesday.
Okay.
All right.
So
right now we're celebrating yesterday.
The only limit is our human
minds.
comprehension.
Yeah, our stupid human heads.
Hey, I know we haven't talked about him much this year, and he's newer to the team, but man, thank you note to Bridges as well, because he also had an open field tackle that forced a punt.
Yeah.
Did he get away with a defensive pass interference another time? Maybe.
You know, the analytics, I would love to see the analytics on missed tackles and open field tackles. I know you said you're done saying nice open field tackle, but the analytics on that, I feel like have to be important now. You know, like when you win a game, turnovers and missed tackles, I feel have to have a huge impact on what your game is. If you're a good tackling team, you're not getting beat defensively. And this Cowboys team needs to turn into that. They have to be better at it. Nice work this week, at least.
I really like this. Even my mom texted me during the game saying that kicker guy needs a raise. So, that's how you know. From the 817, thank you note to Jadeveon Clowney for being everywhere at the right time. Man, that's a great description for yesterday. It wasn't the most gaudy game statistically, though obviously he filled up parts of the stat sheet. But it did feel like when you needed a play or when you saw a play get made, that frequently his name was involved in that play. So, yeah, absolutely props to him. And Steven mentioned it. Brandon Aubrey now most 60-plus yard field goals made in NFL history.
I want to say thank you. I don't have many no thank yous, Kevin. I'm sorry. I'm in a really good mood today. But I want to say thank you to your receiving core. And Kevin, I'm asking the question right now. Do you, in fact, have 2 number 1 wide receivers?
I think so. I think
we argued about this before the season when
Yeah.
they said it. We were like, come on, guys. And right now, one carried you while your other was out.
And you saw yesterday, and like you asked Steven about it, and he gave a great description, is what a weapon George Pickens is, either because he'll make the catch, because he'll draw a pass interference.
Or he'll create space for somebody else.
Yes, even though I thought that pass interference call was soft. Or, like you said, he's that much of a threat that you have to be like, okay, well, what are you going to do? Leave him out there?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
So if you're drawing up plays, which Brian Schottenheimer is doing, I don't know if you've heard that or not.
I have heard that.
If you're drawing up plays and you go, all right, if I send him deep, which receiver do I want to put underneath this? Because there's going to be space to exist. The creativity that comes along with it has just got to be an absolute blast.
Okay, well, one of those thank you notes does go to George Pickens then, and his combination with Javonte Williams. We've talked about it, but the Cowboys and how they've been doing in the last 2 minutes of the first half is freaking unbelievable. You got that Dak throw, and Pickens fights through a defender and the sun to catch it for 44 yards with 23 seconds left in the half. And you're like, oh, man, we get a field goal. And then Javonte Williams breaks off the 32-yard carry that it took 6 yards and 2 people at the end to make the tackle.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the play. I'm not kidding. Noah watched it, and he goes, wow, because he just kept staying up. And then finally another person dove into the picture, and you're like, well, that's what you're going to need, because he was clearly going to drag that one guy into the end zone. And that led to a touchdown at a point where I was like, if you could get points, that would be great. I wasn't thinking you're going to score a touchdown, but those 2 plays, bang, bang, touchdown.
Did you think Donovan Ezeraku yet?
Are you sure it's not Ezeruco?
Ezeruco.
Yes, Donovan Ezeraku gets his first official NFL sack, I do believe. And he continues to be somebody who at times is there to cause some chaos. Not all times.
According to Brandon is right on Twitter. I'm going to throw that one out there for you. And according to PFF, through week 7, 67.4 pass rush grade, which is third for rookie defensive ends. 10 defensive stops, tied for first. 70.8 defensive grade, first. 14 pressures, that's tied for second. And 13 tackles, that's first. So he's, as we've been saying every week he just looks like he's getting better and better as we go along.
Yep.
Like every week you're like, okay, I can get excited about that. And then you get your first sack.
Yeah, and
that's a good positive feeling right there.
And if the counter is, but he still gets washed out on some plays, sure, that's going to happen to literally everybody, but especially a potentially undersized rookie. Man, this might have been the play of the game. And we already mentioned the Deron Bland pick six. Kenny Clark, by the way, almost got Mariota. It was a weird play because it felt like Mariota had forever to throw the ball in terms of time, but all of that time just about after 1 second was under duress. So he was still up and moving, but man, he was getting harassed on that play, and I know Kenny Clark was a big part of that. But I wanted to go back to the Shamar James play. Man, and it was a play that I had to, Osa as well. Osa was getting a lot of pressure on Mariota on that pick six as well. It was a play I had to go back and watch a couple of times because I was like, why did the ball just fire out like that? And Shamar James, man, he nailed Jaden Daniels. The unfortunate part, because you don't want somebody to get hurt, was the way he came down. And now that looks like that might be a problem for a few weeks for the Commanders. But that sack, forced fumble, that was impressive. That was really impressive.
Yeah, the defense, Kevin, they were tired of hearing it about how bad they looked. They asked their coach to give them opportunities. He allowed them to take those opportunities. They were successful. Now, okay, you've done it once. You did it against the Jets recently, too.
Yeah.
Now do it again against the Broncos. And then you'll probably stop hearing about it. But, Kevin, now I also kind of feel like we have to be on this defense's case all the time in order to get them motivated. So I don't think they're good enough to go out there and just kind of piddle around like that. So I think they need to get better.
And so, look, from the 214, no thank you note to Luke McCaffrey for killing my 6-leg parlay. I'm with you on that. I love Underdog. Promo code Masterpiece. Get you $100 in bonus money or bets. But the fact that the Cowboys' run defense decided to show up cost me $190 yesterday. I made 2, 3.
You bet against the Cowboys.
Well, because of their run defense. I thought they were going to win, but one of the plays that I made was Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt to get higher than 68.5 yards rushing. Didn't we all think going into that game that was probably going to happen? Cowboys' run defense was badass, only got 33 yards. That killed a $100 play, and then my $90 play died when Shamar James took down Jaden Daniels. He only needed 14 yards more rushing. So I get it, but I make that trade for a Cowboys win. Now, if I could have hit at least one of them and gotten a Cowboys win, that would have been really great.
It would have been awesome for
as
you,
well.
I would have been really happy for you.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You know, right now, how about we do some baseball nuggets?
Let's do it.
And let's start. Well, we'll get to one of the greatest performances of all time. But in the meantime, they're pressing things afoot in the American League Championship Series, where Vladimir Guerrero had another home run. I do believe that's 6 in this postseason. The Blue Jays win 6-2. I just saw something. Somebody texted in. They are a Blue Jays fan currently in Finland.
Whoa.
And so tonight is their opportunity, and we've talked about it.
They're a Blue Jays fan in the land of Dallas Stars players.
Oh, maybe they can be a Blue Jays fan and a Stars fan.
Yeah.
Maybe they're also disappointed about the Stars passing.
Easy.
All right. So the Blue Jays have not been in the World Series, I believe, since 1993. The Mariners have never been in the World Series. Something's going to give tonight 7-10. It's 3-3, but props to the Blue Jays for really making this a series at a time when it looked like it could have gotten away from them. But whether or not you think this game is to decide who gets swept by the Dodgers is neither here nor there. It'll be here in just a second. But you got to feel. Who are you thinking tonight? George Kirby, Shane Bieber, slight edge for Toronto, the home team in the betting odds. Who is going to the World Series?
Kevin, I've been all about Seattle this whole time. Like I've just felt like they were the team that was slugging the best. I felt like they had that going for them. But I also said very adamantly, this reminded me of the Rangers-Astros series a couple of years ago in the ALCS. And I feel like I've gotten that out of it. Like this is going to be one of those tonight. I think Shane Bieber takes them down. I think that Toronto walks away at home with that, saying to their crowd, thank you very much. And the Canadians, hopefully they don't throw beer on a baby tonight, you know?
How often do you think about that?
Every day.
Wow, that's a lot.
Every time I open a beer, my first thought is, do not throw this on a baby like those Canadians would.
Okay. Oh, good to know.
I think it's a good reminder.
Yes.
Would you rather me throw a beer on a child?
What child? I'm just kidding. Don't do that. By the way, the
One in
world
a movie theater.
The world that was a soda. The World Series will start on Friday, and you know what? Let's wait just another minute to talk about Shohei. I want to go back to Game 6. Cal Raleigh tied Game 6 in the 8th inning with a solo home run. Eugenio Suarez that was Game 5 to put them ahead, and then Toronto strikes back to even up the series. So props to them for making it happen. Game 7 tonight doesn't get much more exciting than that. But let's talk about this man. Go ahead and give me cut number 22, please, sir.
In Game 4 of the LCS, and there goes Ohtani. Shohei lighting up the highlights already. It's a leadoff home run after he struck out 3 in the top of the first.
Now, that's how it started. And you know what's amazing? He struck out 3 batters, then walked to the bench, grabbed a bat, hit a leadoff home run, just like
maybe the best moment for
Yeah.
like consecutive at bats ever.
That's crazy. And keep in mind, he was also the starting pitcher who would win the game, but he became the second player in MLB postseason history to hit 3 home runs from the leadoff spot, joining Hall of Famer George Brett, who did so in Game 3 of the 1978 ALCS. But we were just getting started. Go ahead and give me cut number 23, please.
Oh my goodness! Shohei Ohtani! Wow! Up and over the roof! A majestic blast!
Now, Corey, don't mind the use of the word majestic. If we can go back to the very beginning of that cut for just a second. It goes out of the ballpark, and y'all always talk about how the bat sounds different. Listen to this sound, and then the announcer immediately is like, holy crap.
Oh my goodness!
All right, so like gone.
Do you hear the difference?
Oh, yes. I definitely did hear the difference. Now, here's what makes this all the crazier. Shohei Ohtani went into Game 4 of that series. His previous 7 playoff games, he had 3 hits and 14 strikeouts in his previous 29 at-bats. So he was just awful. But then when we go to cut number 24, if you didn't see it, it looks like everybody in the stadium is standing when Shohei comes up to the plate, and then he does this.
Ohtani, did he? Ohtani! Ohtani has done it again! His 3rd home run!
3 home runs in addition to throwing 6+ innings. I believe he gave up 2 hits, gets the win in the series clinching game. And this is how you know you had one of the most incredible games of all time. He had done Jack S in this series, and he won NLCS MVP. That's crazy.
For a single game performance.
Yes, for a single game performance.
It was a closeout series. It was a series closeout moment. I guess that's why. And I don't know that anybody else really stood up to that, like as big as that was. I don't think that was caught up in the moment. Like this was hey, I just closed them out almost single-handedly.
Yes.
Good. So yeah. And dude, what I love so much too, like, I understand they are the most stacked roster you could find.
Sure.
They have the most. They paid so much for this team. But watching when he does what he does, how amazed guys like Mookie Betts and Freddie Freeman are at what that man just did, that's impressive enough to me. I'm impressed as a regular human. Those guys are legitimate all-star players that are like maybe Hall of Famers. And they're amazed by what their own teammate is doing. That's awesome to me.
So then a quick question, because I did not realize that these other 2 performances had happened until Mike Sielski and Jeff Passan got in on the conversation. So Shohei Ohtani, 6+ innings, gets the win in a pennant-clinching game in which he also hit 3 home runs. Tony Cloninger...
Of course it was Tony Cloninger.
Threw a complete game as a pitcher in the same game where he hit 2 grand slams. All right, so that's candidate number 2.
All right.
Then there's candidate number 3. I take you to June of 1971. For the Phillies, Rick Wise hit 2 home runs against the Big Red Machine Cincinnati Reds, also struck out 12 and threw a no-hitter. So, there's no doubt that this performance is bananas. But does it go ahead of the guy who hit 2 home runs in a regular season game against a juggernaut Reds team and also threw a no-hitter? Or what about the guy who hit 2 grand slams and threw a complete game?
Because Ohtani did throw 100 pitches.
Yes.
How many pitches did you say he threw that no-hitter? Do we happen to have a pitch count on that?
I do not have a pitch count on that. I'm sorry.
Because if he would have been able to be as efficient as he was at the plate, hitting home runs as a pitcher, striking out 10, maybe he finishes striking out 27. That would have been the greatest ever. But here we are having to debate this.
Well,
I'll go ahead and give him
the greatest in our lifetime, sure.
That's the one that I've seen. I'll give him that kind of like, you did it, man. Even though it wasn't a no-hitter, because technically, Kevin, it was a 6-inning no-hitter. It was a modern day no-hitter, striking out 10.
It does feel like 6 innings is a modern no-hitter. Yeah. Now, I'll take you to some of the thoughts from his teammates. This is Max Muncy.
Oh, is he on the Mount Rushmore?
Shohei?
Brady, MJ, Gretzky, Shohei?
I don't think so, but that's just me. Like, I have a hard time saying you're better than Willie Mays or Mickey Mantle or Babe Ruth or whatever.
We'll see at the end of his career where he lands.
And I understand the completely different nature of what Shohei can do.
And the reaction right now, too, obviously.
Sure, it's unbelievable.
Yeah.
Including with his teammates. Max Muncy. I can't wait for when I'm a little bit older and my kids are asking about it. What's the greatest thing you've ever seen in baseball? I can't wait to pull up this game today. That's the single best performance in the history of baseball. I don't care what anybody says. Obviously, I don't know what happened like 100 years ago, but that's what he said. But that's the single best performance I've ever seen in my life. Now, what about Mookie Betts? Mookie Betts is an awesome player. Has been for many, many years. And this is what Mookie Betts said about Shohei and then about himself. It's like we're the Chicago Bulls and he's Michael Jordan.
What did he say he was?
I guess Scottie Pippen.
Bill Laimbeer.
Without the migraines.
I'm Luke Longley.
No, they're on the same team. Yeah. All right. So.
Ron Harper.
Oh, my God. I know there's more.
I'm letting you get the segment in.
Okay, so just incredible right there. Incredible performance. Oh, my God. And Craig Hodges, yes. And incredible individual performance. But let's talk about...
Freeman's definitely Kukoc, right? Or is he Pippen?
Man. He's Kukoc because Freeman loves Shohei Ohtani. Go back on that second home run. Find somebody who looks at you the way Freddie Freeman looks at Shohei Ohtani. Because... I hope if you're watching on Twitch, the YouTube, that's exactly what he did. Freddie Freeman, again, another outstanding player, could not believe what he had just seen from Shohei Ohtani. Now, for the Dodgers as a collective, the Dodgers are the first defending World Series champions to get back to the World Series since the Phillies did so in 2009. But, of course, the Phillies lost. And so the Dodgers are looking to become the first repeat champions in 25 years. That starting rotation, including what Shohei Ohtani did. Do you know what their starting rotation ERA was for the NLCS?
0.83.
Ooh, 0.63.
Dang.
That is the lowest in the history of the NLCS or ALCS. So while Shohei's game was incredible, unimpeachable, unbelievable, that pitching staff just completed a series like no team in the history of those series.
That's amazing, dude.
And I think all of that feeds into the idea of whoever wins tonight, congratulations. I hope you can take it to 5. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're going to be a heavy underdog going into that World Series.
Yeah.
Whoever wins.
Yeah. I want it to feel like we're watching two juggernauts play.
For sure.
But I get it.
We're all just living in the Dodgers world at this point. Oh, by the way, something to keep an eye on.
Is this going to hurt the salary situation? Like, are they going to try and be like, look, we definitely need a cap? I'm very curious how this, if they win, or is that going to be, no, we need to have no cap so that we can do stuff like this?
I kind of wonder the TV ratings involved. And the reason why I say that is because I wonder if MLB puts their thumb on the scale if they look at the numbers and they've been really good. And they're like, no, people want a team to root for or against.
They want a super team.
Exactly. Yeah. And this is something, I'm sorry, I didn't even mention this earlier in the show. It's not a done deal, but it looks like it's just about a done deal. The San Francisco Giants are going to hire Tennessee head coach Tony Vitello as their new manager. So they're going to the college ranks for their new manager. He said on Saturday when he was out at a practice for Tennessee, it's not a done deal. And that was kind of where he left it at. But it looks like that's going to happen.
Sorry, Chop. Josh Heupel's next.
Yeah, man. Tough sports weekend for him.
Knoxville.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
Hits and misses plus the heist you've been waiting for next to The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Forgot to mention this. Albert Pujols has said he will not be the Angels' next manager, but the Padres and Orioles are still interested. Now, time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Kevin, do you know who has scored the most touchdowns in the NFL this season? Not quarterback.
Javonte Williams.
No, why would you say that?
Oh, George Pickens?
No, what are you doing?
I don't know.
Jonathan Taylor, he has 11.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Josh Jacobs has 8.
I just thought this was going to be a Cowboys thing they were saying.
Javonte Williams has 7. He's third.
That's pretty good.
Jake Ferguson and George Pickens each have 6. They're tied for 4th.
Wow.
I guess.
Man, so that means Jake Ferguson, George Pickens, and Javonte Williams have already combined to score 19 touchdowns?
Yeah.
19?
Yeah. And Christian McCaffrey only has 6. Yeah.
They're going to run him into the ground.
Yeah, they are. They definitely are. Go ahead and pick up one of the backup running backs for San Francisco, because that's just too much work, I think.
Yeah.
But they don't really have any options. They're trying to win games.
That's true.
And they don't have a whole bunch of options, so they're like, we got to do what we got to do. And each week's a different thing. All the injuries, though, they're 5-2 with all of the. I'm talking about San Francisco right now. They're 5-2 with all those injuries, and we're like, how do they keep doing it?
Right.
But can they keep that up for the rest of the season? Is a good question. Now, Kevin, I did want to throw these numbers out to you real quick. 11 quarterbacks threw at least 1 interception this week. Their record, 2-9.
That makes sense.
19 quarterbacks were sacked at least twice this week. Their record, 5-14.
Ooh.
Every quarterback that fumbled this weekend lost.
Oh.
So sacks, turnovers, you're always talking about.
Yeah.
The turnover battle. Kevin's the first person I ever heard mention the turnover battle. And then the coaches started talking about it a lot more.
Yay.
It was really nice to hear that. But
We
yeah,
did it.
sacks and turnovers, big deal.
Yeah.
Also, we've discussed for quite some time the top 10 rusher records and the top 10 passer records over the weekend. Passer records were 5-5, bringing them to a robust 25-33-2.
Wow. That's good.
The rusher records, 8-2, bringing them to 41-12-2.
Wow.
The top 10, this is each week I just grab the top 10. I don't care anything else. I just say who had the most yards in each of these categories, and you just look at their records, and it just looks like that's just the way
that is a staggering difference.
Mm-hmm. Kevin, would you like the hits or the misses from the weekend?
Let's go with the misses.
Misses. Honorable mention, Carson Wentz and the Vikings offense. As you pointed out earlier, 5 drives that ended in a field goal, 4 within 35 yards.
Yeah.
I don't know what else they can do, though. Kevin O'Connell is a very good quarterbacks coach. I think he's gotten the most he can out of Carson Wentz, but I'm not exactly sure what else you can do at this point.
They're just biding their time for McCarthy.
And hoping that they don't lose enough games to get themselves out of it.
Right.
But Justin Jefferson just looked so ticked off.
Right.
And dude, can you imagine being a guy that has that much capability, and you're like, I'm on this team?
No, not really.
And he's looking down at Pickens right now going, why can't I be where he is right now? Can you imagine him with Dak?
Oh my gosh.
All right, here's the dream team. CeeDee Lamb.
We do nothing
George
but
Pickens,
throw the ball.
And Justin Jefferson all on one team. Who says no?
I wonder if fantasy owners say no, right? Because then they're like, I don't know what to do with that.
Dude, both of them are Pickens and Dak are getting theirs. They get them differently.
But it feels like you've reached the tipping point where if you added another one, fantasy owners would be like, no, this is unacceptable.
Ferguson probably wouldn't get his touches.
Yeah.
Javonte, you probably got a good point there. Another honorable mention, Jaden Daniels' health. Bro's looking like Mr. Glass.
I don't want the Commanders to succeed, but it is sad seeing somebody who, man, unbelievable first year, and I've seen some people say sophomore slump by CJ, like with CJ Stroud.
Yep.
This feels decidedly different than what happened with Stroud.
Stroud looked bad.
Yeah.
Jaden Daniels looks injured. Like he didn't look like he could plant his feet very well. He didn't look like he was getting the right velocity off the ball, mostly because of maybe it is that knee. And what's interesting is the injury he had wasn't the left knee. This was the right leg, and it looked like a hamstring when he was tackled because of the way that his body came down. But yeah, man, this is quite fascinating. From the 940, same thing happened to Larry Fitzgerald. Played in Arizona for his entire career, and just like, come on, guys. Like, he did go to a Super Bowl with Kurt Warner.
I know it's a different position, but it kind of feels like the same with Matthew Stafford. Once he got to go away, and he was like, hey, this is a lot better.
Number 3 on the misses of the weekend, Tua T, a starting quarterback, had 3 interceptions and a 24.1 rating. The only ratings lower, Marcus Mariota. So he was a starting quarterback.
Whoops.
Marcus Mariota had a 22.1. He was not a starting quarterback.
Ugh.
Even Tyrod Taylor, who also was not a starting quarterback, had a 25.9.
Right.
Ow. Tua T is I don't know where the blame falls in Miami right now.
With all of them, do I need to play that cut again? From
no, but everybody's
McDaniel,
accountable
he goes,
here.
We all want to F and win, but we didn't. I'm paraphrasing, but not as much as you'd think.
Also on the misses list, Trevor Lawrence was sacked 7 times.
Yeah.
Can you imagine being England? losing America, you know?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, no, can you imagine though? Your de facto home team is the Jaguars.
Yeah. That's disappointing.
And you're like, we couldn't get a better one? And the US is like, y'all couldn't like stop taxing us? This is what you get for all the taxes.
I hear you, Corey. I don't know.
We got them back with the Tea Party, right?
People simultaneously think about
that one.
losing America and getting the Jags. I don't know how much people like ponder both of those things together.
If you were to go to England, Kevin, because you're the one that went overseas recently.
True.
And you were close to England.
That's true. You know what's amazing? Because some of those countries are smaller and they're all packed there together. Man, they were all talking about on their holiday. They're like, I'm going to go to Italy and then this place and that. They're just hopping all over to these
like we
different
would.
countries.
I'm going to New Mexico.
Yeah. Yes. Italy is their New Mexico. It's a thing I bet nobody has ever said.
But I want you to put yourself in England, Kevin.
Okay.
What team, like, are the Jaguars the team you effectively have to root for because they've played there the most?
Yes. I mean, I would think so. Let me ask you this then. Bonus English question.
Oh.
English people, you get America back.
Dangling participles.
Or the Chiefs will now become your team. The Chiefs are going to start playing.
You get America back.
Yeah. Or you sub out the Jags for the Chiefs.
I think they'd take the Chiefs.
Yeah. I don't think any regular English person walks around and goes, I wish we still had the colonies.
Right.
Like, that feels unlikely.
Man, I have a couple political jokes I'm holding back, by the way, Kevin. I just want to let you know.
Probably for the best.
Probably for the best. Number 1 on the misses list, the Raiders offense.
They suck.
They rushed for 25 yards and threw for 71 yards.
You know how many first downs I believe they had?
None.
They did have
Good cow.
3.
Gross.
In a football game that was played all the way out, they had 3 first downs.
They were bad. That's why they are the worst of the misses over the weekend. The hits of the weekend. Honorable mention. This is a trio of honorable mentions, by the way. Devontae Smith, 183 yards, 1 touchdown, 20.3 yards per catch.
Wow.
A.J. Brown, 121 yards, 2 touchdowns, 30 yards per catch. And Jalen Hurts had a perfect 158.3 passer rating, which is still weird. It needs to be a round number. Fix it.
And how is it not, when they were making this system, how is it not 150? It's right there.
Yeah.
It's the same
or
way.
160.
It's the same way they do the fines. And they're like, all right, you get fined 7. And I know it's based off game checks and stuff. I still don't like it.
So, honorable mention for them. Also, honorable mention, Micah Parsons had 3 sacks. And Packers fans still can't move on. Like, they got to be like, thanks so much for giving us Micah Parsons. And I'm like, come on, dude.
You still
move on with your life. We got to win this week.
To the crappy Cardinals.
Yeah.
That's more sacks than he had the rest of the season combined.
And you tied us.
Yeah. Good job.
Yeah. Move on.
Hold on. So wait. Micah Parsons had a bunch of sacks against an inferior opponent.
Mm-hmm. And here's the other thing. They didn't
weird.
have Clayton Adams as their offensive line coach or coordinator.
Mm.
So the Cardinals, who ran all over the Cowboys whenever Micah was here, didn't choose to do what the Cowboys.
Michael Parsons.
Okay. All right, Jerry. We'll let you talk about Michael in a little
really
bit.
thought he was going to say something else there.
Number 3 on the hits of the weekend, Jonathan Taylor and Quinshawn Judkins, 94 and 84 yards respectively, 3 touchdowns for each of them.
Amazing.
Which puts Jonathan Taylor at 11, Kevin, not Javonte Williams at the top. But, as you said, 19 from that trio of Cowboys.
That's unbelievable.
Number 2 on the list, Matthew Stafford, 5 touchdowns in a foreign country.
But no sword.
No sword. But it was only 182 yards. That's what's amazing to me. 5 touchdowns on 182 yards. If you get a 5 touchdown performance, you would typically think
300 plus, right?
Yes. And they're like, nah.
Huh? Okay.
And then lastly, number 1, the Broncos scored 33 points in the fourth quarter against the New York Giants. And that is just the most amazing thing to me. Because, Kevin, at one point I looked up and it was like 26-8. And I was like, oh, well, that game's over. And then I turned around and they're like, oh, my God, what happened?
In the span of 3 minutes and 38 seconds, I think they scored 3 touchdowns. But here's the stat to me that I was like, sure, that makes sense. This is the most points ever scored in the fourth quarter by a team that had been shut out in the previous 3 quarters. And I'm thinking, yeah, that makes sense. I wouldn't be surprised if the record would have been like 17.
Yeah.
Because if you're getting shut out in the first 3 quarters, I'm not like, you just wait for the offensive explosion. And they score 33 points. How did the Giants lose that game?
Kevin, how many minutes did that take?
3 minutes and 38 seconds of game time.
In the span of just 7 minutes, in the casual daylight of Sunday morning, 4 suspects stole 9 pieces of France's crown jewels from the Louvre.
Oh.
They robbed not just the most visited museum in the world, but also the French people themselves.
Oh, yeah.
Officials are now scrambling to reassure the public about security at key cultural sites and find the jewels stolen from the museum before they can be broken up and melted down.
Okay, I'm seriously asking. Do you think the average French person is like super bent out of shape about this? Like, are they personally offended as a French person?
I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know either.
If they stole the Declaration of Independence, if Nick Cage actually did it,
yeah,
I would be like, oh man, that stinks. But it doesn't affect me because I never even touched that paper.
And like in that instance, I at least get this was us declaring we were going to be our own nation, not a bunch of fancy jewels.
Yeah, but we can still be like, it doesn't matter. We still declared it. We have pictures of it, y'all.
Yeah, you know what? I think about that with conceding elections.
But I guess this is kind of like an old card for you. That makes sense.
Yeah, like we're not a country anymore. I think about that with like conceding elections, and they're like, oh, so and so hasn't conceded the election. I'm like, so
doesn't matter.
Yeah, I've got the numbers. Like I never get to go to a sporting event, and I'm like, hey, I know we have less points, but don't concede. And let's just keep playing. Like, who cares?
From the
You
817,
lost.
Nick Cage got France. Kevin, the thieves used a a truck mounted with a basket lift, commonly used to hoist furniture into Paris's inaccessible apartment blocks. They parked it outside of the sprawling Renaissance Palace, rode to the balcony outside the Galerie des Pardons, and sliced through the window with cutting tools. Their daring heist pierced the nation's self-image.
I want to let you know, here's how I spelled that to try to look it up. MBLEU. Instead got me some resort.
One of the items, Kevin, a crown of Empress Eugenie, I'm assuming, Empress to Napoleon III in the 19th century, was found broken near the scene.
Aw.
That item alone is worth several tens of millions of euros, which can only be about $15 in America, I presume.
No, that is more in America. But also, like, Man, you need to know some high-class people to sell that. You can't go to the pawn shop. I guess you could go to the pawn shop.
No, you melt it down.
Yeah.
You melt all the jewels down. But, dude, we see movies on this all the time. The stealing of the crown jewels. And here we are. Somebody actually pulled it off.
You ever wonder if those people like use their intelligence and that skill set to like legitimate business means if they could do something?
I don't know, because I've always, like, you watch these movies like The Italian Job or whatever. I don't know. Let's go with one of those cool movies. Don't you want to be one of the people that's really good at something like that can help pull something like this off so you get recruited into the crew?
No.
Because they might kill you.
Because I don't want to be a thief anymore. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Wanker of the Weekend. Who was the best at being the worst and are the stars in this category? Next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning it.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
At the Washington 35, first down, they're going to run the ball. Williams into the secondary, coming left with a stiff arm, 15, 10, 5, struggling down to the 2. What a run by Javonte Williams. Timeout, Dallas with 13 seconds.
It's a tough call. That might have been my favorite play of the day. George Pickens catching the ball through the sun. CeeDee Lamb just making that defense look ridiculous. The Deron Bland pick six. There are a lot of options. Obviously, my favorite play would have been Brandon Aubrey kicking the NFL record field goal, but we didn't get to see that. Right now, it's time for Wanker of the Weekend. And
are you calling out Schotty? After a win like that, you're calling him out for not sending Brandon Aubrey out there?
Even Steven said he really wanted to. He said, Steven, in the suite with Jerry and all the other Cowboys luminaries, they said there was a conversation about it. So they all wanted to see it. Now I'm going to ask you a question. Can I tell you a story that's in Wanker of the Weekend that has political undertones to it without people freaking out?
Dude, I literally told you what I was thinking. It was right down the middle.
This is a sport.
My jokes would have been right down the middle and hilarious.
This is a sports story.
Unlike my short jokes.
Do you think
which really take shots?
The San Jose Sharks are the Wankers of the Weekend? This is a hockey team. They put up on their video board during the game, San Jose Sharks fans love ice. Get them, boys. It's a hockey team, so I get what they're going for. Nobody in the room was like, I don't know about that.
I don't have anything to say.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go from that to cut 21. We're going to stick with hockey because we need to talk about the Stars for a freaking minute.
Thomas, or rather, Shen to the cycle to Kyrou, shoots, score! It started with Kyrou in the neutral zone. It ends with Kyrou at the back of the net, burying it. 1-0 St. Louis.
Nobody likes Kyrou or Caillou. Now,
that's a fact. Nobody likes Caillou. Even that kid's mom was like, I'm so fed up with your crap today. Can you just write down things to me instead of talking in that high pitch ass voice?
I think she hated him the most.
Feels like that was a shot at me too.
No, that wasn't a shot at you. It was definitely a Caillou.
Are the Stars the Wanker of the Weekend? Not only because they lost, but let's take it to the head coach himself. Our turnover rate is too high right now, and it's hard to win that way. Man, are they turning the puck over a lot. Whether it was the second period, the game before, or against St. Louis, take care of the freaking puck, man.
I know we're probably going to do this all year long. There seemed to be a certain level of accountability with Pete DeBoer, but they still had moments like this. They still had leaky defense moments, and they'd have moments where you're like, what are y'all doing? But there was this level of it got corrected really quickly. I don't know how much of that was DeBoer and how much of that was the locker room.
Yeah.
Hopefully the locker room can clean this up real fast and Gulletson doesn't have to step in. But still, we're going to have to hold Gulletson accountable if things don't turn around quickly.
I don't know if you guys saw this play, but I'm going to go to cut number 16. Is Cam Ward the Wanker of the Weekend?
Oh my gosh.
So his coach got fired the week before. And then I know he got spun around, but didn't it look like Cam Ward just hands the ball off to the defender for a touchdown? Here's what it sounded like. I don't know what he was doing.
They weren't flashing the scores down there. Ward lost the football, scooped up by Chason, and it's a touchdown. There is a flag down, but Caleb on Chason in the end zone with the football.
We have to go back to that because these
flashing the score.
Those dudes were having the best party. They were having such a great time, and then a football game jumped up on them.
Yeah.
They were broadcasting the game, and they forgot about it for a sec.
They weren't flashing the scores down there. Ward lost the football.
And when they said flashing the scores, that would have been like just a half second after, or maybe a second after they snapped the ball. It was ridiculous. And then Chason just pushed Cam Ward to the ground. Like, Cam Ward, I do not think was going to get that football, but the way he just pushed him down like he was nothing.
Yeah.
And it looked like New England was well on their way to already winning that game, but that fumble touchdown, don't worry about the flag, didn't end up impacting the play. That Cam Ward is just turning the ball over in the most ridiculous manners, and that one was tough.
I do. That kind of goes to that accountability again. Like I was talking about with the Stars, is like now that his head coach is gone, because there was always the head coach to blame. Who's holding him accountable? Who's accountable beyond the quarterback? A lot of it has to fall on the quarterback now, and he's got to do a better. He has to do a better job too. Brian Callahan said that, and then got fired for it.
I mean, for that, I think Cam Ward.
It was the last straw.
Okay.
But he said it. He was right.
Now this.
You just said it.
Yeah, it's true. This changed from the 817. I thought I was going to be the wanker of the weekend because I started Bo Nix over Matthew Stafford, and I felt like a dumbass until the fourth quarter. Then it worked out probably okay. Now, speaking of people who say dumb things, Joel Embiid. Joel Embiid is very whiny. Now, he's doing his opening season presser. NBA basketball starts again tomorrow. Mavs get after it with the Spurs on Wednesday. And in the middle of all of this, he was asked about his outlet passing. And he said, according to a lot of your peers, I'm not even a top 100 basketball player in the league. So I guess I just got to fit in and see where I can help the team win basketball games. So Joel Embiid is mad because his media peers don't think he's top 100. Except, of course, for ESPN, where he's number 47, The Ringer, where he's 54, and The Bleacher Report, where he's 26. So that's three major outlets right there, all of whom not only have him in the top 50, but no lower than 54, despite the fact that he's missed almost as much time in his career that he's played. So is Joel Embiid the wanker of the weekend for, I don't know, trying to create a chip on his shoulder when that chip
that's a really good point.
Exist?
Doesn't it feel like the dude that puts the chip on his shoulder like that, you hear the story afterwards?
Yes.
Yes. Michael Jordan is that one a lot. Oh my gosh, did you know this dude made up a story in his head about you?
And that's kind of what it feels like.
Dirk Nowitzki, like throughout that, it was, Dirk threw the Western Conference final trophy into the laundry and left it there.
Right.
Because why? Because he wants to. Like, everybody seems to have that story, but they make it up to themselves and keep it quiet. And this dude's out here doing that.
Yeah.
I wish he was better and had more success. Because he has all the skills.
Yeah.
Like, he has all these skills, but it just hasn't worked out for that guy in his career.
Now, I have at least one more for you, but we can go through as many as you want, and then we actually have a positive story that we need to throw out there. But is the wanker of the weekend the Packers tech crew, or I guess the airport tech, because the Packers were delayed in their flight to go play Arizona by 5 hours. They were stuck on the tarmac. Do you think those people were Cowboys fans? They wanted to help out the draft pick. It almost worked. Clearly, it did not end up working, but it almost did.
Yeah. Dude, think about this. I was just talking a little bit ago, Kevin, about the robbing of the crown jewels.
Huh?
Think about if there was are there movies about teams, about fans in other places helping their...
Yes.
The Great White Hype?
Yes, the Great White Hype comes to mind for sure. I bet there are others.
They helped him out. Like that one guy tried, it was when the Heat were here the first time.
Don't
and I tried to get
people.
I tried to get my buddy at
kidnap
Nobu.
people.
And he was like, I can't do it.
Yes. Good for him for not doing that. Now,
could have won a championship.
I have a positive story. Are you ready? Who did we just have on the show from FC Dallas this past Wednesday?
Clody.
Give me cut number 19. FC Dallas is up 2-1 when this happens.
Now whips it in. Lumi was there. So is Bedwell! And the save is made by Collodi.
Incredible save.
Is it a season saver?
A stop from Collodi, who has been so good in place of Martin Poss.
Didn't he say he was going to come on the show again?
If he won. That's a good point. We need to fire up those phone
What's
lines.
up, FC Dallas?
So FC Dallas wins 2-1. And not only that, because of other happenings in the league, they did not get stuck in the 8-9 matchup. Like, it looked like they were going to play again in the 8-9 matchup to have to qualify kind of for like the real playoffs. Instead, they bumped up to the number 7 seed, where they will once again play Vancouver in the playoffs. Best of 3 series starts on Sunday. By the way, side note to all of this, I don't understand why the MLS playoffs work the way they do. The first round is best of 3. Conference semifinals, 1 game. Conference finals, 1 game. MLS Cup, 1 game. What? So we're using the first round for that?
Yeah, the first round. Let me explain it to you. All right?
Please do.
I know your brain is not really constructed to understand this.
Don't.
The first round, you can get a team sleeps a little bit on a worse team.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why you play 3. Because a 3-game series really shows you who the better team is. But then once you've passed that round, all the teams are good because they went through a 3-game process.
So you only need 1.
Maybe even a 2-game process if they were a really good team. So you really only need 1 as 2 good teams are facing off.
Just seems weird that to decide your championship, you'd be like 1. But to advance,
you need more.
3.
I like it.
All right.
I've always said that.
Well, FC Dallas from mid-July till the end of the regular season gave up an average of 1.83 goals per game. So their defense,
almost 2.
That's true, was on point. But I want to take you to Eric Quill, cut number 20. He also has been on our show, and he decided to go stone cold with his celebration.
As I like to do when I'm in the playoffs.
Pulls out a beer. It was a big soccer weekend.
So he likes to get drunk when they're in the playoffs.
When they make the playoffs, he celebrates with a beer because Michael Finley was not there to take it away from him. It was a big weekend.
That's my coach right there.
For soccer, as Dallas Trinity FC, they lost to Liga MX's Club America Femenil 3-1 in the inaugural State Fair Classico at the Cotton Bowl. But the attendance, 22,838, record for the largest crowd to see a pro women's sporting event in the state of Texas.
Really?
Yes.
That's impressive, dude.
Absolutely.
Congratulations.
So, big weekend for soccer here in the Metroplex. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
Pepper Lady? Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
The Fry Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
Snap to Prescott. And he airs it out deep down the left side for Pickens. Over the shoulder for crying out loud. He caught the ball. That's a perfect throw. All the way down at the 35-yard line. He beat the noisy Marshawn Lattimore for 44 yards. What a throw.
Didn't everybody defeat Marshawn Lattimore yesterday? Now, for the 940, can y'all do a segment on Cooper Flag rookie cards and what boxes, brands to buy to get the best ones? Thursday, making a stop off at RJ Dukes and McKinney because it's Topps basketball release day. And I love RJ Dukes because they always help out Peace-a-thon, and that's where Peace-a-thon is going to be this year.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be in McKinney.
RJ Dukes.
Yeah, so get ready for it. It's going to be a lot of fun.
The full deal?
Full deal.
Yep.
And full-fledger?
Yeah.
Yep.
We'll see how that goes. I think it's going to go great. But yeah, Topps basketball comes out on Thursday. You want to come hang out in McKinney with me?
Heck yes. Would love to. It's my favorite day of the year already. That'll just make it better.
Yeah.
So we're all still invited out for Peace-a-thon?
Yeah, I'll be putting the sheet up here soon for everybody to sign up.
You're going to sheet us?
Yep.
You can do better.
You proud of that? I can. No, I'm not proud of that.
Right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing, it's time for a chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. General, aside from what he just said, how are you doing today?
Amazing, Higgy. How are you?
Hell yeah. Look, what's not to like? Cowboys dominate. You get a Game 7 to decide who gets to lose to the Dodgers in the World Series. It's a fun sports day.
I would say absolutely. Yeah, I mean, a big Cowboys Monday, a victory Monday.
Indeed.
Celebration, imagining what is new, and Game 7 in the ALCS with everything on the line.
Do y'all have a pick for Game 7 of the ALCS? And look, I hope they do great in the World Series against the Dodgers. It's just tough to envision that at this exact moment.
I don't disagree with you there. I'm kind of going to ride with the Blue Jays at home. I was picking the Mariners going into this right now, but Toronto at home, I like what they've got going with Shane Bieber. I've always been a big Shane Bieber fan.
Vladdy's been playing crazy.
He has been. I think Toronto's going to find a way to get this done, which means bet on Seattle.
I'm taking Seattle for every reason.
Is that because of that just happened? Okay, yeah. I like that.
I'm going to take Toronto for the same reason I always pick against the Oregon Ducks in the playoffs. And this, I just don't believe it's possible. As a guy that grew up in rural Washington State,
They've never been in the World Series.
No, it just doesn't. It doesn't compute. That they could be there.
I get
so
that.
I'm picking Toronto.
Now, did the Cowboys' run defense compute for you yesterday? Because I've been very upfront. I may or may not, mostly may, have had several plays on Underdog that went against the Cowboys' run defense yesterday. But I'll be damned if they didn't shut up every single one of those.
Better better fits, better job of not getting out of gaps, better job when asked to slant, to cover for each other. Better job getting off blocks, better job playing 9-man front. A lot of really good positive things. Early in the game, you were just really concerned about Krosky Merritt's ability to run. I mean, the first run of the game, they just, they hit you for about 8-9 yards there, and you're like, oh, geez, it's going to be one of these days.
Like at the Dowdle game, yeah.
Yeah, but all of a sudden, I think they did a good job. They got hit on some quarterback runs where they took some chances, but you really, Clowney played really well in this game, playing run defense. Clark was much better in this game. Solomon Thomas is a kind of a penetrating player that can kind of cause some problems when he gets in there. Much better overall as a unit of not being out of position.
And I know it's a week by week league, but when you talk about not being out of position, that feels like something that hopefully can carry forward.
Well, we don't know. We don't know because we get mauled one weekend, and then the other weekend we know what we're doing.
Right.
I think you got into a game where, you would like to believe there would be some consistency there. But I think they're a little bit at the mercy of who's blocking sometimes. They get to a point where, there's some guys that they can handle, and then there's guys that they absolutely, have problems with. I still am amazed that you line up guys over Laramie Tunsil when the guy on the right side's not any good. You take your best players and put him over there. There's some things that just, I think that for all the things that were good yesterday about the win and all that, there's some things that still kind of make you shake your head a little bit what they're doing when you watch their film.
I know this was just one individual play, but I will always shake my head when either it's 4th and 1 or you're at the 1 and you decide to hand the ball off 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage. That will never make sense to me.
Were you hoping for just a quarterback sneak there or something?
Run back right up the center tush. Get some breathing room.
Yes.
Yep, that's exactly it.
I don't even like
don't
running.
ask the tight end to block the best defensive player on the other team.
I don't even like running out of that. I think you should drop back and
quick pass,
tell your
slant.
quarterback we're getting rid of this thing.
Okay.
There's no way you're getting sacked.
Yeah.
Because I think the defense is geared up for it, and it is so easy to lose a half yard in a run.
Yeah. Was that a Scooney miss block?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
it's that's not an assignment he should have to make right there.
Here, Heggie, I'm
they
about
put
to
him
show
in a
you
bad
something.
spot.
I'm about to show you something.
Okay, I have a feeling this is
I'm walking over to you right now.
I have a feeling this is going to be one of the confusing things that you're like, why are we lying?
This is also one of those moments
like
I suggest just throw it up to George Pickens because you're going to get 40 yards no matter what. It's going to be pass interference. It could be a catch. Either way, he's not letting it get intercepted. I think quick slants, I'm a little scared of quick slant because that could be a pick six immediately.
Yeah.
But something like that, you're pushing it downfield. Dak doesn't need a lot of time in the backfield.
That's
he can just drop back, say, I'm throwing it as high as I can, and just let Pickens go do something out there.
And it sure looks like that play was always going to fail.
It's just a terrible design.
The second it was lined up, that feels like an audible right there.
Well, you're in a situation where Payne is in a 4-eye, and a 4-eye meaning inside of the tackle, and you're asking Schoonmaker to make a block where he's the tight end to the wide side of it, and now Steele's got to give him some help. I mean, Steele's got to go straight up the field, get a piece of him, and then pass him off. You're asking Schoonmaker to make a block that most all pros can't make.
Yeah,
that tight end. And so that play, just by alignment, I think Steele hurts you, and I think it's a terrible way of blocking if that's your rule, that your tight end that's on the outside shoulder of the tackle is trying to block a guy that's on the inside eye of your tackle. That's bad football right there.
And it is just one game. We talk about week-to-week league. How much were you relieved to see the Cowboys run game kick back into gear and Javonte Williams just drag people with him along the field?
Yeah, that was fantastic. That was one of the things I thought was key going into it was, can we get our confidence in Clayton Adams back? And that happened. So yes, and I thought Jaden Blue was good. Is it
wrong that when he had his big run and there was a penalty flag, I was like, that's how he got his run?
Yeah,
the Tolbert hold
for that.
Yeah, sorry about that.
But he looked good. I mean, I was glad they gave him some carries late in the game. I thought those were meaningful for him and to allow Javonte Williams to not continually get beat up. And he looked good running in between the tackles. I mean, he had some good physical runs. I thought all that was good moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like you're sitting there yesterday and Schottenheimer's just looking at his call sheet feeling like I can do whatever I want here.
Yeah.
Like, what am I in the mood for?
Right.
What does my appetite have? Do I want to rail off some Javonte Williams action? Do I want to push the ball down the field? Like, the way they were able to, they can score so quickly. It's like one play, 74 yards, CD Lamb, bang. You have two DBs colliding with each other. It's hilarious. And then right before the half, it's like, dude, you start that drive with a sack?
Oh, my gosh, yeah.
And it's like, no, still, we're good. We're going to call a timeout because we're confident enough that we can still make something out of this. And part of that's because you have a kicker that can kick the ball from damn near anywhere. You're like, we're always just like 5-10 yards away from field goal range. But they said, forget this, Pickens, Williams, Ferguson, bang.
I know the MRI will probably determine part of the answer to this question, but with Jaden Daniels potentially hurt, it looks like he's hurt. They're 3-4. Their next three opponents are all tough. How much trouble is that thing in?
Oh, Washington is in a lot of trouble. There's a lot of holes on this roster. I think they're totally out of the divisional race. They're probably looking at a 7-10 type of season, 6-11, something like that. And yeah, Daniels was horrible yesterday. It wasn't just that he was hurt, but
no, I agree.
You have a lot of concerns right now with that offense.
What do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. We will have Schotty's presser coming up at 3:40.
All right, I'm looking forward to that. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say good night, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour one of the Nation. Here we go on a Victory Cowboys Monday on 105.3 The Fan. Welcome in for the next 5 hours. We'll be with you. General at your service. If you see me, bear me, N.A. There's Broadus in his Texas Cowboys hooded sweatshirt. Very proud of his son.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Firing them cannons down there. Salute to you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
There's Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. You got Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Carter Freeman's coordinating your video. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Yeah, a little too close for comfort there for Texas on Saturday night. Maybe we'll talk about that. But it's kind of like a back to 500 Monday. What do you think this does for you? What's it change as far as what this squad is capable of? I mean, the path to the playoffs is a lot more alive right now, isn't it?
Very much so. It's unfortunate that bleeping Carson Wentz wasn't able to fulfill his side of things and knock off the Eagles.
I blame New York.
What the hell?
Because T.J. Hawkinson got jobbed.
TJ did. Yeah, I think you're right. And he was very vocal about it afterwards.
He's like, hey, every ref on the field's telling me I caught the touchdown.
Yeah.
And then New York says,
no, not so fast.
We want the Eagles to win this game.
Yeah,
Sorry,
it's a bummer.
Tej.
It's a bummer. I mean, Wentz had a couple of interceptions there. Minnesota should have won that game, and then you'd be really in a good spot to still win the division. But, yeah, you got to feel great about the way this offense is playing right now. If they're able to run the football, and I do think there could be something about who you're playing against, but the offensive line, I mean, they got something working with Steele and Spanford, pulling and getting outside on some of these tosses. I mean, these two guys are moving people. That was a beauty to watch. I thought Booker had some highs and lows when you go back and watch the tape. But Tyler Smith, the big Javonte Williams run, he had a beautiful block to spring it. I thought Guyton played his best game in pass protection personally. So, like the offensive line, you get BB back. This thing's gelling, and hopefully by the end of the season, that's a strength for you. And then defensively, obviously, it was great to see Flus make some adjustments. I do think it helps when you're going up against a team without their top two receivers. So I understand listening to you guys, and thank you so much. You did a great job on the postgame show. The call-ins that were like, yeah, I got to see it again. I get that. I think you're absolutely right. That's totally fair criticism. Mm-hmm. But at least you saw something in terms of everything Brian said in crosstalk. Defensively with the run fits, taking on blocks, getting off blocks. I thought Kenneth Murray, Maris Leofau, Shamar James, you could see that they were playing faster, not thinking as much. Maybe that had something to do with playing more man and not being in zone. The one thing, and I'd love to get this maybe at Krusty's Corner, Brian, the one real thing that I thought was a communication issue, I don't know if it was Kenneth Murray or Shamar James, somebody didn't pass off coverage to Zach Ertz on that touchdown. And Kenneth Murray immediately puts his hands on his helmet, and it's like, oh, crap, maybe that was him. Maybe he should have kept running with Ertz.
Yeah,
maybe
hard to
Shamar
say.
James didn't realize I need to slide over and Kenneth Murray's going to stay here. But either way, I thought it was fantastic yesterday, and it does give you excitement moving forward that some of the things can get corrected.
Because sometimes you go across all the way with that guy, and sometimes you hand him off. It's hard to say exactly what happened there, but those are some good points. I had the same general feeling throughout the game, like when Eberflus is fist pumping and celebrating, getting big stops, and now we've seen like 3 or 4 punts in the first half. I'm just thinking, how would I think about this if I'm Washington? Like, are you celebrating? I get it, but you still gave up 22 points, and they were without McLaurin and Samuel. So I need to see this happen, for multiple weeks, not just again. Because Denver's not going to really test you in the passing game that much either. But, I mean, it was a good step in the right direction. I'll say that. I'm excited about the win because to be 500 here now, there's a clear path over the next couple of weeks to at least remain at 500 at the trade deadline and for all your options to be on the table.
Yeah, I think the thing that was really, for me, the couple things watching the tape, the running game you mentioned getting back going, they did a much better job with the blocks, the point of attack blocks, where they had so much penetration last week in the game This time they were able to get it. They're a team when they run the football, they want to play on the move. They don't, like the adjustments I would think would be, let's just power gap this thing and just push on everybody and try and make it. No, they really want to block down. They want to get pullers out. They want to get guys in space. And they were able to do that. When you don't have penetrators, that's the one way to run the football for Dallas is they just mash on the guys and then get everybody in space and let them get the blocks. It's unfortunate the balls that they got to the outside. It was clear holding on the two receivers that on that case. But I was pleased by that. I'll say this though too, and we talked about this on Wednesday when we kind of broke down the Commanders' offense. Even with McLaurin and then Deebo Samuel, this guy was a 50% passer against man coverage. And you're sitting there thinking, well, why do you play so much man coverage? Do you play man coverage because their receivers are compromised? Yeah, could be part of it.
Mm-hmm.
But Schotty told you after the game that it dictated that to them, that they knew that they had to play man coverage against this guy because he's a 50% passer. And when you play zone against him, he's almost a 70% passer. So it's, if you believe in metrics and studying tape and all those things, that told him it wasn't like, wow, we need to all of a sudden figure out how to play man coverage here. No, it's like, hey, this guy tells you that he's not a good passer when he plays against man coverage. So, good for them and good for them for executing and good for them for getting some pressure and good for them figuring out how to, bring James as a blitzer. This is something we saw at Florida. So there was a lot of positives that, defensively, and they got back to being who they are, running the football and being able to pull, and I think that helps their offense a bunch.
Yeah, they didn't let jobbers have the career days against them. Salute to them for that. That's more than I thought they were capable of, Chief. How'd you take it in?
Yeah, I mean, listen, going into the game, I was still anticipating. We all knew that they were down their three starting receivers, and we still thought that they were going to score over 30 points.
Yeah.
But the run defense, I thought, like the way they were able to contain Krosky Merritt at 2.5 yards was a huge thing there per carry. But yeah, overall the defense played a heck of a lot better. I think there's a lot of credit to be had. But yeah, it's just a nice little step in the right direction. But you still have some big time question marks. But it's nice to see that Luke McCaffrey's not going to score a 50-yard bomb on you or just some like ridiculous breakdown. And maybe when you're playing like close to 50% man coverage, there's just less communication involved. Like, hey, I'm covering this guy.
Yeah,
it's pretty black and white. And I mean, they didn't miss Diggs yesterday.
And I guess it is just 20 points. I think that looks a little bit better. Because of the safety. 214 says, I've seen this movie, same old boys. Yeah, and I'm going to agree with you on that. We'll see what happens at the trade deadline to really change it. There's been some exciting trade deadline news and buzz and speculation, and maybe the Cowboys will go out there and make a couple of moves to shore up their defense even more. And, at that point, I'm willing to reconsider. But right now, I feel like this team definitely not a contender, but maybe a playoff team.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to put it, especially with the division and just the conference, the whole league really being as wide open as it is. Now, you're going to have some really tough teams coming up here. And so this was one of those wins, like you hate that you dropped that Carolina game.
Very much.
For sure. But this was a huge game to kind of keep you in the hunt and keep you feeling like, hey, maybe there is a chance here. And Dez Bryant popped on randomly, which was beautiful in the post-game show yesterday. He was like, man, we got to make at least one trade. But he was like, man, let's get a couple, 2 or 3 guys here on this defense. And I'm sure something will happen here, and it's totally worth it. Your offense is so good, and everything is so wide open that you absolutely should be trying to do something here.
I mean, when Jerry Jones stood up and gave them a standing ovation at halftime as they're jogging off the field with 27 points, I'm like, hot damn, this thing is smoking.
Well, it's huge. And to score right before half there, because I got nervous because your defense got 4 straight stops, and you weren't scoring touchdowns with those stops. And there goes Washington. They score. And you get the ball back with 45 seconds, and I'm hopeful, okay, this should be plenty of time to at least get an Aubrey field goal. But we talk all the time about winning the middle 8, and that felt like, okay, Washington's got a golden opportunity now to go into half score, come out of half score, and now all of a sudden a game you felt like you had total control of. This thing is tight. but they are able to score going into half, and that was huge. I think that had to be a total momentum killer for Washington, because now you're back down 2 scores, and you're thinking, damn it, we had our chance. Then you lose your quarterback in the third quarter. But this offense is contending caliber.
Yes.
And this is a big, I get it. It is silly, I do think, from a team building perspective, to pay 2 wide receivers $30+ million. But that was just another reason I'm like, just pay George Pickens. And I think you should do it in like a shorter term deal. Let's try and marry this with Dak and CD, and let's just go for it with this badass offensive talent. And we're going to then everything else, draft picks and whatnot. Let's try and go ahead and get this defense. But right now, you got a stud. You got 2 studs at receiver. One goes down, your offense is okay. You can still keep going. They complement each other great. The relationship seems great. The stuff that Pickens is able to do by drawing PIs, I get from the team building philosophy, I'm with you 100%. It's silly, but there's something special about Dak, CD, Pickett. This thing is working, and you've got a Super Bowl caliber offense. Can you just do something to fix the defensive side of the football?
Yeah, not only is the deep ball working, but the short stuff is working for Pickens too. It is additive. That's at least one game in. That was my biggest concern. Can you take what CD did early and Pickens did in the last 3 and combine those to build a passing game that's like Higgins and Chase? And for one afternoon, dang it, they did it. And we'll see what happens the rest of them.
Yeah, I think to me there's previous regimes, and I'm not just including the Mike McCarthy one, but others prior to that, before half wouldn't have been as aggressive. You get the ball on your own 28 and you give up a 7-yard sack, and you're thinking, let's just run this thing out. Let's go. And he calls a timeout and gets things selling. What did he do the next play? He launches it to Pickens down the sidelines. And then you get a big run. And so what looked like doom and gloom and just let the thing run out and we'll try and, get him in the second half.
Yeah.
This coach, it shows you the faith he has in that quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
And the quarterback's rewarding him, and he's got faith in those wide receivers too. To sit there and launch that ball the way he did, after giving up a sack, that tells you a lot about where the head coach is and about where the quarterback is right now.
Yeah, I wonder how many first downs they got yesterday with more than 10 yards to go. It just seemed like they were setting themselves back and then making an explosive to make up for it almost immediately.
Yeah, I need to take a look at that because it felt the same. Yeah, they were in 3rd and longs, 2nd and longs quite a bit, but they're good enough to overcome that. And you've seen Dak be that guy plenty throughout his career, put the team on his back on 3rd down and tear him up. But yesterday was definitely an example of that.
Okay, 214 says, I penciled in the Denver game as a win, but now I believe they're going to win. Denver's defense won't contain a healthy Dak, CD, Pickens, and Ferguson. Dak's a better Jalen Hurts with the same amount of weapons. I think it's he doesn't compare that favorably or that perfectly to Hurts anymore, because Hurts is such a runner and he really struggles to read defenses and make decisions. Dak is playing now more akin to, I don't know, Peyton Manning. Pick your favorite pocket quarterback who diagnoses things pre-snap and makes all the right reads afterward and then just throws bullets down the field. I don't know exactly who that is, but Dak's playing like the MVP to me. I don't think, well, there's Mahomes, right? Mahomes is the only quarterback right now that I'm like, okay, rest of the season, you can only take one out there. Mahomes, sure. Then I'm going with Dak. Okay, at 877-881-1053, if you want to keep the feedback coming in, that would be great. Krusty's Corner is going to be probably 3:20 today because the Schottenheimer presser is scheduled for 3:45, so I wanted to give you the heads up on that. He's got a batch of film takeaways for you. What happened with Kenny Clark, man? That was freaking amazing. He was down, and I thought he was clutching maybe a knee, but I guess he was holding his elbow. He must have got that thing really hammered to have that sort of a reaction. It looked like potentially season ending.
Yeah, Wilson had the same problem too. Wilson came back in the game with a knee brace. I think his elbow popped out of place.
Oof.
And it came back, and they popped it back in. He put an elbow brace on. Yeah.
Oh.
The Tyron Smith elbow brace is what he was wearing there in the second half.
That's Clark that got his elbow popped out?
No, that was Wilson. Yeah.
Cordano had the almost game of his life yesterday too. He's almost there for a sack, almost there for a tackle for loss, almost there for an interception.
So Daniel's MRI today. Have we seen anything yet? MRI?
No, I haven't heard anything just yet on his MRI. I did see Dorrance Armstrong, our former Cowboy. He got that knee injury, and he's going to be out indefinitely, according to Josina Anderson.
Oh,
so that's
that
a big
sucks.
loss for Washington.
Yeah, I mean they're having a real tough time. It looked like at least a month for Daniels, just the way that he was reacting and coming off the field there. We shall see. Hopefully it's not worse. Hopefully it's not one of those avulsion fractures like Dak had last year. But the Commanders are done, aren't they? I think we're going to have a repeat division winner if the Cowboys can't stop Philly.
I'm hopeful that the Cowboys can find a way to do this, man. I really, really am. That the Eagles winning some games they shouldn't have won could be, and then you lose to Carolina. Like, that's the recipe of how they end up being able to do it. But yeah, Washington just seems so hurt. Like, it's just they have not been able to overcome the injury bug this year. I don't know that that's going to be something that they're able to get over the hump of.
All right, it's the G-Bag Nation. We're off and running here on a Victory Monday on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We'll come back and get the champ. The champ will be here, and then Wolchuk's Top 10 here at 2:20. Buddy, where are you taking us?
Well, it's National Chicken and Waffle Day, so I'll make it a sports-themed duo. The top 10 most iconic duos in sports history. That's next in the nation.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
because Kenneth Murray's the one in the hole. Give me Stephen Hawking at the one spot. I don't see that being stopped. Run left. Juke right. Spin move. Touchdown. 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 Yeah, I'm trying to say something. It's just Donovan Wilson. No move needed.
No move needed.
Sam Williams.
Sam Williams.
The Fan After Dark. You got to get a load of these boys. They are wild. They have definitely embraced the title of Fools with No Rules on the evening show, which has been a long time running, and we salute them for it.
I'd be lying if I didn't do a touchdown in the press box yesterday a couple of times. And I did find out that the Stephen Hawking addition to that list might not even have been the most offensive.
Really?
Oh.
There was something more offensive in there?
They were shouting out a couple other folks that had cracked the top 5. I believe radio was one of them.
Oh, no.
Guys that could have got a touchdown?
Yeah.
Wow. That's something. Oh, boys are so offensive. They'll be on tonight, 8 to 11.
Radio.
And
Fred was like, bro, we had radio in here, like two spots behind him.
I wouldn't be copping to that.
Good night, Fred.
No, I think we need to dump those files permanently.
He ripped a black and mild in the press box. I was like, Fred, you're an animal.
An absolute savage he is. Here's Wolchuk, another savage, with his top 10 at 220.
All right, top 10 most iconic duos in the history of sports in honor of the duo that is Chicken and Waffles on National Chicken and Waffles Day. It's an outstanding pairing right there. I think last year on National Chicken and Waffles Day, I did like what are the top 2 food items that pair well together.
Yeah.
Like peanut butter and jelly.
People don't think how much maple syrup and chicken is awesome.
So good.
Yeah.
It's so good. I mean, really, syrup.
It's one of the secret ingredients of Orange Magic.
Yeah. Oh, really?
That's right.
The syrup. The sweetness.
I think like the best honey mustards are actually maple syrup mustards.
Is that right?
Yeah.
It's a little tang, a little sweetness.
Get you going.
I'm loving it. Wow, shout out to the Cowboys right now. There was this touchdown stat that our buddy John Machota put out. Most touchdowns scored in the National Football League this season. The most is the fraudulent Indianapolis Colts, Gavin. But Jonathan Taylor is legit. He's legit. I still
6-1.
They're 6. Is it 6-1 or 5-2? It might be 6-1. Yeah, I mean they
lost one game.
They had a big win yesterday against the Chargers.
They're putting up ridiculous, like some of the statistics about
It's
what
wild.
they're doing.
Yeah.
Is all time,
and it helps Daniel Jones when you've got Jonathan Taylor, who has multiple 3 touchdown running games. Hit 11 for the season now, 8 Josh Jacobs, and then you've got 3 Cowboys that are on this list. Javonte Williams has 7 touchdowns. That's the 3rd most in the league. And then you've got a group tied for 4th with Jake Ferguson and George Pickens with 6 to go along with Christian McCaffrey, Devontae Adams, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. So you've got 3 players in the top, 4 in terms of most touchdowns scored this season.
That's crazy.
It's pretty damn amazing. It really, really is.
Yeah, this offense is a juggernaut.
It's beautiful to watch, and they continue to just get healthier. And we got great news, and we'll talk more about it with DeMarvin Overshown. We were kind of thinking Thanksgiving. Maybe you can get Overshown back for that Monday night or after the bye against Vegas. That could be fun. So that's just 2 more games without him. And then you get your bye week, and maybe he's back and ready to play. But let's talk iconic duos, shall we? 877-881-1053. Who are some of your most iconic sports duos? Shaq and Kobe getting texted in. Of course, Shaq and Kobe are going to make the top 10 of this list.
Oh, Jordan Pippen. At least twice as good.
Jordan Pippen. Yeah.
The olds will vote for Mantle and Maris.
Yeah. There's another one that's going to be number 1 that's an oldie for the Yankees.
Gehrig and Ruth.
Yeah. Ruth and Gehrig. Yep. Ruth and Gehrig are going to be up there pretty darn high. The Lakers have a couple of big duos that are on this list. Honorable mentions. We go to hockey for current. Connor McDavid and Leon Draisaitl. They're pretty darn filthy. You've got Clyde Drexler and Hakeem Olajuwon on honorable mention.
Oh.
Peyton Manning and Marvin Harrison.
Yeah.
Hell of a combo.
John Stockton and Karl Malone.
Yeah.
Ooh. pretty good.
Pretty solid.
Stockton was pretty good.
What do you think about Taurasi and Griner being ahead of them?
You're ball sacking me.
No,
How long did they play together?
Diana Taurasi and Brittany Griner are listed at 20 on this list. They teamed up together in 2013. Brittany Griner was a rookie. A year later, they win the franchise's first WNBA title. And then you have the WNBA's all-time leading scorer, Taurasi. I guess 4 or 5 years together. I don't know.
They won a title.
That's a reach.
But they won. Yeah, they won a title. Yeah, they did win a title together.
Did they have to go up against Jordan?
No.
Okay.
I don't know who was the best player they'd have to go up against.
There might have been a lady named Jordan that they had to play against.
That's a good
true.
point.
That's true. Misty May Traynor and Carrie Walsh Jennings. Oh,
How many events did they win? Did they have a listing for that, please?
21 straight Olympic matches. They also won 3 consecutive world championships. During one stretch, they won 112 consecutive overall matches in 19 tournaments in a row.
Jeez.
That is damn impressive.
That is very impressive.
Cheech and Chong getting texted in.
Yep.
It's a pretty darn good duo right there. Dirk and Nash. Antonio Brown and CTE.
I'm not laughing at that.
I'm not laughing either, but we're laughing. Curry and Thompson being texted in. Abbott and Costello getting texted in.
Who's on first?
Patrick Kane and Jonathan Tays. It's a pretty darn good one with the Blackhawks. They did have multiple championships to their resume. Duncan and Parker. Now, would you say Duncan and Parker would be the duo there? Or would it be Duncan and Ginobili?
Ooh.
I mean, how are you picking Tim Duncan and Tony Parker? What's the reason you're going Parker and not Ginobili? To me, I don't think they should even be in the top 25.
I guess Ginobili was the off-the-bench guy, wasn't he?
Yeah, for a lot of his career, he was. I guess Tony Parker had 1 or 2 seasons where he was kind of in the MVP conversation. He was on fire and stuff, but that was more like Duncan, Popovich, and great team basketball.
Yeah, I think that's ridiculous. Speaking of amazing duos, Mario Lemieux and Jaromir Jagr. Goodness gracious. The Jagr mullet in this picture that I'm looking at is just incredible. They win back-to-back cups in 91 and 92 with Pittsburgh. Hell of a duo.
They were unstoppable.
Montana and Rice.
Yeah.
Aikman and Irvin, not on here. They should be. Aikman and Irvin should absolutely be on here, but Montana and Rice is historic. Sidney Crosby and Evgeny Malkin, honorable mention. Bird and McHale, and then Mahomes and Kelsey, just on the outside looking in.
Ooh, you would think that should actually be in the top 10.
Yeah, they certainly have a lot of postseason records between the two of them right now.
That's what matters.
Right now. Top 10, it is Steph Curry and our captain. Oh, captain, my captain, Klay Thompson. Coming in at number 10, most iconic duo.
Splash Bros.
Evo and DeGrom from the 817. I love that. That absolutely could be. I mean, in 2023, El Bombi and Corey Seager, those two together.
That was something.
Just on a tear. Going
Dak
through
and
the
Zeke,
postseason.
2016.
Dak and Zeke, yeah, that was a great duo.
CD and Pickens.
I mean, are our Giants fans putting good old Scat and Dart up there as their most iconic duo?
They did right up until the fourth quarter yesterday.
What an insane quarter!
There's
historic.
There's never been a quarter like it.
I thank goodness it happened because maybe now you won't get as angry a Broncos team
for sure.
But my gosh,
it worked out beautifully for us.
It did
because the Giants lose.
Yes,
and the Broncos now have an emotional win, and they don't have a bad taste in their mouth all week with Sean Payton just kicking their tails because they could have lost by 3 scores to the Giants at home. That would have been a super embarrassing loss.
I mean, the whole time I'm watching, I'm thinking, what the hell? And then Arizona's leading Green Bay. Micah, damn, what a game for him.
That was
holy schmoles.
That was one of those games.
Yeah, that's why you trade for him right there. Luka and Kyrie from the 682. Bardem and Bailey from the 940.
Circus folk.
D's Nuts from the 214.
Both. Yeah.
CD and Pickens from the 214. I'm not going to read that other 214 one, but that's a funny joke. Beavis and Butthead, Brady and Gronk, Ray Lewis and Deer Antler Spray, Tom and Jerry, Brooks and Dunn, Allen Iverson and Keith Van Horn. I did love the way Keith Van Horn wore his socks.
The high
socks. Urlacher and Briggs. That was a nasty linebacking duo. No question. Magic and Kareem will get to them. Don't worry.
Radio and Stephen Hawking.
That's a good one. I like that. Sean Bradley and Eric Strickland from Adam in Arlington. Miller Lite and the Dallas Cowboys.
Eric Strickland reference. Wow.
It's a throwback right there. A lot of Brady and Gronks are now getting flooded in the text line. SpongeBob and Patrick. It's a good duo. Favre and interceptions from the 972. Kobe and Gasol. Thanks a lot, NBA, for allowing that to happen. Number 9. Wayne Gretzky and Mark Messier coming in at number 9. In the 80s, I mean, you win cups in 84, 85, 87, 88. 1-2 punch. Together, they registered more than 1,500 points. Unbelievable duo.
Larry Curry was good, and so was Grant Fuhr.
Oof.
It's a 1-2 punch.
It's a 1-2 punch. Yeah, I mean, Zeke and Pollard. It's a damn good 1-2 punch right there. Julius Jones and Marion Barber. Sandy Koufax and Don Drysdale, Brian. They come in at number 8 on the list.
That's a good list.
They do note that Randy Johnson and Kurt Schilling could have made it. And then if they wanted to go with a trio, they could have gone with the Braves with Maddox, Glavine, and Smoltz, but they didn't do that. They ended up going with Koufax and Drysdale.
Because it's a duo day.
It's a duo day. Brady and Gronk are at 7. Bill Russell and Bob Cousy at 6. Got a story?
I'm just laughing at David Hellman used to stand up and like I would fight for Bob Cousy, like, oh, Bob Cousy. And Hellman would stand up and act like he was dribbling, like he was Bob Cousy. And, Hellman's just really short. Yeah. And so he would stand up and he'd put his hand up and he would move. He's like, oh, yeah, guy like me. And he'd start dribbling around.
Oh, man.
God, he was so funny. I talked to him today. I miss that
Is he
guy.
nervous about tonight?
Nah.
Game 7 for his M's?
No, he's not nervous, man.
No, he's too busy being ticked off at his LSU Tigers.
I tell you what, man.
Dude. We'll get to that in the Darty.
I learned something about him tonight about that LSU stuff. He told Carm, he's like, listen, you got things planned on Saturday, include me.
He's punting.
He's not. Oh, my gosh.
He and I were talking about buyouts. He was asking me about friends of mine that could potentially buy out. You know?
He's trying to rally the big money troops.
He's trying to rally the big money troops.
I wonder who would you like to pivot to, though?
Billy Napier.
I don't know.
He's available.
I mean, it's LSU, so like realistically, you think you could kind of get anybody.
Yeah, you absolutely could, but I think it takes a unique person to coach down there.
You go to Notre Dame again. You go get Marcus Freeman.
Notre Dame's the pipeline for failed LSU Tiger head coaches.
Oh, man. Yeah, no, Wolchuk and Dayquil. That is, I'm actually about to pound some Dayquil at 3 o'clock. It's my next timer. I need some more Dayquil.
Did you hit NyQuil last night?
Oh, yeah, double shot.
Is there anything better?
No, but I did wake up coughing at 4 a.m. I had to go back for more.
Oh, the 4 a.m. NyQuil is a freaking dangerous game.
I've got some liquid cough medicine.
Even better.
Am I the only one here that doesn't use the little NyQuil?
No, I didn't. Don't worry. It wasn't NyQuil.
It was scissor.
Is anybody here? I'm the only one that maybe doesn't use the little NyQuil cup.
But you use the pills?
No,
right out of the bottle.
I just drink it straight out of the bottle.
My wife gets mad at me every time. You're overdoing it. I'm like, honey,
that's the point.
When I feel like I need, like if I take a good shot of it, I'm like, okay, I'm going to be out for a while.
Yeah, it's the best.
I love when that thing just clubs you over the head.
You take it sometimes when you don't even need it.
You wake up, you got drool all over your
can't keep your eyes open. Nothing will keep your eyes open.
Staubach and Pearson getting texted in.
That's
Shout out to them.
That's a good one.
Venus and Serena at number 5. Shaq and Kobe at 4.
4?
At 4. Now, here's an argument. Magic and Kareem at 3. What's the better Laker duo? Kobe or Shaq or Magic and Kareem?
I guess I got to leave it to the old heads.
What do you guys think?
The crusty bleep holes. Dawson?
Man, I guess I'll say Kobe and Shaq.
Lucius, would you go Kobe and Shaq or Magic and Kareem?
Magic and Kareem.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Me too.
2 is Jordan and Scotty. Or Jordan and Pippen, really is what I should say. And then Michael and Scotty.
Okay, so that means number 1 is going to be, is it going to be Brady and Gronk?
It's Zach and Eric from the nosebleed seats.
Hello.
No, it's Babe Ruth and Lou Gehrig coming in at number 1.
Yeah. Wait, so where was Brady?
They were 7.
Okay, they were 7.
Brady and Gronk were 7.
And Mahomes and Kelsey on the outside looking in.
I know. I think eventually you're going to somebody's going to get booted from this.
Well, and it's not even like there's more to be done, and maybe they will do more, but even just what they've done already qualifies.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And that qualifies as a great top 10. Once again, it's in the books. Thank you, Wolchuk. We're coming back.
What are you giggling about over there?
Okay, we got Krusty's Corner coming up at 3:20. I think it's your cold medicine. There's probably 3 or 4 non sequiturs in there. We're just hilarious. I'm looking forward to the rest of the show. Let's double up.
I was enjoying watching the faces of Broaddus and Dawson while Wolchuk was conducting that top 10 list.
That was awesome.
Buried in NyQuil, Dayquil, and codeine.
Trying my best.
Yeah. Okay, we got a college football darty coming up. Chief, what's in store?
Big time shakeup in the top 25, and Mr. Google Me is the cliche king next year in the nation. But Fort Worth, I'm looking at you right now because the all-new Alliance Hyundai, it's here, baby. Right off I-35 in Golden Triangle, conveniently located. Bleep you, Broaddus.
Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. Still Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak.
'em. Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girl?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Ridge Road. Plenty of Tolo giveaways, so let's party and watch the game together this Sunday at the Bearded Monkey and Rockwall with the Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world, they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their own price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got some hot Cowboys trade rumors coming up at 3 o'clock. It's time now for a college football darty. Here's the Chief.
Yeah, it was a big-time college football weekend. Lots of shakeup in the top 25. Let's do this thing.
Well, looky here. Mr. Cold Turkey put a mini booze bottle in his headset.
I've never filmed any of you guys when you're using the bathroom, so I don't know what faces you make when you're doing that.
Special teams, freaking joke.
I want them never to say our name again.
Well, I don't get. They bring me in cold.
Man, Billy Napier gets the win at Florida. He gets booed off the field, okay, from a win, like the least satisfying win in sports history, and he loses his job Sunday morning as he's walking out of church.
So, like, is that they finally got enough money together to actually fire him and execute the buyout? Because it is weird that they waited till now after he actually won a game to pull the trigger.
We had the reports late last week that was basically their plan.
Yeah.
I guess like by Wednesday or Thursday, they felt good about the decision. They had the dollars where they needed to be.
We got it.
And they're like, well, we can't just fire him now a couple hours before the game, couple days before the game. We'll just let him play this one out. We'll probably lose. Oh, crap, we won. And our fan base still hates him. And they just boo him right out of the stadium. So congratulations to Billy Napier. He's the latest to get paid a fat bag to not have to really do anything.
You have his numbers yet on that?
What is the buyout number on that?
Sorry to be asked that question.
It's like a 50-something. Give me 53 as a guess. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong.
I gotcha.
But yeah, now in the top 25, I mean, you had plenty of teams taking L's.
$19.38 million, 50% of which must be paid out within the next 30 days. He made $7.4 million annually as part of the original contract.
So they owe him how much? They owe him $9 million?
19.38 million, and they got to pay at least half of that within the next month.
So they can say,
oh man, how about that? Well, it's close. 53. So Ohio.
You must be thinking about my coach.
Yeah, I'm probably thinking about.
Yeah, I think that's
Brian
a foul
Kelly
one.
because I keep seeing him trending because LSU wants him gone.
Yep.
But that's going to cost a pretty penny.
Yep.
It started with Miami, who was number 2 in the country on Friday night. Just Carson Beck, interception.
He is who we thought he was.
And he takes the L. It's pretty awesome the way Carson Beck sucked so bad on Friday night, and then Gunnar Stockton for Georgia versus Ole Miss was nails.
I heard they're calling him Gunna now.
Is that right? Well, that was a fun game. That was a really, really fun game.
Good back and forth.
So you have the Buckeyes at 1, Indiana, who keeps getting it done, crushing Michigan State at 2. The Aggies are 3rd in the country. They escape a nail-biter versus the Arkansas Razorbacks.
Mm-hmm. That game's always crazy.
Yeah.
Every year. And now I like that they're actually doing it home and home instead of the neutral site at AT&T. I think that's good for both programs. But, man, you know that if whoever is the underdog is going to cover that game somehow, some way. And Arkansas will lose. So Arkansas was, I thought, the bet of the weekend to cover. They did. And then, of course, 3 points. I mean, that back and forth like that, plus Ole Miss and Georgia. Like, incredible SEC football.
Oh, it was awesome. Yeah, you have Alabama at 4. They continue to get it done at a high level. They tear up Tennessee. How about that?
So you got
99-yard pick six right before halftime?
2 Big Ten teams, 1-2, and then 2 SEC teams, 3-4, right?
Yeah, and 5 because you got Georgia at 5 now. After their win over Ole Miss, you still got Oregon at 6. Georgia Tech, the least talked about top 10 team that I can remember.
Shout out to Haynes
King and
Long
company,
Lobo.
undefeated, controlling their own destiny in the ACC. I mean, there's now a chance that the Miami Hurricanes don't even make the ACC title game.
True.
Because you have Georgia Tech and you have Virginia and even SMU.
Virginia's a very sneaky football team right now, the way they're playing.
Yeah, they're playing good ball.
They are.
Ole Miss at 8, Miami at 9, and then Vandy at 10 after handling business versus Broadus' LSU Tigers. Do you just hate Diego Pavia now?
Oh, no.
He's hitting the Heisman on you. He's running all over your defense.
That was going to be a problem. Knew that going in. That was going to be a problem. It's a very undisciplined defense, the way they play at times. You can expose them. They lack toughness in a lot of areas. Yeah, that was going to be a difficult game to go win.
Well, and it proved to be true. Yep. And now you have Vandy sitting at 10. What happened to Texas Tech, man? What happened to your Red Raiders, Wolchuk?
Yeah, they got off to a poor start, and then bless their hearts, man. They roll on back. They get the lead in the fourth quarter. And then Sam Leavitt. And Arizona State is legit. I mean, they've lost a couple of games because Sam Leavitt's been hurt. But a tremendous drive to go win the game late in the fourth quarter for ASU with 34 seconds left. They get the game-winning touchdown, win it 26-22. I think that'll be the only loss for Tech this year, and so they'll still be in the Big 12 title game. But that was one that I know Arizona State had circled because they lost in Lubbock the year before. So Tech's still controlling their own destiny. But certainly I know my brother-in-law, Ben, he had a bachelor party weekend, and that ruined the whole damn weekend for him.
That is miserable. Well, they have the backup quarterback in, Will Hammond.
Yeah, and Baron Moore's still day-to-day. And I'm a big Will Hammond fan, and he got off to a rough start.
You felt like he was the better of the quarterbacks?
Yeah, I think he will be. But maybe that was a game where, like, the veteran guy in Morton, you're going on the road, hostile environment. Even though against Utah, when Morton got hurt, Hammond came in and looked great. But Hammond, he got better as the game went along, but he did have a very costly interception for Tech.
So, did you guys see Lane Kiffin doing the Kirby Smart trolling with the timeout?
I did not.
And then he tells the referee, he's like, "No, I was just clapping.
Oh yes, I did see that.
Yeah.
Hilarious.
Yeah,
Ref couldn't contain himself.
Was it real?
Lane Kiffin is probably my favorite coach in college football. But we do need to get to Curt Cignetti, who is the cliche king apparently. So Indiana continues to roll, number 2 in the country. They're dominating in so many areas when you just look at some of the metrics. And this was him after the game. You'll hear a ding for every time he uses a cliche.
In your preparation, what needs to be the priority against Michigan State?
Execute. It's always about execution. And play fast, physical, have energy, mental intensity, one play at a time. Fast, physical, relentless, smart, disciplined, poised, not affected by success or failure. Never, ever satisfied. On to the next play.
The sayings. Thanks, Coach.
Thanks.
It was just 20 seconds of let me just belch out a bunch of cliches here. But it worked because they went ahead and handled business versus the Spartans. But yeah, they're number one. Like when you look at offensive success rate and like explosive plays and stuff, they're number one. Like they are up there, dude. And it's funny to look at those graphics and see the Texas Longhorns down in the sewage of the sport offensively.
Yeah.
Like points per drive.
They can't block.
Success rate, they're in the Wisconsin, Oklahoma State, Wake Forest, UNC category of offensive football. And Sarkisian is having to defend his play calling and talk about why he's going to maintain being the play caller for them. Even though things look so bad, they barely beat Kentucky. It was just an uninspiring win. And the offense is honestly just not fun to watch.
No, and it's frustrating, I think, that he's so loyal to some of his guys. You know, he showed it last year with Quinn Ewers. I think here in a couple of weeks, if you manage to skate by and not lose ahead, I think you get a bye week and then Georgia. I think you gotta look at opening up the quarterback competition. It's that bad. I got to know if another player can make more out of a compromised offensive line or a poor performing offensive line.
For the first time in college football Darty history, we referenced Division III football because there was an absolute maniacal performance. Curry College, they have a running back, Monty Quinn. He made history on Saturday versus Nichols College, set an NCAA record across all divisions for rushing yards in a single game. 522 yards rushing, 7 touchdowns on 20 carries.
522 yards on 20 carries.
Yes.
Did he have like a 90-something yard run multiple times? Like, that is insane.
He averaged 26.1 yards per carry.
Holy crap.
And yes, he had 8 rushes of over 25 yards, including touchdown runs of 85 yards, 84 yards, 76 yards, 64 yards, 58 yards, and 30 yards. His other touchdown was a 2-yard run that was set up by one of his own 43-yard runs 2 plays earlier. That is
incredible.
An all-time performance for Monty Quinn. The All-American ran for an NCAA record 522 yards.
Could be telling that story for 50 years, dude. What a play. What a game.
Unbelievable.
Thank you, Chief. There it is, a college football Darty in the books. It's time for hour number 2. We got some trade chatter coming out of the weekend. Get you caught up on all your Cowboys news. On a Victory Monday here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
But let's chat Trajan Wealth. Oh, victorious Trajan Wealth. TRAJAN.
And HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth, an Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the nation. Have a busy Cowboys 3 o'clock hour here for you. Krusty's Corners coming up in 20 minutes. And then the Brian Schottenheimer press conference about 3:45 right here on your home of the Cowboys. 105.3 The Fan. Let's jump here into some C-note type of stuff. I love what Charles Robinson wrote about with the story here about the Cowboys being open for business and looking for a top-of-the-line player. There is a lot of interesting detail in just the way that he phrases a lot of these things. And Charles Robinson, one of the most respected NFL insiders, he's got multiple sources he's been talking to, Brian.
He is friends with the owner.
Okay, all right. Well, he reports that multiple sources across the league told him they believe Jones will be listening for a plus-size talent on the level of Trey Hendrickson or Jeffrey Simmons if Dallas is in the playoff hunt at the end of October.
Mm-hmm.
The NFL personnel source notes that Pickens' price point factors at the deadline in two ways. On one hand, if the Cowboys commit to paying Pickens at a Higgins-level deal, which is 4 and 115, that might be low. It could push Dallas to sit pat at the deadline with the sensibility that it needs to use the draft capital to gain talent on cheap rookie contracts to balance out the cap issues. But if Jones feels like Pickens is now pricing himself out of an extension, it creates space to acquire a veteran in a trade now to maximize the remaining games with Pickens while opening up space to retain that veteran beyond 2025, since Pickens in that situation would be let go in free agency.
Yeah. That's interesting.
That is interesting, especially with what Brian just told us.
I think you got to have tunnel vision with this, boys. I think you got to just look at this right now. I think this is all about the level that your quarterback is playing. And he has never been this consistent week in and week out playing at elite at the position. Best quarterback arguably in football right now. And the talent that you've got on offense, I just think you got to look at this thing and say, we got to live right now in the moment. We got to go for this thing.
Yes, this is the go for it time. And because Pickens is on such a cheap deal, it gives you that financial flexibility that you don't have to blow up the future of your salary cap. These opportunities are few and far between. Yeah. Like we were talking about it Friday from Picklerverse, and we were talking about it Thursday in Rockwall as well at the Bearded Monkey. But this adds a new element to it because we were talking about, do you want Pickens next year or do you want the money to help you pay for defensive players? In this situation, you get to have both of them for a limited time. I don't know how you could turn down that opportunity if you really want to win the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I'm not living for the offseason and trying to plan ahead or whatever. You are in an arms race right now, and this is the time to capitalize on it. This is one of the things that we always get frustrated with them is like when you feel like you're kind of close and they don't do anything to really put you over the top.
Yeah.
And now is a great opportunity for that. Let the Pickens stuff, the offseason, the contract, all that, let that play out the way it's going to play out.
Yeah.
Right now, I'm trying to put a quality defense, just a somewhat quality defense on the field to help assist the fact that we have a Super Bowl caliber offense right now.
Yeah.
In a league that is wide open.
And then when you get to the offseason, whatever you decide on doing, you're going to have more than enough talent if you would make a couple of trades like this. I would be interested in the idea of franchise tagging George Pickens and trading him. I don't think getting a third in a comp pick would be good asset management at all. You either keep him and look to trade him later, or you try to work something out with the agent to get you, better compensation back. But like you said, this is about 2025 and hopefully early 2026, Wolchuk.
Yeah, I don't think you play around with what's going on right now. I don't know. I can't guarantee. I'd like to think that this is Dak and who he is moving forward. but you can't guarantee health. You can't guarantee what the team looks like year to year. I think right now, the way this offense is constructed, you have Javonte Williams on a very cheap deal. Mm-hmm. You're getting tremendous production from Jake Ferguson. Your offensive line, I think, is just going to continue to get better as the season goes on. Now is the time to strike, and we'll worry about the financial ramifications going into the offseason.
Because it's the best offense we might have ever seen with the Cowboys.
Yeah.
That might be what we're looking at right now. And I know 2019 and 2021 and there were some really exciting years in there that Dak he sort of put himself in the MVP conversation, but this is different. And yesterday's win definitely buys you some time. And as long as you're 500 at the trade deadline, you got to win one of these next 2 games to be there. It really leaves everything on the table. The personnel source also noted that the conversation will be shaped by compensation. As it stands now, a league source who spoke with Yahoo put the trade value range of Hendrickson at a 2. That's the ceiling. A more reasonable basement of a 3rd rounder and another later pick in the 5th or 6th round. As for Simmons, it remains to be seen if he's available. But I love the idea of going for a couple of players. You put Simmons in there with what you got cooking with Clark and Thomas and Osa, and now you have 4 good defensive tackles playing there in the middle.
Your intent then is to sign Hendrickson, right?
Yeah, probably.
If you're trading for Trey Hendrickson?
Yeah, if you're trading for me, is that your intent?
I don't have to.
Depends on what I'm giving up. I'm not going to give up a 1st-round pick for him and only have him for a rental.
2 for half the season?
A 2 for half the season?
Yeah, I'd do it. And if you don't want to pay him, I don't care. Honestly. I mean, you look back, how many of these second-round picks have really hit for the Cowboys? Not a lot. And I'm not going to be upset about them for being aggressive and going for it. I'm really not. I mean, we can't speak out of both sides of our mouths and want them to be aggressive and make big moves. And when you think you have a team, and then when they do it, and let's say pick Hendrickson leaves, be upset about it and say and contradict ourselves and be hypocritical.
Sure.
And say, oh, well, what the hell? That was a stupid trade. Why'd you make it? You didn't keep the player. You know what? If you want to just make the move and know that there's no guarantee you're keeping the player because you got decisions you need to make with Pickens, you don't know what's going to happen with Diggs in that contract, I'm fine with it.
Me too.
Because realistically, if you get all-pro level Trey Hendrickson on this defense right now, that really could be the difference of you possibly making a serious run with how good this offense is. This offense is not going to be easy to stop for any defense.
I agree with everything you said.
We got to see if the Bengals keep winning, though. Because
that's right. That injury he's got. I mean, is that
in the back
like a serious injury, or is that kind of we're being cautious because we might move him type of thing?
Well, and relative to that, I think you should look past Trey Hendrickson and go to Max Crosby with the Raiders.
See, that's what I would rather do, and I'm cool with giving up a 1 for that. Because he's a monster, still young enough, and you have him under control. Like, that would be the guy I would be trying to zero in on. He is a force of nature, 2-way player, run defense, pass rush. He's an animal.
I mean, with Trey Hendrickson, you're getting kind of the same situation as Micah Parsons, where he's great, but can you play, against an offense that is wide open against those guys and be in an advantageous situation? Can you come from behind? If they're running the football at Trey Hendrickson, at Micah Parsons, I think they're mitigating what they do well. And, Max Crosby is a guy that plays both incredibly well. And I don't think you can really overstate how important it is to get defensive linemen that can do both, especially in this NFL where the running games are as creative as they've ever been. And the emphasis is back on the run as much as it's ever been.
And this is one of those times, too, where it is a little bit frustrating that they come across like an organization that doesn't want to pick up the phone and make a move. Because you would love to see them go full CY and say, hey, we're going to go get our Aroldis Chapman right now a few weeks before the deadline. We're going to get aggressive. We want a guy. Let's go make a move right now and get Max Crosby in here for an extra couple of games as opposed to waiting until November.
Yeah, it does seem like the urgency is up. And while they continue to say publicly, we're waiting for the right opportunity, I'm reading the tea leaves and what was reported over the weekend by national sources like Diana Rossini and Charles Robinson that the Cowboys are looking at this more urgently. And I hope I'm right about that. But, history has said they sort of wait for the right deal to come to them as opposed to them urgently addressing their weaknesses. And this offense just commands that you're willing to sacrifice a piece of the future. The idea that you can build forward now and the future simultaneously in the NFL, that idea just does not apply.
And in all reality, like Wolchuk, you alluded to, like they should be going all in on this time that you have with Dak.
Yeah.
You should be thinking of this in like a 2 or 3 year window.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, and if he's still healthy and balling at 36, 37,
great.
then you're like, okay, that's great, but we can't count on that right
and
now.
I try and make I know they like doing like 5-year deals, but I try and set up the Pickens deal like that too. Maybe it's a 3-year deal with George. And now you're not like locked in long term, but you're trying to marry that as close as you can for that trio, CD, Dak, and Pickens. And then after that, we'll evaluate other things.
I have an insane idea about the wide receivers in 2026. I'll get to that coming up at 4:20 here in the G-Bag Nation. 817 says Myles Garrett is the only way. That'd be awesome. Yeah, go get Myles Garrett if Cleveland – they had a pretty convincing win over the weekend, didn't they?
Yeah, well, they got to play the Dolphins.
Yeah, they got to play the Dolphins. Yeah, so, I mean, but that – they're not in the playoffs, so I could easily see in a couple of weeks – Cleveland looking at that and saying, are we committed to Myles Garrett, or what's the best offer? But considering everything they went through in the offseason, I think you're going to have to blow them away, maybe just short of Micah Parsons level compensation. Jerry was asked repeatedly if he knew what happened to Trayvon Diggs in the accident that resulted in a concussion. This is from the Twitter account of Joseph Hoyt, Morning News. He said Diggs told him a story of what happened, and quote, but a lot of times you're not the best viewer of what happened to you. So not quite sure, what he means by that. But, again, it's just further confirmation. They don't feel like they can trust Trayvon Diggs. I guess if you got a concussion, things can be a little bit foggy up there. Todd Archer tweeting, speaking on the fan, Stephen Jones here, said Overshown's practice window will open this week, and it'll probably take the full allotted 3 weeks, which pegs November 17th at Las Vegas. Quote, I know he's fired up. I know the training staff is fired up. Overshown himself posted on his Twitter account T-21.
Yeah.
So
we've been talking about that was going to be their plan. They were going to take the full 3 weeks and then maybe some practice time after that. Get that locked in.
Yeah, excited about him. Kind of excited about Shamar James and what he might be able to figure out here, because he has the athletic tools to be a really good linebacker. Couple more plays over the weekend. It's just like, holy cow, if this guy can get everything figured out and go where he needs to go consistently, he could be quite a weapon in there. Calvin Watkins wrote here as we go through the C-Note Cowboys news of the evening, because Krusty's Corner with Broadus is coming up at 3:20, then the Schotty Presser at 3:45. Cowboys look like contenders with the offense at full speed, firing on all cylinders. I don't know how you can put up that headline right now, and I know Calvin doesn't write the headlines. That's another person's job at the newspaper. But, I just looked at that and I was like, really? Is that what we're going to think? 7 days after one of the most embarrassing losses to Carolina.
Yeah.
3 weeks after losing to Chicago. I think I would rephrase it to Cowboys offense looks like a contender and the defense needs help. Defense must get a trade to try to make sure you don't waste this offense would be the premise that I'd be looking for. Just a hell of an offensive performance, and it showed that Lamb plus Pickens can equal absolutely unstoppable. All the different things, and now you've genuinely got back to that very early Zeke time frame where it was legitimately pick your poison, and at that time it was on the backs of Zeke and a very strong offensive line. Now it's scheme, an incredible passing game, and Javonte Williams having this resurgent year. You got to figure out a way this week, to set it up where, if you're 4-4-1 at the deadline, you're going to get a couple of massive impact players, and Simmons at an edge. At that point, I would believe they're as good as anybody in the NFC. Wouldn't you guys, if they made trades on that level?
Jeffrey Simmons on the interior, and then another edge who would. You're just assuming is immediately your best edge rusher the day he gets here?
Like a 15-sack-a-year guy plus Jeffrey Simmons. We're good to go.
Yeah, I mean, that's
I'd love that.
That's going to go ahead and bolster your front seven in a huge way, and then you factor in the Overshown return. All of a sudden, now you're cooking with gas. You would still love to have something in the back end, but maybe they're starting to find their footing a little bit there, and Eberflus with some of the adjustments or whatever, but yeah, just those two guys would make a ton of difference for this defense right now.
Yeah, and then I wanted to get in this story. Speaking of defense, I love the Kenneth Murray story in the morning news. Players often watch film, whether it's of themselves or their opponent, on their own, in addition to normal meetings. This past week, for the first time, Kenneth Murray led 2 player meetings with the entire defense. They watched film together and talked a lot beyond what they originally planned. There was a clear objective to it. After they'd been struggling so much, they wanted to get on the same page. We've talked about how this defense lacks a leader, and sometimes as the new guy, it's difficult to step right into that role and be like, all right, guys, I got you. But maybe Kenneth Murray, who was known as a leader, collegiately and then up to his in his professional career, despite some performances that weren't always the best. It's awesome, that they got a guy to do that. That would be the biggest thing. Like, we're having communication breakdowns. We're professional football players. We're getting paid a lot of money to do this. How are we not so embarrassed that we're getting together on a regular basis up to this point? I think that really puts a spotlight on what the problems are in there, and hopefully Kenneth Murray was a big part of starting the process of getting that resolved. All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan, home of the Cowboys. Krusty's Corner's coming up next, buddy. Where are you taking us?
Yeah, let's talk about how this one ended up. We'll do that next.
All right, let's chat prize picks, though, shall we? Oh, another great weekend.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Multiple Cowboys beat writers tweeting at the break, Clarence Hill and Nick Harris, that it appears Savone Revel is hoping to plan and practice on Wednesday. So that's cool. You got Overshone, you got Revel. Maybe this is a little bit of a Trayvon Diggs exit strategy. What do you think? It's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Waters.
Thank you to my teammates. Thank you to Reliant. Appreciate you guys for being a part of this. What is your exit strategy? Is there an exit strategy for Diggs? You got one?
Yeah, I want to trade him. I think the sooner the better. Did you miss him yesterday? And we'll see against better wide receivers.
Yeah, my hope is that he saw that yesterday and was like, I want to be a part of this. If we're going to try and play more man coverage, if we're going to do some things that maybe are a little bit more conducive to my skill set, maybe there's a little bit different at it. I wonder who he's upset with. I wonder if he's upset with the front office. Is he upset with the coaches? I don't know how you cannot look at your teammates go out there and play yesterday and play hard the way they did. And I know that the Commanders were undermanned at receiver. But, man, every time you hear a defensive player talk, they compliment the offense. How could you not want to be a part of something where the offense that good as a defensive player?
Yeah.
And not, and just sit there and say, no, man, I'm good. I'm good. How about just being a competitor?
Yeah.
Me personally, and I said this in the post game with Eric, I'm not moving on from him. He's one of my better players at cornerback. When he's dialed in and playing, he could be really, really good. And I don't know if just moving on to a guy that now he has to determine if he wants to be here or not. And maybe he's already made that determination.
I just think injuries have made him now an average player, and you paid him to be pretty damn good.
Yeah.
So now it's like it doesn't make sense for the salary cap to have an average corner at that level. So I'm getting Revel off into the 21 window, and I'm seeing how good he is. Maybe we get him in a game, and we have 2 games to evaluate him while we also look at what might be out there in a trade for Diggs.
Yeah. There's just so much. Maybe.
So we got to move on from him at the end of the year anyway. It's a salary cap move.
Yeah, but I'm also, like I said, I think yesterday, I think going forward, you are going to need him. And I say that in a way that I'm not totally sure. It was nice to see Bland make some plays. Matter of fact, they played 9 in the box yesterday, and Bland was kind of the 9th guy down there making tackles. And
he was hitting yesterday.
Being around the ball and stuff. I just like to believe that maybe Diggs could be that guy too. And
not in the box, but a bounce back.
I'm just, like a guy that's like all of a sudden, yeah. Now, I do believe that they played a lot of man coverage yesterday because that is how you beat this quarterback. You make him have to throw the ball. Teams will tell you how do you play Dak? Thus, if someone asked you how would you play coverage against Dak Prescott, what would you say?
Clog and cover.
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go. So there's certain
dropping everybody and hoping 4 can stop the run.
Yeah. There's certain quarterbacks that going into a game, okay, our best chance of slowing this guy down is rushing 3 and just drop 8 and see if we can play that way. But I kind of feel like that they went into that game yesterday, and I don't think it was like, hey, let's do something different. I think they honestly believe that from game to game to game, they're trying to look at this and see what makes these quarterbacks have problems.
And I love that because that suggests we're not married to our scheme. We're looking at the opponent and deciding what's the best way to break them down.
Yeah, I'm But I'm one of those guys, and as much as I hear what everybody's saying, and I really don't have a great argument against you right now. But I think you're going to need Diggs. I think you're going to need him in one of these games. And like I said, I think he's one of your better corners. But you're right. The health could be a problem. His demeanor could be a problem. The front office could have a problem with him, and the coaching staff could have a problem. If those are all things that we find out, then move on from him. But otherwise, I'm trying.
I mean, his value is in an all-time low right now. So if you traded him and couldn't get anything, maybe the better move is to hang on to him and hope he plays well at some point.
I just want to believe that he saw yesterday and kind of felt like, and maybe we'll learn today about, have we had locker room yet? I don't know if we've.
Yeah, they're in. There's locker room going on right now. And then Schotty's going to talk here soon.
Okay, see, I think they're going to give Diggs a chance to say his side of the story here, what happened, and I'd like to hear his explanation, but I'd also I'd like to know about his demeanor too. If he's not interested in being here, I'm with you guys. Let's get on the horn and move on. But if he's,
and there's reasons to be skeptical. I mean, you put me in that locker room for 5 years, I'd be rolling my eyes at some of the things this organization had done.
Sure.
But I think we're trying to change that culture.
Yeah.
And if you don't want to be a part of it, then we could move on.
All right, we had questions about the Zach Ertz touchdown. Zach,
Yes.
Did you look at that?
I did.
What were your thoughts about and what I think they're playing? I think what they're trying to do is it's almost like they're playing a short yardage coverage by they're playing the sticks with everybody lining up on the goal line.
Yeah.
And playing zone that way.
Yeah, and I think that James, maybe to Kenneth Murray, was thinking James was going to slide over with Ertz.
Yeah.
I think that's what was supposed to happen. Because that's why Murray was running with Ertz, then he stops,
right?
And I think he thinks now, okay, James is going to drift to the left. Instead, both of them stay in the same spot, and Ertz is wide open.
Yeah. This is what kills me about the linebacker playing coverage, how they go and stand in no man's land half the time. And it's just, you got guys running behind you, running in front of your face. What are you doing? What are you looking at? They just stare at the quarterback and cover nothing.
I initially thought when I first saw the play that James was in spy coverage on Daniels.
Oh, okay.
I initially thought that. And then if you watch the play, Sam Williams is playing like in the middle of the defense.
Yeah.
As a tackle, he drops.
And they did that quite a bit.
It looks like that he's the spy on this one. So what happens was, I don't know why. Two things. I don't know why Murray carried Ertz past James, and I don't know why James didn't feel, or maybe Murray should have been like yelling, as this, because you see him carry him past James, and you're thinking like, wait a minute, why is everybody's feet on the goal line? Why are we playing? It's like they're guarding the goal line here. And everybody else is kind of picking up guys that are in the end zone. And I just didn't know why that Murray carried him past. He should have been like, yell, hey, your guy, or something, just something to, but the awareness, and I think this is the problem with James. I think when you put him in coverage, you're asking him to do something he really is not very good at.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see a very instinctive player when I watched him in Florida. That was my fear about him. I think he's really athletic and
blitz,
he can tackle, he can go downhill.
Yeah.
But I don't really want him having to make coverage plays in space.
Yeah, I didn't know what because I was worried. I'm like, why is he carrying them if they're all playing across? Why is Murray? And then he he reacts. But when they
have to have another meeting,
when they start to talk about him, it was somebody pointing out he made a mistake. Probably. But the thing about it is so interesting is that the fact that how they're playing across and how they just don't. He's like he didn't even pass him to him. He just kind of went with him and then retreated, and then all of a sudden now you got a guy wide open that way. So
maybe Murray should just ran with him.
I don't know. It's a busted coverage. I mean, you could see they're bracketing on the outsides and stuff like that. But Zach Ertz, we talked about this on Wednesday. Zach Ertz is one of the guys that down on the goal line, he's the guy that this quarterback looks for. All right, the Lamb touchdown. I want to talk about that one a little bit. Then this is the one, the bomb play, and you heard Dak and Schotty call this coverage tricky 2. The tricky 2 coverage is like a cover 2 look. And what I want to ask them about something on this, but I think this is the way it works. It's Martin, the safety, and Lattimore off the snap. They drop like they're safeties. So they're dropping. So you got a corner dropping on the right side, on the right, basically the right hash, and you've got the safety on the other side dropping. So you get the 2 deep look, that 2 deep. So it's there again. I guess the tricky part is they take the other safety and they drive him down in the hole, is what they do. So they're trying to prevent like the crossers. Well, what happened was, I think Dak wanted to throw the ball to Pickens when this thing started. It was going to be a vertical shot to Pickens down the left side. But when that safety to Lamb's side, he was on the right side. When that safety went down to the hole, and that's when Pickens went by him and threw the hand. He saw what was happening in coverage. He knew that the other safety on the other side, Martin, couldn't get to him. So he just ran by him, and Dak, to his credit, with the protection that they had, he was able to get his eyes back and then throw the ball to the middle of the field. Now that was really close to being a bang play right there, because you do have Lattimore dropping like he's a safety on Pickens' side, but he's going towards the ball. He's going towards the middle, towards the ball. It's just a great job, a great throw by Dak. And he was right afterwards. Dak said he had to he stood on that one to throw it. I mean, you could watch him in the pocket, and it's like coming off the mound throwing a fastball. I mean, he launched
He's putting everything behind him.
He had everything in his body to get that ball to where it needed to be. So great job. But the tricky part of the coverage, like I say, it's a safety exchanging with a corner, I believe, and then you're getting, like I say, CD reading the spacing and seeing, throwing the hand up, Dak reading it, and then getting him the football. So great job by CD with the read. Great job by Dak coming off one and getting to the other. All right, I want to talk about the Pickens bomb that came right off against Lattimore. This was the one that was right before the half.
Gosh, what a ball. And
so this particular play, what was really cool about it was there was a little bit some separation there initially with Lattimore and then also with Pickens. And Pickens comes walking off the line like he's just going to walk, and he's kind of looking to see what Lattimore's going to do, how Lattimore's going to play him, whether it's inside, outside. And he kind of gets a read on Lattimore and what he's going to do, and then he just takes off running. So once he has an idea, like he's trying to maybe get him by walking, get him to commit a little bit. But once he got him where he's like, okay, I know what he's going to do, then he takes off to the outside. But man, there's not much separation between these guys at all.
Good coverage.
There's really not. I mean, Lattimore did a good job of getting back in. As Pickens was running, he got back in position and was able to run. And you could see that again, Prescott is looking at Ferguson and Lamb on the other side. So he's trying to kind of keep everybody in place by looking to the right side of the field, knowing that he's got Lamb on the other side on the vertical route. And so that's it's kind of like they were just the offensive line just passed. It was a stunt coming up front, and they just passed it to man to man to man. And so it gave Dak just plenty of time to throw the football, to step into the throw. So the line, the way that Pickens came off the ball, and then where the ball was placed and how it was taken in, and give Pickens a lot of credit. That ball was coming out of the sun, that sun part of the thing. So when he looked up, he was looking back up into the sun to track that ball. He wears a visor, of course, but he did a great job of tracking that ball because there was not a lot of space for them to be to make that catch.
And the ball placement on that.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
I mean, beautiful. It's just one more.
My last one here. Prescott and the pressure that he had to deal with, and this one particular play, there was another out route about 10 yards up the field that went to Pickens in this game. And this was one of the times that Booker he got smoked by Payne. Like Payne rushes to the edge of him, it's kind of like Booker was a little bit slow out of his stance.
Oh yeah.
And all of a sudden now Payne is by him.
Uh-huh.
And Dak is about to wear a chest full of Payne. Well,
Payne, the
defensive tackle. But just a great job of somehow standing in there, knowing that his right guard got smoked, and he's able to deliver. Pickens runs a route, sells it inside, then breaks it to the outside. Dak, again, another perfect ball to the outside, but with just a guy bearing down on him that way was super impressive with the throw.
Incredible.
That he was. Because Pickens was able to get some separation, and then Dak put the ball right where it needed to be.
That was a third down play?
Yeah, it was. I think it was third and 11.
That's so hot.
Yep.
Dak for MVP it remains the top bet to make in sports right now. I know Mahomes is out there. Mahomes will probably win it, but the odds that you're getting on this, doing it with just okay offensive line play, a lot more people suggesting this might be Dak's MVP campaign. All right, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. We're back with Schotty's Presser here on The Fan, but it's October. I know you felt it over the
something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. It's the G-Back Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We are now standing by for the Brian Schottenheimer press conference here on a victorious Cowboys Monday. We're just dissecting and diagnosing what it means for us. Salute. You just missed Krusty's Corner, by the way. We did a little bit early, so if you want to jump back with your Odyssey app or YouTube or Twitch or wherever you were watching or listening, you can do that right now. Had a couple of updates here over the last hour. It appears that Revel and Overshone are both going to have their 21-day window opened. Maybe Schotty can talk about that, but also people are wondering about Cooper Beebe, and could he be getting ready for a return as well? And that brings up my question here for you boys. Which injured Cowboy player are you most interested in returning? Is it Revel, Overshone, or Beebe?
And you know my love for Beebe, but it's Overshone.
Yeah, I think it's got to be Overshone. Even without Beebe, the offense, I mean, Beebe is better than Hoffman, but the offense is still absolutely humming at a high level. You don't know what Revel is at this point. If Revel had flashed over the last couple of years in the same way that Overshone had, then you'd be dying to get a corner like that in there. But Overshone is the proven commodity, and he's got like the temperament and the personality that guys just feed off of. He's electric, dude, and he could be a difference maker if he's back to being the same type of athlete that we've seen him before the injury.
Right, like who's the leader of the defense? I think that really could be Overshone, and to get him back on the field, I think would be huge. I mean, I don't think you're having as much struggle to run the football against Carolina if you have Cooper Beebe in that game. Like, Beebe will make a big difference, and I think that he was trending towards a hell of a season prior to the injury. But it's Overshone. They need him in a bad way on defense, and hopefully he can be even 80% of the version we saw last year. That's going to be a massive upgrade.
I would put you right now at probably under 80%. I mean, your takes are golden. They're flowing. It's the same woolly bully words, but your voice sounds like
it's bad.
You missed last night's post game?
Yeah, I did.
How bad did it get?
It was pretty rough. It started Saturday night. I actually went to support a buddy of mine at a local theater in Richardson. He was in The Wedding Singer, and I was coughing during the second half of that show, and I was like, oh my gosh, so I need to remove myself from this theater. And then overnight it was terrible. I woke up in the morning and it was just, oh God. I went to the doctor, got some prescriptions. Eric went ahead and pinch hit for me. But yeah, I apologize. I'll mute myself.
No, you're good, man. Brian, what's Overshone going to help the most? Is it pass defense or run defense?
I think he'll probably help you with the fact that how about big plays? And I think the big plays will probably come in the passing game with the form of pressure, is what I think. That he'll be the fifth guy that they bring. Gosh, please don't let Flus all of a sudden say, oh, we're just going to drop him in coverage and have him play in space. No, I think you need to have him being around the line of scrimmage, attacking, matching him up. He doesn't have the weight or the bulkiness, say, of Parsons, but what he has is he's got that explosiveness. And, hopefully that, and just watching him kind of run around and stuff. I know we were at camp. There was a pick six and he went running with, and you could see him. He was like, man, he's still kind of got that burst. So
yeah,
that's where he's going to help this team as being that fifth rusher. And I'd move him around and just find guys to rush him against. Now, maybe they'll worry about that a little bit, with the knee going up the field, planting on it and turning on it and all those things. But I'd sure start with that. Maybe making him that guy that could be. Having him maybe trading for another linebacker. You can maybe rebuild this thing with one move.
I'll drink to that. How much does he help with the diagnosing and the stopping the run, and then the awareness and zone defense? Those appear to be two of the bigger problems that linebackers are having right now.
That's hard to say because I'm trying to think of him as a zone player because I don't think that's really his deal. I think his deal is attacking, playing downhill, sideline to sideline if you have to. Just dropping in zone and hanging out. To me, that's a waste right there if that's how you're going to play this guy.
I was just wondering, I was probing for details on like down in, down out. Is this a guy that's going to make your defense more solid, or is this just you're waiting for the big play?
It's going to give you a guy that can prevent the big play is what it's giving you because if somebody tries to run the ball on you and they're running it to the outside, he can run plays down. Deron Bland had a hell of on that 2-point play. Mm-hmm. That's the kind of plays you're going to need in games where all of a sudden it looks like it's going to be a big play, and then boom, it's a tackle for 2 yards that looked like it could have gone for 12 yards. That's where I think this guy's makes a big difference for you.
But apparently he and Overshone as happy as they've ever been, big old smiles, and we're expecting at this point, unless Schotty says otherwise, that both of those are going to have their windows opened and be practicing this week. And Revel probably going to take the full 21 days, I would imagine, and Overshone, that's been the anticipation the entire time, that we're still probably 3 weeks away from these guys playing in a game, but we're taking a big step in that direction. I started the segment asking, which return are you most interested in, Revel, Overshone, or BB? Could BB have a bigger impact than Overshone for winning?
I think we're getting to the point in time now that you need BB in there. When they ran the ball effectively last night, I think Hoffman's done a nice job. I'm not going to say a great job, but I think that there's been some times, and I think Zach's absolutely right. This is where in the Carolina game, I think BB would have really helped you with some of the Hoffman struggled with some of the blocks in line there that he had to make, and I kind of feel like that maybe that BB would have got to some of those blocks and maybe things would have been a little different.
There's a lot of intrigue for me on Revel. Just how good of a rookie are you going to be coming off of an ACL? It has been 13 months, so maybe the ACL is not as big of a factor as being a rookie at this point, but can you play decent to where we have more confidence in you than Elam and Carson, I think, is the first hurdle.
I got wind the other night that, did we talk about him getting hurt when we saw that video from Tommy
Yes,
Yard?
Tommy. Yes.
Yeah.
We talked about it on Love of the Star.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's something that they admitted to.
Oh, the knee did get rehurt.
The knee got rehurt
in training camp.
That video that he landed awkwardly.
He landed, and now they had to step back and do some more things to get that. So that's your setback right there.
Okay, let's step aside. We'll set back, and when we return, probably Schotty. Okay, but if not, a football fix there with Wolchuk. It's the G-Back Nation here on The Fan. I want to chat.
Get something else to remember that Uber Eats has
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it? Pepper lady.
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Front squad?
Nutmeg babes. No.
Nutmeg.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Front squad?
G&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And yes, Schottenheimer is still not talking. The press conference scheduled 17 minutes ago. This is bordering on Mike McCarthy territory, Brian.
Could they be trying to get the Diggs stories straight?
Yeah, you're trying to fine-tune all the details to make sure that we're all on the same page about how Trayvon Diggs
probably a trade.
They're probably going to ask. They're probably asking
Announce
Diggs.
a trade.
Yeah, I need to ask Gang of 7.
Trayvon Diggs.
They're probably trying to say, okay, what are you going to say? How are you going to say it? And they make sure. But very simply, Schotty can go listen. He's going to handle that when the time comes when he's ready to do it, and maybe that's what they're trying to kind of get situated right now.
Well, when he starts yapping, we'll head up to the Star. In the meantime, here's Wolchuk with his daily football fix.
All right, let's get you some news regarding the trade deadline. Now, this is courtesy of Diana Rossini, and we got some good information from Charles Robinson a little bit earlier, but this is the buzz she's hearing from around the league. Trey Hendrickson is drawing attention from a lot of teams. The 49ers are showing the most interest right now. Cincinnati isn't shopping him. And after the Bengals win on Thursday, most do not expect him to get moved, according to Diana Rossini. So we'll have to monitor what goes on with Trey Hendrickson. Dolphins getting a lot of calls for pass rushers, Bradley Chubb and Jalen Phillips.
You could get him if you way overpay.
Yeah,
I think if you got to get the Brown family off. Like, yeah, we're not interested in trading him. Well, we'll give you a first.
Like the Cowboys get the Cowboys first.
Well, yeah, that's but just like Green Bay, just a first. I mean, you've got to draw them into like the okay, that's how bad you want him. All right, here we go.
Yeah,
I think that's where they're saying we don't want to trade him right now, but you can draw them into the fight.
And I guess if Hendrickson's not available, maybe one of the Dolphins' pass rushers could be the fallback, Chubb and Jalen Phillips. Hell, maybe both.
I think Phillips is.
Phillips is the one you want.
Phillips is really, really the one.
Healthy right now. I mean, maybe that's it. You get the one healthy season from him.
He is good.
I think you get the most out of him.
Yeah, and I know Eric has watched him a lot more than I sat down and watched him on tape a couple of games, and I was impressed by the way that a guy that tall. I mean, I remember him coming out of college. We all do, but man, I'll tell you, he is the movement, the agility, the way he wins. There's a lot to like about that guy.
Jets are getting a lot of calls on their defensive end, Jermaine Johnson, and running back Breece Hall. They're making calls looking for a kick returner, or the Jets, which is a little weird. Eagles are in search of edge rusher and corner. The Detroit Lions also in search of edge rusher. So you've got two teams you're going to be competing with, one in your division, the other also in the conference, Lions and Eagles, that are also looking for similar spots that you're probably looking for.
Can I ask you guys a question?
What do you think, boys?
Could you trade?
Not a question.
Could you trade Turpin for Breece Hall?
No.
Yes. I don't think so.
How many years we got left on Breece Hall?
I think he's due for money.
Yeah, you're going to have to pay. This is the last year of his deal.
All right.
And it's interesting,
All
but
right.
I think that I would keep Turp.
I asked a question of Voch Lombardi this morning, and I think I asked Eric this question last night in the Post. You willing to spend $45 million for two players?
You thinking Javonte and Pickens?
Yeah.
$15 million for Williams?
I gave $35 million to Pickens.
Oh, to Pickens. Okay.
I gave 10 to Williams.
Ooh.
Would you give 10 to Breece Hall? If you're going to give 10 to Williams,
I would rather do that. I think he's looking for more and maybe double that is what his agent's asking for, and that's why the Jets are
like looking for 20.
Yeah, that's the top.
That's a non-starter.
That's a lot. Yeah, I mean even 10 for Williams. If I'm going
to pay a guy like that $20 million, I got to give him 10, and I got to give Brandon Aubrey 8.
Yeah, or 7 at least.
Yeah, I mean, I would pay Aubrey and Pickens and figure it out at the running back position whenever I have a quarterback and a scheme and the continuity on the offensive line. Like, the running game should be able to take care of itself if you're going to continue to have Dak playing at this level, this offensive line, which is here to stay, Clayton Adams. Like, you should be able to. You just did it with Javonte Williams.
You just got the blueprint. Williams is the blueprint to the type of back you need.
And I think Maffa is very comparable in his running style. So I'd like to see that tandem of Maffa and Blue. Could you get away with that if you decided Williams' price range gets too high and have success?
I wouldn't want to, and more than that, I'm just looking at security and insurance for this year and making the absolute most out of it. I think if you think this running game is really good with Javonte Williams, put Breece Hall in there, and it would be, 10% better. And then you have the fact that both are fresh in the fourth quarter. You're insulated from injury. They're fresher December, January. I would love it just from a football perspective. Once you include the salary cap and the salaries of these players, it's tough to put my...
So that'd be similar to what we talked about where even with Hendrickson, like you just make the move, and even if the player isn't here long-term, you're playing for right now with Breece Hall.
Absolutely.
I could get that. What she's hearing about the Cowboys is that they've let the league know they're open for business. They're looking for defensive help. One GM did argue, though, quote, they actually should go get a running back.
Yeah. Well,
so the league is saying... And maybe that's where you got the Jeremy Fowler report about the Jalen Wright stuff. Then we asked Steven about it, and he said, no, we like our backs. But who knows? Maybe that's just trying to cover some stuff up that's going on behind the scenes.
Is there a push to get Blue more snaps to evaluate here over the next 2 weeks? There should be.
There should be.
Yeah, let's get as much in there as possible. And I don't know, they've kind of slow played the idea of Maffa, but Malik Davis was active, so maybe they're confident that he could tote it for a while.
All right, quarterback injury updates. Jaden Daniels' hamstring injury, not significant or long-term, according to Coach Dan Quinn, but they're not sure if he's going to play on Monday night. Former Cowboy and their best edge rusher, Dorrance Armstrong, is now out for the season with the injury that he suffered. That is a season-ending injury, and I was surprised that he played yesterday. I get it. It probably meant a lot to him to go out and play against his former team, but that's a bummer for DA, who is having his best season so far in his young career, man. So definitely a bummer there. Jaden Daniels' mom is trying to get everybody to stop with these RG3 comparisons. I wish you would stop manifesting RG3 on my son, she wrote on X. Words are powerful, and that's all that's talked about. So maybe she thinks there's something about this. Like, if they're putting out the RG3 stuff and putting that on her son, maybe some of that bad juju actually ends up working. The karma stuff. I don't know. But stop comparing Jaden Daniels to RG3, she says. Not the way. Not my kid.
I mean, how could you not be terrified if you're a Commanders fan right now?
That's what you think of.
And it sucks. It really does. He and his mom have a great relationship, but I think maybe this is the point in your career where you consciously stop looking for anything related in the media about you, or I guess for mom about your son, because fans are going to be irrational, right? And if those fans are making it personal or being vindictive or vulgar towards her, then that's on them, right? And they should be reprimanded for that. But you can't avoid all the bad people. There's millions of Commanders fans.
100%.
Yeah.
And I kind of get where they're coming from, because it's like you can't have nice things. And the one time we got excited about a rookie quarterback, that didn't end up happening, and they probably haven't. I think we would be doing that in Dallas if we were in their shoes. Like this is what we're accustomed to. Is this history repeating itself? Bryce Young, high ankle sprain, not going to be playing Week 8 against the Bills. So the Red Rifle, Andy Dalton, will be back starting for the Carolina Panthers. All of a sudden, though, just record-wise, those losses to Carolina and Chicago not looking terrible right now. Bears are 4-2. They've won, I think, 4 in a row. Panthers are on a 3-game heater right now.
Actually, 3.
3 in a row.
It'd be Dallas, Raiders, and then yesterday.
Thank you. And then you've got the Panthers on a 3-game heater. So, winning teams.
Dallas in there, too.
Winning teams. Yep. And both of them beat the Cowboys, but they beat other teams along the way. Bears also beat the Washington Commanders, who you made poo-poo of yesterday.
Yeah, I mean...
I don't appreciate that tone. I don't appreciate that laugh.
No, you're right.
Come on, guys. They weren't that bad of losses.
They've played teams that have won football games. Maybe those games were against the Saints and the Jets, and that's fine.
You know what happened last year? Bears started 4-2.
Raiders.
Hail Mary
Raiders. Game. Hail Mary game?
Yeah.
Oh, this is when their season took a turn.
This is when it totally collapsed on itself.
This is what allowed for us to have the opportunity to have Matt Eberflus as our coordinator.
And Flus had a hell of a game yesterday.
Yeah, he did.
Hell of a game yesterday, Flus. Hey, round of applause for Flus. Great job. Great job, Flus.
It's just a...
You sent extra. You sent more than 5 rushers. You played more man. I mean, they got the job done yesterday. Apparently, the game-winning touchdown was an illegal play for the 49ers yesterday. I guess there was a dragging of the quarterback into the end zone, or maybe it was McCaffrey into the end zone. Terry McAulay. Now, Terry McAulay has been known to be a ball sacker from time to time. But he did say, quote, "It's illegal to lift or pull the runner in any direction. This should have been a foul for helping the runner. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul." And that is what happens. You see Connor Colby, number 75, offensive lineman, pulling Christian McCaffrey into the end zone. San Francisco, I think, wins this game anyway, but might have benefited from a little bit of illegal activity.
Yeah, you can. I mean, but you see it. You see it so often where
in the
dudes are
moment,
getting
is it a push?
First down.
That's why we should just eliminate the push.
Yeah,
I don't think you should be able to push players either. I don't think we should be able to do this. I think we need to get rid of all of it. See Micah Parsons after the game taking a little shot at Jerry.
I did. Yes,
some of his post-game comments.
Rundy.
Yeah, he said, "Yeah, in the run game." So I'm pretty decent in the run game, huh? According to Matt Schneidman of The Athletic, as a Cardinals player was called for holding Micah during a run play. And Micah said, "Yeah, guess what? That was a run. Look at me. Not a one-dimensional trick pony." Micah was fantastic yesterday. There is no timetable for Brock Purdy's return. And I guess he's got this turf toe deal. They were talking about this during Sunday Night Football and showing like just how terrible, like you bend it and it just hurts. But Mac Jones is going to make $100,000 now for every win he gets the rest of the season. He has hit some incentive in his contract. He needed to get 4 more wins. So now every single dub Mac Jones gets, that's $100K in the bank.
Money Mac.
Pretty damn nice. Okay, let's get to Mike McDaniel. Here is Mike McDaniel.
Ooh,
post game.
Okay.
And they're now 1-6.
Is this a down bad coach or is this him hired in all hell?
This is a good question. You, G-Bag Nation, you make the call. High as hell.
He likes Moxie's there in South Beach, I think, is where he goes and eats a lot.
Okay. Well,
Moxie's.
We got Moxie's here, don't we?
We had a show there. You might not have been there for that one.
The steak is good at Moxie's.
Oh my gosh, the steak was delicious. We were using all the hot one sauces, and we couldn't get enough of it. We asked for like thirds. It was delicious. But here was Mike McDaniel's post game. High or sad?
There's a lot of guys that will have an important work week because we're not. I mean, if you are negatively affecting the football team routinely. I don't have a choice but to, assess a different player, and I have to coach a lot better as well. So we're going to find out who and what we're made of.
Okay, I think those are the effects. That's not in the moment.
It's the aftermath, like a little fuzzy.
That's like just lifetime achievement. You've earned the right to be so fuzzy up there that you your way through things. Next level, like even more than he more than Jerry. But that's him just completely befuddled at his own coaching performance and the disgusting nature of his quarterback and his football team.
It's bad, and I guess he's going to stick with Tua. He said he was going to consult other professionals, other quarterback coaches to see what he should do in regards to benching Tua and going with Quinn Ewers. Or
Quinn Ewers, listen, he just got thrown into the line of fire, but he was having trouble just like getting a snap handled. So if I'm the owner, Stephen Ross, I don't want anybody to be benched or fired. We are a bad football team.
And you're going
to have to go in, week out, and wear this, and you're going to keep losing, and we're going to get the best pick possible. And then I will relieve you of your duties. But you are what are we going to do right now? Bench Tua, fire the coach, win 2 more games than we should have?
Fire the coach. That's what you do.
Wait till the end of the season.
1-6.
Get as good a pick as you can.
Fire his ass. Fire him. But McDaniel did say, quote, "The way I look at this job, I find it very offensive to all parties involved if I'm thinking about having the job. I need to be doing my job." So I guess the thought of him getting fired is actually hurting his job performance because now he's thinking about that instead of thinking about doing his job.
You can only think about so much.
It's a tough deal.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
Thank you.
Man, I was planning to roll out my most regrettable Cowboys take of the year coming up next, and I might get to it, but also we're standing by for the Brian Schottenheimer press conference coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
But Tolosa, if you're losing your hair, you need a simple solution that works. Of course you do. You want...
think it's early season football in some regards. It's new staff on defense in some regards. It's some new pieces on offense. Not an excuse, some of the injuries, some of the things that we've had to deal with. But I do think yesterday was one of our more complimentary days of team football. From the offense, moving the football, scoring points, the big 2-minute drive at the end of the first half was huge. The defense doing a good job stopping the run, controlling, Jaden and affecting him. The kicking game, I think, we made all of our kicks. I think we pinned them down inside the 20 4 times, I think, 2 punts and 2 kickoffs. And, overall, I felt like, hopefully we're finding our stride. And like I said, no one cares where we are today. That doesn't matter. What matters is where we're going to be in January.
Did you reiterate that to your team that, hey, let's just not worry about the standings because you move up in the standings and that kind of thing?
Yeah, I talked to the team about 2 things. Number one, fundamentals. I think, I said it, a very wise old coach with bottle glasses used to talk about you have to focus on fundamentals more in late October, November, December, because most teams don't. And so I talked to those guys about that. I think that'll help us clean up some of the penalties. Too many penalties yesterday. 12 called, 11 accepted. And honestly, I was complaining a lot to the officials, but we actually, most of them were well-deserved. And I do like the fact that they were combative, but we need to cut that number in half. And the way you do that is really to focus on, the fundamentals. And so that's something we're going to do. The other thing I talked about was the perspective. Keep everything in perspective. The world didn't end when we lost to Carolina. You start a new week. And so we got the win. We played good. And, now we're on to Denver. They actually took my word for it. They actually wanted to come watch you guys work. Everybody wave. Wave to the crowds. There you go. I said it. They did it. Yeah, they did it, yeah. They really want to be in here, but we don't have the room for them, so.
Clarence Hill, DLLS Cowboys. A couple of housekeeping things.
Oh, I love it. Let's do it.
Diggs, is he out of protocol, in protocol? What's the plan here?
Yeah, he's still in protocol. Yeah, still in protocol. We did see him today. Jim and our doctors did see him today, and they sent him home. So he's still in protocol.
2 other things. Demo put T-21 on his Twitter account. Is he announcing something for us here?
Yeah, the plan is good news. I'll start with, we're going to be bringing Mingo active. BB will open his window. Expect him to be out there Wednesday. Revel going to open his window, and then number 0 will be out there running around on Wednesday. So again, don't predict they're all playing, but again, we're excited to get those guys back, and they've worked so hard, man. I'm really, both Demo and Vaughn and really all the guys have worked so hard to get back that I'm excited to get them out there, but we'll be smart and we'll ramp them up and see how they do.
I'm sure you've been in personnel meetings. Does what you guys did yesterday to return these guys make you more inclined or less inclined to do something before the trade deadline to help this team out?
We'll always look at everything. You know that. I think Jerry and Steven and Will, they're always open for business, and this time of year, you kind of let those guys focus on it because we're so busy game planning and all that stuff. But I am very pleased with the way our guys played yesterday, and not pleased with the consistency that we performed with. But I really feel like it was a very good game. I said last night, and I'll say it again, there were things we need to clean up. I think offensively, our pass protection was not the standard. Dak took too many hits last night. For different reasons and different breakdowns and all of that. Defensively, we have to make people kick field goals in the red zone. You have to do that. The league is a high-scoring league right now, and we have to do that. And it starts with us stopping the run in the red zone and then getting off the field on 3rd down. And really on special teams, the thing we kind of talked about was, we have to let Terp get loose, and it's a lot easier than just saying, hey, Terp, go do it. You got to sustain blocks and do things like that, and that goes back to my message to them about fundamentals.
Brian, Todd Archer with ESPN. The defensive changes that were in place yesterday, is that something continues to go forward, or is that did you view that as a week-to-week
Yeah, each week's different. Hey, let's be honest. We played good defense yesterday. They had a few guys out. I don't feel bad for them. We've had a lot of guys out, but we're not sitting here saying, "Hey, we're ready." I mean, we're it. We're not saying we're it right now in any phase, but we're going to keep working hard. And we put together a great plan. The guys executed that plan. The guys practiced well. It showed up throughout the week, and man, the communication, I just can't say enough about that, Todd. I mean, just the way our guys communicated and with some different pieces in there. Marquise Bell did a really good job. I was really proud of him. Shamar James. K9 was awesome. I mean, it's so good to see him kind of take control, and that was great. And then, Donovan Ezeraku, I mean, I just think he's a rising star.
John, yeah.
By the way, Todd's the only one that says hi. You guys ever notice that? He says hi. Todd, no, it's too late. Thank you. I appreciate that. He says hi. You don't have to say hi.
John Schotty with The Athletic. You mentioned Kenneth Murray, and he was just talking a little while ago about getting the defense together, the guys together kind of on their own last week, and going over the calls and putting in that extra time to make sure everybody was on the same page. When you hear that as a coach, what do you think?
Yeah, actually, I just heard that in my prep for you guys. It gets me jacked, man. It gets me excited. When we went out and got K9, one of the things we loved about him was the leadership and the passion for how he plays the game. I was not aware of that. But you saw a defense that was connected. That was kind of his word, and I could not agree with it more. I mean, the play style, running the football, the passion. I gave some love to the two young guns, Shamar and Easy, on their first sacks for both of them. The passion and the juice that they bring is amazing. And I will say this, man. I just we thrive on juice and energy as a coaching staff, as a football team, and I can't say enough about the fans, man. And that environment was awesome. They matched our intensity that we love to play with, and our guys fed off of it, and it was really cool to see.
And then for you as an offensive play caller, you obviously had an idea of what the offense could be when you made the move for George Pickens. But like a game like yesterday, when you're calling that offense and you have George and CD and Turpin and Ferguson and Javonte, like just what is that like?
It's fun. I mean, it really is. It's fun because you can call plays and you like. One of my favorite plays was a little check down. We were actually hot. We got beat inside on something, and Dak dumped it off the turf out there in this little swing pass, and he spins out of it and goes for 15 yards. You just see the speed and explosiveness. The throw in 2 minutes from Dak to GP was incredible on their sidelines, which kind of got the 2-minute drive at the end of the half jump started. 88 is really good at football. I mean, we should keep him. He's really good. And but again, what I enjoy is watching these guys play the game the right way with passion, having fun. I challenged them. I did in a serious way. I said, look, I don't personally have an ESPY, but the Seattle Seahawks, when I was a coordinator, had an ESPY for the best celebrations. So, but to watch these guys have fun and celebrate with each other, man, like that as a coach, that's what makes you fulfilled, because you see them playing the game together and loving it. When the love for your brother is more important than the love for your own stats, that's what gets you excited.
Real quick on that, thinking of celebrations, Jake gave you that ball, and then you gave it to Dez. Did you ever get it back?
Dez did catch it. He did. I had no idea. Literally, it's one of those deals where you like blacked out. Like, he gave me the ball and the emotion of it all. I don't even know why I did it, but I did. And then Dak said to me, I think I told you guys this, Dak said to me, he goes, you threw that ball to Dez Bryant. I said, no, I threw it in the stands. Obviously, my arm's not as strong as it once was because I couldn't even get it into the stands. But we say we're getting it back. Now, I saw Dez after the game. I didn't get it back. So, Dez, I'd like to have it back. Fergie gave it to me, out of love. So, yeah, it's one of those deals where, you get caught up in the emotion of a game, man. And I was like, I did? And they're like, yeah. I was like, okay. I'll take your word for it.
Nick Harris, 4-Star Telegram. With Rebel, I'm sure it's been an interesting process for him, frustrating at times. How have you seen him be able to kind of embrace this process and be ready for when his name is called?
Yeah, it is a challenge, Nick. It really is. And, there's a lot of emotions that go through it. I mean, these guys lay in their beds at night and they think about, man, when's it going to happen and all those things. And, there's tears and there's fears and there's all kinds of things like that. But you've just seen it over the last couple of weeks working with Britt. You've seen the confidence in the change of direction in the thing that he's doing, which now makes us very comfortable opening, his window and letting him go out there and play football, which he loves to do. And again, it'll be mostly scout team stuff probably this week, and let him run around and chase CD and George and those guys around and see how he does. And he's going to make mistakes, but I'm pretty sure that he's really, really good at football too. So, again, like I said, I can't. Even as a coach, you don't understand what these guys have to go through when you're injured and you have to come back from the injury and all those things, and the mental toughness that it takes to overcome those things. And just proud of them.
As a coach and evaluator too, how excited are you to see what his on-field product will look like for the first time? He was playing really well before the injury. You guys got him in the third round. Just what's kind of the excitement around that too?
Yeah, again, I think the size and the athleticism jumped off the film in college. I think that, again, he has the traits that we love in corners. They have length, they have competitive spirit, things like that. They've got change of direction, the ability to play man-to-man. Again, I'm not going to put, I don't want to go too far over the top in my praise for Von because it's going to be a little bit of a process. But I'm excited to get him out there on the grass, running around and chasing around some pretty good receivers.
Hey. Dave Loffberg, 105.3 The Fan, Cowboys Radio Network. You guys had scored 16 points in the first 6 games in the first quarter. You had 17 yesterday. Was that a point of emphasis throughout the week and continuing? I mean, you got it going early.
Yeah, well, we actually, one of the reasons why, we talk about having a strategy and a plan, and one of the reasons we actually received was, well, number one, we felt good about the plan, but we also wanted to be able to control the decision with the sun. That's something we've always talked about. That's what the satellite imaging told us to do. Again, I think, there's a confidence in our offense and what we can do, and George, I think, leads the league right now in yards gained because of pass interference penalties, and people still continue to play him one-on-one, and we still continue to throw the ball up to him, and so usually good things are going to happen. But I think, it's got a lot to do with the execution and the players, and we hit the openers, and they kind of know them. But each week's different. It's going to be a hell of a challenge. I'm just getting into my beginning prep for Denver, but wow, what a great defense, and the job Vance Joseph's done with that crew over the last couple of years is really impressive.
Garrett
Podell, CBS Sports. Hey, Brian. With DeMarvion Overshown, this is the second.
That's
proud.
Yeah,
It really is.
That's awesome.
Hey, give him a question. Give him an extra question.
Clarence waits for the walk-off for him to say hi.
This is the second time you've seen DeMarvion Overshown work his way back from one of these knee injuries. What difference or what have you seen from him this time around?
I think just how much he's been around Flus and how he sits right in the front of the meetings. As I've been sitting in the meetings, he sits right in front, and he's got sunglasses on, which is kind of cool. I can't pull that off. I'd try, but he's sitting up front. He's intent, like you hear him wanting to answer all the questions when they're asking other guys. You see him kind of mouthing the answer. I just think it's the understanding of, he knows the physical part's going to take care of itself, but mentally and understanding the system and the calls and close left and rock logs and all the different things that we do and the checks we have to make versus certain formations, man, he's all into that. So I think as you mature as a player, you understand that it's not just the movement skills and the ability to tackle and run guys down. It's the mental side of it. It's a chess match. And I think as he's gotten older and wiser, I think he's really attacking the playbook.
Speaking of defensive meetings, Jerry Jones credited you for being in the defensive meeting room a lot for how the defense played on Sunday. Do you plan on being a regular participant in those meetings going forward, or was last week your involvement just kind of a one-off?
No, and again, I appreciate Jerry saying that. I mean, I went in there in support of those guys and wanting to ask questions and share my insight in how I would attack them. I will continue to do that. I think it's part of my job as the head coach, and I was in there today. I'm not just going to go in there when times are tough. I'm going to go in there when we come off a good game. And but look, that defense, those players, Matt, his staff, they deserve the credit, not me.
Joe.
Joe Hoyt, Dallas Morning News. Brian, you kind of alluded to the DPIs for George Pickens so far. Do you, as a coach, I know he's an expanded route tree here, but do you kind of coordinate and say, hey, we're going to have him on a vertical and that'll be our fail-safe because if they give us man coverage, usually it ends up being pretty good?
I wouldn't say that's the only thing we do, because I will say, and I said it last week, I think moving him around has paid big dividends for us. We had a big third down conversion in the game where you saw us. We started kind of in a formation of the boundary where we had 3 guys on the boundary. We motioned him over across to try to get the matchup that we wanted, and he had a huge conversion on third down in the red zone leading to the Ferguson touchdown, and not the 2-minute, but in the second half. We just know that we've got some guys, if you do want to isolate them one-on-one, CeeDee's pretty damn good too on go balls and 50-50 balls, and you have Turp running down the middle, and so I really think the answer to the question is we're comfortable that we can hurt people when we play well and we execute and we block and run and all those things, that we match up well versus most people.
Obviously playing at elevation, Brandon Aubrey's, we've almost been waiting for the record almost to happen. Do you expand his zone a little bit now that you're in elevation this week?
Let's see how he practices. I mean, I don't know. The guy might not be very good. I don't know. I mean, I think he's probably pretty good. And look, like I said, I showed the team today the 61-yard field goal. And what amazes me, and I'm not a kicking expert, what amazes me is the ease of just the way the operation goes. And I also said this, and he backed me up on it. It's not just him. It's why we went out and re-signed Trent and Banger, but the protection unit. I mean, you look at block kicks in this league right now are the craze in the National Football League. You see more people attacking A-gaps and big bodies, and they're tipping balls, and none of that stuff happens without solid protection and solid timing and things like that. So it really is a team deal, and altitude might make it a little interesting though.
Noe.
Louis Scruggs, NBC5. Mingo said he's excited to play because he's not played with Dak yet. What does he need to do to be active in this game? And obviously, you got now Mingo here, a lower stack receiver.
Yeah, again, I think last week was a great step for him. I really do. I think he practiced well. It was very close. We almost, did it last week, but we felt like, give him these next couple of days. And just, again, the consistency of it. We're a very deep receiver room. And we're getting deep. And so he's got to show the ability to go in and make plays and get that timing down with Dak. And there's also a special teams element to it. One guy I'm going to continue to rave about is Ryan Flournoy. I mean, Ryan Flournoy right now is playing well for us on offense, but he's excellent on special teams. Another guy to talk about, Brevin Spawn-Ford. I think, he leads the team in tackles on special teams. So I told Flus, you got all these offensive guys making plays. Maybe we go with 25 or 26 on offense this week, but Jonathan had a good week of practice last week. He needs to do that again this week, and the timing and stuff will come with that.
And the NBA season gets going tomorrow. I know you're a sports historian there. Who's the greatest basketball player of all time?
Michael Jordan.
Ball.
Yeah.
Ball.
Yeah.
Ball.
Yeah.
That was my guy.
Correct.
And not the guy. I don't really know Michael, but that was my guy. Like the posters on the wall. Yeah, you had them all. Wow, good. That was it.
Peter.
Oh.
Did you just call me Peter Ducey?
Damn! Mike Ducey.
Damn!
Hey, he's out. Hey, he's out. Hey, I get it. He's called me Ryan before.
The more famous Ducey.
Yeah.
There's more than one. Mike Ducey, Fox.
Hi, Mike.
You were asked off the top about the up and down nature of this season. You're clearly a pretty emotional guy. How did you learn to harness that and not get too caught up in one end or the other of this thing?
I think I just trust the process. I really do. I think I've learned that along the way. I think, I am an emotional guy. I have a temper. I've got a few people that keep me grounded. I'd be lying if I said before I walk into a team meeting or two, I've got a guy or two that's like, are you good? I'm good. But really, you just trust the process, and if you don't believe in the process, then what I'm selling to the players is not real, and I do. And again, I think that at the end of the day, we're going to be judged in whatever it is, 3 months from now, how we're doing. I see our team getting better. I really do. I saw a big step forward for us yesterday as a football team. I'm so proud of our ability to protect the football right now. We're 4 games in a row, knock on wood, of not, giving it up. We called it a goose egg, and then we've taken it away. We went from, actually I said it in the presser probably week 2 or 3, we were -5 at one point. We're back to even in the giveaway takeaway ratio. That's a huge part of it. And so, like, if I would have let that change the fact that oh man, we turned it over 4 times against Chicago, I think, and it's like no takeaways for a while. Like, you just keep trusting the process, and you keep working, and you keep teaching and emphasizing, and then you go out and you throw good practices, and at the end of the day, those things pay off for you.
You mentioned the sun at the stadium. If it were up to you, would you push the button and close the curtains?
It's majestic.
Nicole, did you have something? No. Nick?
These 2-minute drives, what's been working so well to score in those final 2 minutes?
Crazy. It popped in my brain, and I always speak with what Javonte Williams runs, man. I mean, like, literally, you go back to the Jets, pop the run. Go back yesterday, pops a big run, really well blocked. The safety gets boxed out. He makes the guy miss. But again, the confidence in, the big plays. We can generate big plays in a hurry. It doesn't take us very long sometimes to go down the field because of our talent. It's way more of that than my play calls, I can promise you that. But, I mean, you just look at the situation, the touchdown to Ferg. Like, that's a situation that we talk about, and it's 1 word, 3 words. Yeah, 3 words to Dak, and he knows exactly what I'm thinking. So I don't have to tell him, hey, call the play and say a big, long explanation of what it is. I say those 3 words, and I'm not going to say the words, but those 3 words, and then he can go out and execute freely.
When Dak was sacked yesterday, was there a thought to just let it run out, or always taking that time out right there and trying to take the shot?
We're always going to stay aggressive. If we have, time and downs, I believe in this group, and always will. Always have, always will.
Scott.
Scott Dixon with the AP. Why do you think CD and George are meshing so well? And I feel like that's both on the field and off the field question.
Yeah, I think there's, number one, respect for one another. I think CD's at that stage of his career where he was ready for someone like George to step in and almost want to, have such a close relationship and feed off of one another. I think CD realizes over the past couple of years how many people have really targeted him in terms of double teams, rolling coverage, things like that. That was real. As the offensive coordinator, play caller, that was very, very real. And so I think that, he was all about adding a guy of GP's talent. And then I just think, from a personality standpoint, they're both really playful. I mean, they're both very playful. They both love football. They both love to have a good time and on the field. And I just think that it was perfect timing.
Or a playful story you can share?
The best one I have, and I've shared it with you guys, so you probably won't like it, but, during OTAs, it was our first red zone period, and CD was on the left, and George was in the slot, and Dak hit George on a little, skinny post down in the red zone, and CD was running just a quick out on the left, and he saw George catch it, and he literally was, looking up to the heavens and saying, thank you. Because of the way the safety had to tilt. The safety was moving to CD, which is what opened up the isolation and the look for George.
Got it.
Kenny Clark, I know he came back, but did he need an MRI or anything today?
Yeah, I think he's going to be good. Yeah, I think he's going to be good. He's tough as nails, and I thought he did a really good job yesterday affecting the quarterback from a pass rush standpoint too. The push that he and Osa got in the middle was good to see.
That it? Good.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
There it is, the Brian Schottenheimer press conference here on The Fan. Very entertaining as usual. Overshone, Revel, and Beebe are going to have their window to return open. Jonathan Mingo is going to be activated before his window close, and Diggs is still in concussion protocol. Came to the facility today, but they had to send him home until the head is right. Okay, we'll come back with more sports here. It's the G-Back Nation and The Fan. It's the G-Bag Nation. We're working on getting back on the clock here after the Brian Schottenheimer press conference. BB's window going to get opened as well, so it's a triple good news victory Monday here in the G-Bag Nation. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Franklin Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. So we got 3 to feel good about now. And it'll be interesting to see how these things play out here. Now, let me roll out this craziest Cowboys take I'm preparing to have. That's just my prediction on the season, like which one will people think is the most insane. And I do think there's less than a 1% chance. There might be less than a 0.1% chance of this happening. But
boys, is y'all's bodies even ready for whatever he's about to let out of his mouth?
I'm starting to feel even sicker.
Okay, George Pickens does not get hurt. And between him and CeeDee Lamb, I don't know who's better.
I saw you tweet this yesterday. You tweeted this.
I see where this is going.
What did I tweet?
You want us to sacrifice our lamb?
You want to say trade? You said trade.
Are you kidding?
Lamb.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
Trade 88?
Now
Trade 88?
That's the reaction I expect, right?
No.
But what could you get for 88 right now?
Walchuk's about to put his bear paws on you right now. Do you understand
Don't
that?
do this to me.
How good is George Pickens?
Good.
How amazing is this running game?
Pretty good.
I mean, how would you like to have 3 number 1 picks?
I would.
in back-to-back drafts.
I'd like that.
3 first-round picks in back-to-back drafts.
That'd
That's
be
not good.
fun.
Do you think that'd fix the defense?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the defense would be pretty amazing. And the Cowboys just came off a 3-game run with Pickens. I think Pickens is amazing. And again, the key here is dude does not get hurt.
Oh, please don't say that.
Oh, crap.
Let me knock on wood over here.
Yeah,
dude has not gotten hurt. Dude has not gotten hurt throughout his career.
Please don't do that.
Okay.
This is a lot to take in right
This is a
now.
lot to handle.
Oh, crap.
I was wondering if our bodies were ready, and I have to admit something.
If you
Mine
let
was
Pickens
not.
go, he's only going to get you a comp pick.
Yeah.
If you're not going to pay him, then hey, let's make this happen in the most advantageous way possible, Wolchuk.
You're trying to.
I think I
dangle.
just lost Brian here in the segment by
No,
jinxing Pickens.
He's probably watching film.
No, I'm looking. I was watching film earlier. I was just looking up some values and stuff like that. Is what I was doing.
Yeah.
Typical.
I mean, it's just you're not that you couldn't get more receivers underneath Pickens in that scenario, but right now you're talking about Pickens and just a bunch of
You'd have 3 ones, like your chances of finding a wide receiver.
Yeah, so you would maybe use the one. Gosh, I wonder what you would even get. What would you get for Lamb?
Oh,
like what would a team right now, like if you're New England, what would you be willing to give up for CD freaking Lamb?
Definitely a 1. Some of these receivers, though, these trades have not been as great as we thought they would be. Like if
the
you
haul?
Yeah, like you're not getting as. I mean, I would, in a perfect world, I'd like to say 2 1s, but I think you'd be lucky to get a 1.
For CD?
You would definitely get a 1.
Yeah, because I think we're kind of living in the golden age of receiver right now, where it's like you draft Emeka Egbuka in the 20s, and here he is playing like one of the top 10 receivers in all football.
If you're not going to get a 1, then
But I think you'd get a 1. I don't think you'd get more than 1-1.
How many games has Lamb missed due to injury? We got to run. Okay, sorry about that. I'm getting some great texts. Man, I love Dawson, but somebody turn off his mic. Trade 88 is blasphemy.
Yeah, this
It
is blasphemy.
And there is less than a 0.1% chance of it happening. But if I was in charge, I'd definitely be putting it on the table.
It's the kind of crap I would expect from Choppy or something.
Come on, dude.
Thank you. Okay, we're back
ball knowers
with more sports here. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan.
but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maiden?
Freako?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
It's hour 4 of the Nation already. We got 2 to go here. Then the Cowboys hour, then some Fan After Dark. Fred Davis already in the bullpen throwing heat here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. We'll chat with them coming up at 6:40, find out what's coming up on their show. Very busy day of Cowboys news if you're just jumping in the car or you've been out of touch a little bit. Overshone is going to have his 21-day to return window activated along with rookie Savone Revel and the center Cooper Beebe. So it's been a good day here, a good Victory Monday so far. Here's the Chief at the finest.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. All right, 877-881-1053. Plenty to get to here. A couple of housekeeping notes. Looks like, surprise, surprise, Emeka Egbuka will be playing tonight.
What a savage.
Yeah, and Mike Evans.
For the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You get Evans back. You thought you get Evans and you lose Egbuka. He's got the hamstring issue, but apparently pregame workout went well, and now he's going to play.
Hell of a matchup tonight.
Big time matchup.
It's going to be fun. Let's go Bucks.
Bucks beat them last year there.
Fire them cannons.
Did you guys see what the spread was for this?
I wasn't prepared.
Pretty sure this is like a 5.5 for Detroit.
It did start that way.
Usually, Dawson, don't we on Fridays play that game with a spread?
Yes, that spread.
Well, usually it's a Wednesday or Thursday, but our station malfunctioned on Thursday live from.
So it was a Friday, and then I think there was
Thursday.
Quitting right in the middle of it, just quitting.
Hey, every once in a while, the offense stalls out and you have to punt.
I thought you were on a roll, Dawson. I really did. I thought you hit the first couple of them.
Yeah, you were on fire. I think Dawson was the only one with some level of integrity.
Dawson was on a roll, and the Chief just went, "Oh no, I don't want to do this."
I know educating yourself is not integral.
Chat GPTing in real time.
6.5 Lions.
Now it's 6.5.
Yeah,
and it's funny how
give me the Bucks plus
Chat
6.5.
GPT was like not even right. I'm expecting it. Like I'm going to go to court of law. Like I saw it on Chat GPT.
It's giving you the spread from like 2 years ago.
Yeah, I'm like, whoa, no, that's not right, Brian.
We should be good.
Yeah.
Now Walchuk has some other news for us. Remember last week?
In the clip you play, by the way, who's the guy that goes? Yeah. Who is that?
Tell him, class, on 3. 1, 2, 3. Lou Holtz.
Lou Holtz, dude.
Lou Holtz. So they didn't know either.
I thought they knew.
I didn't know either.
Y'all didn't know the gibberish thing and the Darty intro was Lou?
I didn't know that. I thought it was Parcells.
Really? Does he have some of that in him? Or he just kind of short circuits?
Yeah.
817. I'm not being a Lions hater. I like the Lions. I just think 6.5 is kind of juicy for Tampa Bay.
Huge number
to cover.
Yeah.
Lions can still win by 3. I'm not saying the Lions are going to lose the game. I think they very well could win.
Lions hater.
What does Vegas base that on?
I feel like this is going to have to move with Ibuka back.
We got to look at the way the Lions play at home. I want to say at home they're just like a ridiculous
Hang
juggernaut.
on. They're undefeated.
Let me give you some.
The Bucks are 3-0 on the road.
Pew, 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 pew.
NFL
When they're at
guys showing
home.
up.
Okay, so Thursday night you had the Steelers media member say that he was guaranteeing the Steelers' victory over the Bengals, so much so that he was willing to, without any type of numbing aid, pierce his nipples.
Yeah.
Pony. We've been monitoring this. We've been on the Pittsburgh nipple beat, and Walchuk is here to report live.
All right, live from the nipple beat at the Pony Express. Update. He will be getting his nipples pierced on the 29th, okay, 9 days from today at Mike's Beer Bar. The money raised through ticket sales and other cool stuff will go to fight breast cancer. So if you think it would be fun to watch Andrew Filipponi suffer and kick breast cancer's ass, stay tuned for info on how you can be there.
Beautiful.
Brilliant.
Thank you for that, Walchuk.
It's a great bit.
Ouch.
Okay, so I don't know if you guys heard it, if you caught it, but Schotty mentioned that George Pickens, when you factor in the pass interference yardage, he actually
had 1 million.
He
Yeah.
he leads the NFL.
Oh, hell yeah.
In true,
Yeah.
quote unquote, receiving yardage.
Yeah.
I feel like that should be a part of the receiving yards. I don't know. Is that doing too much? Is that getting too wonky with the stats?
There should be like a true receiving yardage analytic, true passing yardage with the flags included. I don't know. You've done so much history now with it not being included that it would, make the historical stats look a little odd. But.
Yeah, and I think that would be where I would, where I'd probably say you can't fudge with it. But it is interesting to note that when you include the PI yards, George Pickens has a total of 723 yards on the season, which is number one in the sport, and it's JSN behind him and then Jamar Chase.
As long as they're going to let him get away with that sort of stiff arm with the ball in the air, as long as that is happening,
you had your moment. All right,
he is as good as it gets.
Yeah,
he
is, man.
I don't know who's better between him and Lamb.
Lamb's better.
Last 20
I don't
minutes.
think that there's really me, there's not a question. I think Lamb's better.
I'm with you.
But it's not to diminish how good Pickens is. I think Lamb can line up pretty much anywhere. Pickens finally just found out, okay, we can move him, but I still don't think Pickens is as comfortable playing out of the slot as CeeDee Lamb is.
Well, Lamb's not as comfortable going down the field and, high pointing it or having it drop in the bucket while fighting off a player at the same time. I think each one does some stuff better than the other one.
Which is why they're a great compliment. I'd like to just keep them both.
They're brilliant together.
There's something special.
I shouldn't have brought it up.
It's okay. I mean, I kind of like the conversation because I like the idea of having 3 1s, so it's fun to me. But yeah, I mean,
by the way,
let's just keep them both and just have all the riches.
Did you reach out to the gang?
All right, what are we getting for CD?
Well, one of them got back to me. Says, "I'm going to give you." Let me read what he said.
He said, first of all, you're taking crazy pills, Jack.
Well, I said this. I told my guy, I said, playing radio now. I did. I said, playing radio.
With some idiot.
I'm playing radio now. What would you get for trading for CeeDee Lamb? And he said, 1+. I said, picks or players? He says, a first plus something else, player or pick. You just tell me what you want. That's what.
Okay.
That's what.
Okay.
So
well,
you're going to get
it's like
your
a
one
buffet line of assets.
I like buffets.
So you're going to get your one, Dawson.
Let's go.
And you're going to maybe, if you look at the guy's roster and look at maybe who he's got, you maybe take one of his guys.
Wow.
Or you can maybe get a tagged another pick tagged to that.
That would beat the Vegas Bacchanal buffet, just in an asset buffet.
I'll tell you what, man.
An asset buffet.
I missed that
An
buffet.
asset buffet.
I did love the
That
Bacchanal.
buffet was so good.
God, it was
Move
delicious.
over, Peking Duck. Make a place for the asset.
That's
So,
a
Dawson,
buffet.
I want to say this yesterday.
What's that?
Eric sat in Zach's seat in the press box
How
next to me.
dirty is it?
Yeah. They needed a couple of vacuums.
Oh, crap.
I'm just telling you, my man, he got a pregame food plate.
Yeah.
He got a game plate.
There you go. Long time
Well,
outs.
He
Plenty of
got
time.
he got a nacho platter plate.
Nice.
Fourth quarter.
Yeah. Oh no, excuse me. Brad Sham sushi.
You get the whole rainbow
tender.
roll. Nobody eats that rainbow roll.
He got that. He got that plate, the sushi and the chicken strips, and then he got the nacho platter.
My goodness. Wow. Got your money's worth. It was really, it was special. I was fueling up. I was fueling up for having to do the post game as well.
I was amazed.
I needed to be
He
fueled
did
up.
pass on. They did. Legends gave us foot-long, like what they called something dogs, special dogs. Cowboy dogs?
Yeah, it was the rowdy dog.
Eric said you housed it in like 30 seconds. Was that just for radio, or did you actually shove that in your mouth?
No, that was the Pepsi. That was the Pepsi raspberry.
Oh,
drink
that sounded
thing.
good too.
Pepsi raspberry drink was
Slurpee.
excellent.
Yeah,
excellent.
That was the way.
I'm sorry,
brought
Dawson,
us hammered that home.
How'd you like that
you're
last
good.
hour?
I did want to bring up one more angle on this, just
okay,
because 44 yesterday was amazing.
Yeah,
and I'm with you that I want to keep these two guys together.
Sure.
What's the point total for, like, let's say from this point for the rest of the year, where you're averaging ... points per game, that you're like, you know what, I don't need to fix the defense. This offense is so amazing that I just want to run this back. And I think it's got to be in the 30s somewhere.
Yeah, it's got to be in the 30s.
Oh, definitely in the 30s.
Yeah, 35?
I would say 35 is a pretty
32?
solid number.
Is it realistic? 35 realistic?
Probably not, but
it's hard to imagine.
we can dream.
32 might do it for me, though.
32 would be that. Yeah. I mean,
and I think that's going to happen. I don't know what I'd set the over-under at right now for the rest of the season. I guess the schedule's going to get tougher. Got to consider that, but maybe 32.5 would be a solid over-under.
We'll see how they do this week against this defensive Denver.
I mean,
this could be a lot.
We had this. We all had this as an L. We started.
Yeah, this is. I mean, honestly, I thought about throwing out a nipple piercing for this one if the Cowboys won. That's how sure I am that they're going to lose. They haven't beaten the Broncos in 30 years. This is going to be tough on the road, but golly, would we be crotch first on a Monday if they go to Denver and win?
Oh, I know I would be.
I'd gladly get a nipple pierced.
Okay.
I'm not putting it on the table. Don't act.
Pulling into the bye
Put
right
the
before
nipple
the
on the
deadline.
table.
All right.
Just one?
No.
Teams you're
My
playing
wife
like.
would be pissed.
If you think of points per game, Dawson.
Yeah.
I just looked this up. Okay, you got the Colts. They're ahead of you, by the way, for points per game. They're at 31.8. You're at 31.7. So you play them. You play the Chiefs. They're at 26.6. You've played the Packers. They're at 26.3. The Commanders are at 25.7. You kind of saw what the Commanders are. The Bears are 25.3. Yeah, that was an L. Yeah, you don't play the Rams. You don't play the Steelers. So, I mean, there's some teams, I mean, that are you're going to outscore mainly everybody that you have a possibly on your schedule with, right?
I think the inescapable reality, though, is Pickens has played himself so well into the free agency that the money is massive now, and he might be playing himself out of your future. And like the worst thing that could have happened to the idea of Lamb and Pickens being together for the long term was Lamb getting hurt and Pickens showing I'm just as good as anybody else.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, you still have the franchise tag opportunity, but obviously that can get testy when it comes to the agent and things like that. And even if he just plays on it, that's still a large cap hit for one season. So it'll be fun to see how they try and maneuver this.
It's possible. In the last 3 games, Cowboys are averaging 36 points per game.
Chiefs giving up 17. Broncos giving up 18.
F these defenses.
Yeah, you've already got the Packers. Vikings giving up 20. The Carolina giving up 21. So you got some teams on the schedule that are pretty point stingy. If you look at it that way, 4 teams at least.
I mean, it'll be tough, and especially as the season goes on, who knows what type of injuries you deal with, and going on the road. If I don't know what type of cold weather environments they have in store for later on in the season, but plenty of things. But if you're going to be averaging over 30 points per game,
Giants,
like that is
Commanders,
that's the real deal. I did like, and Dawson sent this our way. How about this? I don't think that we want to see your CeeDee Lamb idea come to fruition.
No.
But your horizontal tush-push stopper.
They did it.
That was amazing.
Gavin?
We were just talking about this like last week or maybe 2 weeks ago because Tampa signed their giant guy back before they played Philadelphia. And I just joked, lay him sideways like Burt Reynolds because Philadelphia is trying to go underneath you.
Yeah.
Can't go underneath that guy. Well, Brian Flores and the Vikings actually tried it, and salute to the Tolo that sent me the clip on Twitter.
That's awesome.
Yeah, they had Tyler Batty just lie down, acting as a human shield, basically a meat shield, to stop it.
I love how one of his teammates almost he's in a 4-point stance. He's got one of his hands on him.
Yeah, he's using him as his
a prop,
ground, or I don't know, stability.
Yeah.
But
It's like he's got a
whatever it
no
takes.
leverage call there. I know leverage call, man.
No leverage call.
Not going to go into this.
It's not a
Can wins. Yeah, that was fantastic. And then you also had the Mahomes fake hard count.
Oh, that was awesome. He's like, this blink never works.
He's at the line of scrimmage, and you hear it get
acting.
picked up in the, like, Romo's laughing about it and sort of describing it. And they're doing the hard count thing, trying to get him to jump, and they don't jump, and he's just like, man, this never works, yada, yada, yada. And then bang, they snap the ball, hand it off to get the first down. See, I think that's what the Cowboys were trying in like week 2 or week 3. They came up like a faux hard count, and then they're like, oh, I guess that's not going to work. And then they tried to snap it real quick as the clock was going down.
Yeah,
but the clock double zeroed on them. And I think that's why the official didn't let them have the extra half second that usually you get.
Yeah. That was sense.
I figured some team would eventually get that right, and go figure it's the Chiefs. We got other big statistical takeaways from the Cowboys game coming up next here on a Victory Cowboys Monday. It's the G-Bag Nation on the Fan. But Tulls, let's talk about. Yes, sir. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. We got about 6.5 minutes to the G-Bag of the day, and then LA Live is coming up at 5:40 here on your home of the Cowboys. A victory Monday, 44-22 against the Commanders. Inside the division, the Eagles beat the Vikings thanks to Carson Wentz's 2 interceptions, including a pick six, ended up being the difference. But I want to look at Philadelphia and just ask you guys, can the Cowboys catch the Eagles to win this division? We haven't had a repeat winner in the NFC East in 2 decades. But Barkley still has the lowest rushing success rate in the entire league. They cannot get Saquon Barkley going. Yesterday, Cam Jurgens got hurt, and the backup center is not very good. We've talked about their loss of Mekhi Becton already maybe being a factor in the injury to their other guard, Landon Dickerson, being a factor. He's probably not at 100%. How do you look at this right now? Like the race for the NFC East, and it's a strange lady, as Brian likes to say, this NFL. It's just 6 days since they lost to the Carolina Panthers. So let's put everything in context, and you guys tell me, how you look at this division right now.
I mean, I think with this offense, you're gonna absolutely have a chance. Hopefully, I mean, you're gonna need your defense to get a fair amount better, and we'll have to see how much better the run game gets now that the Eagles at least showed for a game. Hey, they can be a little bit more explosive through the air.
Yes.
That's something that you're going to have to respect a little bit more now.
Got Brown going.
Yeah, how does that benefit the run game? So I definitely think there is absolutely a chance of it, especially with, you mentioned, another injury to the offensive line, and that thing just not being the same dominant version that we had been so accustomed to seeing. So I think it's certainly on the table.
Yeah, even without a trade? No. Need a trade to win this division.
I just don't imagine that your defense is going to organically get good enough to where you can be a division winner, and you're talking about probably winning, at least 11 games?
10, yeah. I mean, the Eagles do just kind of find ways to win, so maybe they keep doing it. But, yeah, they probably need to make a trade unless Overshown's back at his full powers. I mean, that'd be the only caveat that I would throw out there because he is a difference maker. Now, Dre Greenlaw, this is big news because he made his first start last week for the Broncos or yesterday for the Broncos. Mm-hmm. He's been suspended for the game against the Cowboys. He's not going to be playing. He got an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty following the game, so he's suspended without pay. I guess after the game-winning kick, he chased down the referee and was saying stuff to the ref past midfield and verbally threatened him as he tried to leave the field. Ooh. And so after that altercation with Brad Allen, the NFL has decided Dre Greenlaw is suspended without pay, so you will not have to play against Dre Greenlaw, who was a linebacker. We were like, Cowboys? Yeah. Could you go after? Was a stud with the Niners. And I thought that was a great addition for the Broncos. Unfortunately, he got hurt in the offseason, finally just got back, and now he's suspended a game.
Okay, so the Eagles are going to host the Giants coming up noon on Sunday. Just lost to them 2 weeks ago. Then they'll visit the Packers. Then they'll host the Lions before that Cowboys game in Week 11. And looking at that, you can't rule out the possibility that that could be for the first place. It really could. 4th straight game for Dak Prescott with 3 touchdowns and no picks. His MVP candidacy looks legit to me, as this Cowboys offense can't be stopped. Dak Prescott's a huge reason for it. I guess it's going to come down to wins, and maybe 11 would do it. I think 10 could win the division, but I don't think you're really in that MVP conversation unless you get 11 or 12 wins. Obviously, Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs got it going, quite a bit. So I'd put Mahomes as a clear favorite. I'd probably take him against the field right now. Man coverage 47.5% of the time. Is what all went into that? Is that just because McLaurin and Debo were out?
No, I think really what it came down to is the fact that the quarterback is a 49% passer against man coverage. I think they looked at the metrics. I think they looked at the film. Even with Debo and Terry McLaurin playing, well, Terry hadn't played, but I mean, I think that they're in a situation right now where they're starting to look at these things and they're like, there's a reason why. Okay, let's not play zone. The guy throws the ball 70% accuracy. He's completion percentage 70%. Why would you play zone against the guy when you know that 50% of the time in man he He's not very good, and they're down their best receivers. To me, that was a perfect storm for the Cowboys yesterday.
Why is he struggling so much against zone as compared to man? Is it because he doesn't have the options? He can't get as comfortable?
He hasn't been as accurate as he has in the past. That's been a problem with some of the tight window throws and stuff like that. Have been a problem for him.
I mean, that was bad yesterday.
Yeah, and I would think part of it does have to do with the wide receivers. You don't have Terry McLaurin. Debo Samuel's not a guy that is just great at creating separation versus man coverage. So you don't have the receivers that can really just go out there and beat their guy one-on-one. So it puts even more pressure on you to be extremely accurate.
Yeah. And for the people that are texting in, like, tap the brakes, Washington's a shell of the team that they were last year, it is fair to note that they had some drops, and there were definitely players wide open that Jay Daniels and Marcus Mariota did miss.
Yeah.
So that helped out. I mean, that helped the defense.
Salute to Donovan Ezeraku getting his first sack. That was awesome to see. Deron Bland with his first pick six since November of 2023, 68 yards. Biotish diving at his feet as he was gone. There was no doubt about it. He can fly. Clowney, his first sack as a Cowboy, recovered a fumble. And after the game, he talked about how he needed a couple of weeks sort of to get his feet underneath him. And it was kind of like a training camp and feels like he's got things figured out and he's ready to cook now. What else happened? Ferguson with a touchdown in 4 consecutive games joins Jason Witten as the only 2 tight ends in franchise history with a touchdown in 4 straight games. Witten had one stretch where he did it 5 in a row back there in the ill-fated 2010 season. It is time now to go into the Pimp Cup where Lucius Alexander has your G-Bag of the day.
Yeah. What it is, ho? What's up? G-Bag of the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. Hey, what's up? My name is L.A. Lucius Alexander. If you think I should be playing something, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. Boy, I'm trying. I'm trying. Some of y'all are doing great. Some of you guys are just giving me anything that you run across on the internet. But yeah, hit me up at Lucky Lucius P. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. You can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. Send all your hate mail there, too. All right, this is day number 2, going for 3 of this champion audio. Let's go to the Fan After Dark, Fred and Blake. Who could score on this Cowboys defense? Top 5 list.
At number 1, now, is he mobile with his legs? No.
Stephen Hawking.
Do you have to put him in a wheelchair? And maybe we don't want him doing the play calls.
Yeah.
But maybe he's just hearing the calls. And you won't need much blocking because Kenneth Murray's the one in the hole. Give me Stephen Hawking at the 1 spot. I don't see that being stopped. Run, laugh.
Juke right. Spin move. Touchdown. Touchdown. Touchdown.
Yeah, I'm trying to say something. It's just Donovan Wilson. No move needed.
That's weed. Yeah, I know, bro.
Sam Williams.
So I also learned that Fred didn't even know that Blake was going Stephen Hawking there. He was just...
He said Stephen Hawking?
He just said Stephen Hawking whenever Blake said something about no legs or whatever.
Wow. See, I've been wondering since the clip debuted why he said Stephen Hawking right there.
I know.
I'm like, how did you know?
Yeah, he just was taking a shot in the dark.
Wow. Boys are on the same page, I'll tell you that much.
Chemistry. Interesting. Let's go to number 2 right here. Talking Cowboys podcast. You familiar with that, Mr. Broadus?
I am.
The Talking Cowboys podcast.
I am.
Kyle Yeomans. Okay.
The host.
Patrick
Legend.
Walker.
Yeah, he's on there, Patrick. Yeah. No,
Isaiah Stanback.
Yeah.
Okay.
Former player.
And Josh Rodriguez.
Josh, my guy.
Okay, I'm being respectful for all those cats out there. Some of you I know, some of you have no idea who you are, but I want to be respectful to you. They had an unfortunate slip up on that show.
Oh, no.
Always unfortunate.
Plays of Drive, actually. Starring Count Dacula to drink away the life of the Washington Commanders, draining the clock.
Oh.
Whoa!
Oh, no.
Clock. Whoa! There's an L in there.
No, there is an L in there, but it wasn't at first. Now it is, sir.
Now it is.
Congratulations.
Well
Here's your L.
I think that was Josh.
Wow, man.
The clock drainers.
Yep.
Drain that
so
clock.
unfortunate.
Drain that clock.
That's a fantasy team name right there.
That is
Yeah, it is.
unfortunate, bro.
Not quite the alter ego Dak had in mind, I don't think.
Yeah, man.
I like the idea of Count Dacula. I mean, you can workshop that.
Count Dacula? Goodness me.
By the way, the Express is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. The On-Time Experts. Shout out to you fellas out there.
Yeah.
Appreciate you. What else we got right here? Boom, 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 boom. Shout out to Tolo Christopher Borden. You, sir, you're doing it right. You're doing it absolutely correct right here. He sent me a video of a longtime Cowboys fan, Carmen Gonzalez. She does not like all the extracurricular activities going around Dak. You know, they're being kind of rough.
Yeah. Look at that son of a bitch, Commander, what he does to my quarterback. He's a f***ing ass.
Yes.
He got my ass. He almost killed my quarterback. Kick him out of the game. F***ing 55 head. Get him out of there. Always playing nasty, even when they were the Washington Redskins. They always have to keep doing that kind of shit.
Yeah.
Yes.
Damn right I'm mad.
Yeah.
That's uncalled for. Yeah, look what he did. He almost took his head off.
Gosh, that reminds me of my grandmother.
Yeah?
She was the same way. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
She was cracking them?
Oh, well, I don't know if she was cracking them, but...
Sound like our granny in this clip.
She might have been a little bit, yeah. She was just a wild South African lady.
She was pretty lit and very entertaining.
Loved her some Tony Dorsett.
What'd you guys think about that play? Was that a clear... Should have been 15 yards?
He definitely hit the shoulder.
Yeah.
I bet you're going around the head of the quarterback. So anytime,
I thought he had him wrapped up and then Dak kind of ducked, which was the action that knocked the helmet off.
When you
I thought we got one there.
it,
Got one.
When you slow-mo it, yeah, I hear you. But in real time, I think that was a fine call. If it goes against us, then I think it was ridiculous.
It was right on time, that's for sure.
Anytime you hit the quarterback in the head, you
just got to be aware.
You're going to have problems.
Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor. Yesterday was a church day. Yeah, Mr. Freddie Haynes. I see he's back in the building. Back in the saddle.
Back in the saddle.
Back in the saddle. Shout out to you, sir. Now, I am not mature enough to sit through whatever happened at this church right here. I don't know why they allowed this lady to sing, but whew.
Yeah.
I never would have made it long without you. Never could have made it without
There we go. Yeah. You knew it was time, Brian.
Sexual chocolate. Thank you,
Yeah.
Yeah.
thank you, God.
Oh, no. Where's the organ? Amen.
I got all the people clapping.
Amen.
Must have made
Talking about some gaslighting.
Oh.
Good job, baby.
I was trying to.
No, it wasn't that bad. Trust me.
Get her off the stage.
Yeah, she must have made a big donation or something like that. Maybe she was real
that's-
pretty.
Yeah, maybe the choir's. She bought all the robes for the choir.
I can see that.
She paid for all the robes. Yeah.
Maybe it's an equal opportunity church. Like, why should only the good voices be able to sing?
Only the good.
I want
die
to praise
young.
God with my singing too. No?
Get out there in the crowd, sugar.
Yeah.
Let that drown out.
Sounds better in a chorus. Trust me.
That's it.
There it is. We got a chance. And we got 3 challengers. Is it Fred and Blake? Who could score on this Cowboys defense? Is it the Talking Cowboys podcast with Count Dacula? Tolo Christopher Borden sends in Granny ranting about the Commanders defense, or is it the lady singing at church? I'm going with the Tolo nomination, Chief. How about you?
The champ.
Is that what that means?
No, I went with Christopher Borden's
Very
suggestion
good.
with the granny.
Yeah,
cousin granny.
I'll go with the champ.
Lucius?
Yes, Miss Carmen Gonzalez, stand up.
Carmen Gonzalez. There you go. Wolchuk?
Gosh dang it. Yeah.
Don't forget about the clock drainers.
You know what? I'll give Josh Rodriguez and Talking Cowboys a vote because I do like Dacula.
It's quality content.
Yeah, our lady. She did a heck of a job.
Gonzalez?
Cussing it up, yeah.
By a score of 3-1-1, and your new G-Bag of the Day champion is Carmen Gonzalez, annoyed with the Commanders' defense, playing rough with Dak. It's time now to stay in the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius with LA Live.
So Monday, Friday. Let's get into it right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and let's catch up. It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Long story short, dude, people, you can do all the good in the world, bro. You can do all the good, and you could always try your best to be the best and the best and the best. But if you make one mistake, dude, if you fuck up one time, dude, people will hold that against you the rest of their life, bro. They'll hold it against you. It makes them feel happy when they bring that up, the bad you did. You know what I mean? Like, him. I don't know how to put it, dog. The bar I go to, I'm a scumbag there. I fucked up because I did a bad review, and now I'm a scumbag there the rest of my life, bro. Every time I go to that bar, they always bring up the bad I did. That one time I fucked up, and I fucked up, bro. I should have never talked bad about that fucking bartender, bro. I did that and it ruined the whole fucking Yelp. It made all the other bartenders look like dumb bitches. I didn't just stab one of them in the back. I stabbed them all in the back. The owner, bro, she used to give me free pool, dude. Every time I would see her, bro. The reason I'm a good pool shooter is because of that woman, bro. I spent all my weeks and all my time, and she would always give me free pool, and she's my sponsor, bro, at that bar, and I fucking blew it, bro. I shit the bed. Long story short, don't be negative, dog. Be a positive, bro. If you got something negative to say, just shut the up.
Shout out to Jacob Rodriguez right there, man. He's going through it, bro. Going through it. LA Live for Monday, October 20th, 2025. It is a Monday, Friday here in LA Live. Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip-hop group PPT for naming today Monday, Friday. Monday, Friday vibes is just where I go with some things I've seen coming down the timeline, trending on the timeline this weekend. You know what I'm talking about. LA Live is sponsored by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Mr. Broadus.
Yes, sir.
Pause. I thought about you last night. I went a few times this year, but not as much as I would like. I went to the fair last night night of the fair.
Did they give you the award for the best participant?
No, but if you do know something, you go on the last night, you get the hook up on a lot of things.
There you go.
You get the hook up on a lot of things.
You know what you're doing.
Yep. But last night was the last night of the fair, and I had to grab a slice of that Biscoff cheesecake in your honor. Biscoff cheesecake in your honor.
Did you find it highly overrated?
Oh, no.
Did you feel lazy as hell?
God, what a lazy dessert this is, this cheesecake. Do you feel like when you ordered it, you just could have gotten better, maybe? Maybe you could have gotten something a little bit more.
It was amazing, man. We lifted it up and we said, this is in Broadus' honor, and we all had a piece of it. It was great, bro. I also seen this girl named Cuban Doll out there at the fair. Cuban Doll. If you know, you know. She didn't see me. Even if she did, she doesn't know who I am. But I seen you out there, Cuban Doll. All right. So
nationality with the name?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. Let's see here. Now, this song has been in my head for about 2 weeks. Now, I'm going to let it go. I'm going to give it to the fans now. 2 whole weeks. Toyota Tacomas. When I was at the fair last night, you go to the car park.
The shows.
The car show.
Yeah.
Every time I seen the Toyota, I was singing the song, especially the Tacomas. Have you guys heard the Toyota Tacoma theme?
No.
Oh, great. Good.
We're rough. We're tumble. We're dun, 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 dun.
No, it's better. Listen to this.
Hi, my name is Johnny, and I drive a Tacoma. If you don't move out the way, bitch, I'm gonna run you over. I put a snorkel kid on my Tacoma so I can go out in the water. I hope it doesn't kill the engine, cause I don't want that bitch to start season. But it's a Toyota, Tacoma.
And I drive Tacoma.
That's catchy.
It's great.
My name is Johnny, and I drive a Tacoma.
Tacoma. Yeah, man, that's been in my head for a long time, so now I'm passing it to you fellas. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. Our guy here in the G-Bag Nation, former pro boxer and boxing champion, Paulie Malignaggi.
My guy.
Paulie Malignaggi. He had a bare knuckle fight over the weekend.
No.
Oh, jeez.
Oh,
yeah, I think he signed up for 3. This was the second one.
Oh,
Why? First of all, why?
That could do damage to your face.
It did.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It
bad.
looked really bad. Looked like he got jumped at an ATM when they showed the photos.
Yeah.
Looked
That's
like-
usually like the last stop in a fighter's career.
Why?
He doesn't need that.
He doesn't need that.
He's a broadcaster.
He's been doing a great job at broadcasting.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paulie hasn't competed in a sanctioned fight since 2019. Damn. Saturday, Paulie battled Tyler Goodjohn over 5 rounds to earn a split decision win in Leeds, UK. Yeah, they would fight over there like that.
They'll fight, yeah.
They don't play.
Bare knuckles,
Yeah, they don't play
Leeds,
over
yeah.
there.
Brighton.
Yeah. With some pants on.
Yeah.
Come here, buddy.
Yeah.
Drinking
Yeah,
ale.
it's like
Drinking ale
sailor-
between rounds.
Yeah, sailor pants, you know.
The 44-year-old Paulie Malignaggi, now 1-1 in bare knuckle boxing. 44, bro. Bare knuckle boxing out here, Paulie Malignaggi. He sustained some gnarly injuries too. If you go look that image up, it looks like he got into a fight at the bus stop.
Yeah, I can imagine.
It
yeah,
looks really, really
multiple
bad.
people dragged around the bus stop.
Yes, yeah. It looks like he fought
Bad.
multiple people at a bus stop.
And he's the winner?
He's the winner, dog.
Wow. It's amazing how strong their chins are. Like, hands are so hard to get hit that amount of times and not have ever got knocked out.
Yeah,
Wow.
bro. Bare knuckle combination, bare knuckle. Imagine that. It's not just a pow jab. We're talking about bare knuckles.
Hands are breaking.
That's what I'm saying. My knuckles hurt too as well. Let's see. He went to the hospital to get some work done, of course. He posted a little video live from the hospital.
I just want to give everybody a big thanks for all your well wishes. I'm fine. I'm still in Leeds General Hospital. This is crazy, by the way. I don't know how it works in the UK. I still have not been stitched up. It's 4:30 in the morning. I got here 10 o'clock.
Oh, geez.
Still have not been stitched up, guys. They x-rayed me, didn't give me the results of my hands. They gave me a CAT scan.
The results of his hands. I mean, he needed to see if he's got broken bones in his hands.
Yeah.
He's clearly got them in his face and ribs and everything.
Yeah.
Gee.
I've got broken ribs in the back from all the rabbit punches, another rabbit punch, the kidney punches. I have my kid broke my ribs with the kidney punches, my lower rib on my left side, and I have my eyes are too foggy still. When they put the light, the really bright light, it's too foggy for them to tell the extent of the damage.
Doing this.
I hope everybody was entertained. I really appreciate everybody's well wishes and caring. I think all in all, if you eliminate the fouls, there wouldn't be a lot of damage. The big cut is from a headbutt. The eye issue is from my eye poke, and the broken ribs in my back are from dirty kidney punches. So, but will somebody let me know why Leeds General? I don't know. Is this all the hospitals in the UK? Do you just come here and never get stitched up? This is a record. I've never seen this in my life. They actually gave me a CAT scan before they stitched me up.
Poor Paulie.
Lucius, like,
he was panicking in there a little bit.
Yeah, but for fights here in the States, I mean, don't we have like places like if boxers like afterwards they could just go and get stitched up like there at the arena, or
you have
do
a
we
doctor there.
Yeah.
Doctors
Yeah.
and like
Yeah.
do we have
Yeah.
the ability to get
Couple
treatment,
nurses.
get treatment right there?
My man said he's been sitting around for 5-6 hours, still haven't gotten stitched up. The blood is just coagulating now.
Oh, yeah. The scar tissue is starting to form.
Exactly, bro.
I've never seen an open wound like that from a headbutt.
It looks nasty. You see it?
It looks bad. He got popped.
He look like he got jumped, bro. Shout out to Paulie out
Maybe with
here.
a razor blade.
Yeah.
Just sliced and diced.
Got to go into bull riding or something.
Poor
like that, right?
Paulie, man. Why are we doing this, fam?
No, I know.
It better be big time money, like the league's trying to be more visible. So they got a huge budget to throw out to get Malignaggi in there, so everybody be talking about it. Maybe.
I hope he gets some percentages.
Jeez.
I hope he's got some type of ownership of this situation.
There you go,
Paulie.
Yeah,
Some insurance.
His hands are so swollen.
part of a rollout.
Looks, part of his rollout, as Eric calls it. LA Live 105.3 The Fan. This weekend there was a No Kings protest across the country.
Mm-hmm.
No Kings protest is a demonstration against the administration of President Donald Trump. Did you guys go out there and participate?
No, had a busy weekend.
Didn't know what was going on.
Was it here? I saw one in Austin, right?
Yeah, there was a whole lot here.
Oh, there was here.
It was all over the country, man. There was a whole lot here. It was everywhere.
I saw the one in Austin, but I didn't see the other ones.
Okay, it's all gravy, bad. We're just asking. I'm not judging. Looks like it was about.
Sure, you are.
I'm not. Yeah, I know where I am. I know where I am, bro. Looks like it was about 7 million people over 2,700 locations across the U.S. and overseas. Now, I did not go outside, but I did